clean from Malaysia. Homeboys may be quite the titan. They've done really well this season, but DxO has proven to be the ultimate definition of a dark horse team this season.
Most definitely right with you there, Sadafa. Some of the plays that they have shown so far, especially of yesterday, went out of the ordinary. But again, up against Homeboys, a well-functioning team with a good coaching staff as well. Coach Jasmine, right, and also, as well as Coach Erpang guiding the teams with the addition of Val and of course Ivan, as we can see right now. So far, in terms of Homeboys, do you think that in the regular season they have shown everything that they have? Or do you think that they have something up their sleeves right now?
I think it's definitely possible that Homeboys have been keeping something under wraps a little bit, but I also don't feel like they were trying to hide strategy specifically during the regular season. It's a new lineup after all. They want to prove themselves. They want to get the best ranking possible. Yep. I'm very sure that when they faced off against SRG initially, they got completely caught off guard. And I imagine that would give them some new thought processes, right? What needs to change? What new strategies can we explore? And now I'm very curious to see what they can bring to the playoffs, because it's pretty obvious that DXS has prepared very well.
I like this picture because highlighting SkyZ and of course Siska. The things that I want to ask you as of now. Normally we would think that Malaysians, in terms of jungle, we have a lot of representatives. We have players like Uni, Skies, of course, right? But when we take a look at the EXP side, not much names comes into my mind. So far, Siska, although a rookie, but playing like a veteran player as of now.
Yeah, I think Siska has been doing a really impressive job, and it's really interesting to think about the fact that there are so many rookie players in our top 4 this season. It is unprecedented, it is unexpected. So many veteran lineups have fallen, and now new teams and new legacies are popping up with players that are literally stepping onto the MPL stage for the first time, now vying for a spot to represent the nation. I am really impressed. I have so much respect for these players, and I really hope we get to see even more of that potential going forward, not just today, but for seasons in the future as well.
And we will definitely be seeing more of the Young because regardless of what happens today, either they go to the upper bracket finals match or they're gonna drop down to the lower bracket match. They will be facing Aero Esports. So a lot more to be unfolded by the side of DxO. Depends whatever way they will go, which means more game time for Siska, more game time for Kimin, more game time as of for SkyZ, and this will only benefit these players regardless of their future, whether they stay in the EXO or move on towards another team. So the local talents here in Malaysia are definitely in good hands, but I feel like they still need the guidance from a proper coaching staff.
And I think the coaching staffs this season have really stepped up, just in general, right? Every single team has done so well in terms of drafting, in terms of figuring out what exactly their teams are capable of. But before our match begins, we have a short video for you guys to check out.
Aku yang binakan roster Homeboys dengan Bang Abe, dengan Bang Botak sekali. Sebetulnya aku ada try banyak di tim di MPL Malaysia, dan time itu Homeboys lah yang paling bagus buat offernya kan. Cumanya waktu itu yang udah fix Izanami aja. So dari situ aku dengan Bang Abe hari-hari kita try out player. Terus yang kedua fix itu 2 EVOS, Veldora dengan Ivan, lalu Imal, yang terakhir Mel Kitty.
Saya pun season 11 rookie. After that, season 12, delegate, kita keluar dari MPL. And then, saya macam hilang dari scene MPL.
It's EVOS Legend.
Dari awal aku kan di EVOS kan awal. Terus aku langsung diganti ya. Terus di Homeboys, aku kan lihat trial potensial timnya, jadi aku try Homeboys. Yang gue tahu tuh Chespen masih bikin jadi analis dulu. Kebetulan Erpang tuh trial di kita juga. Pas kita lihat Erpang, wah ini kayaknya oke lah. Oke, worth to try lah.
To talk about it even more, we got 3 imports on one team that is currently undefeated in MPL Malaysia. 3 total. One of them, our boy Erpang, Veldora, and Van Strong. The two EVOS rejects, the two EVOS failures that have never really performed well on EVOS, but now are finding a lot of success on another team.
Kalau pendapat tentang statementnya Mirko, menurut aku mungkin terlalu jahat ya, bahasanya buangan ya. Di MPL Indo mungkin kita tak dapat banyak kesempatan, tapi sebab MPL Malaysia dan sebab Homeboys, akhirnya alhamdulillah aku, Erpang, dengan Vel, dengan Van Strong boleh buktikan lah.
Aku tak expect kita sampai sini, kita semua dibuangan semua rasanya. Aku, Veldora juga, Erpang juga, Chesven, Mel juga kan. Terus sebelumnya Izanami sama Emal juga, maksudnya recordnya juga nggak sebagus lah itulah. Kita banyak yang dibuang-buang lah. Kita juga realize lah ya, anjir kita semua hampir buangan semua. Cukup jujur, gue nggak expect sampai di titik ini. Ya semoga kita konsisten aja.
Maybe the word rejected or thrown away is a hard swallow to pill. Maybe not the best way to describe the situation, but to be fair, technically they were not performing well in their previous teams or in the previous engagement of regardless of MPL Malaysia or MPL Indonesia. But right now, season 15 gave them a new breath, a new sign of life, and they took that chance and they executed really, really well. And right now, they're one step away from the upper bracket finals, Dafa.
Watching that video does give the shivers, right?
Yeah.
It really makes you think because, yes, calling them rejects, calling them, players that no one wants is a bit harsh, but you cannot deny the fact that many of the Homeboys players are indeed players who once were considered to have potential and yet never really managed to live up to it. The expectations became a weight that was too difficult to carry, and they just could not find success in their own terms, whether it be the local players from here or of course the coaches and the imports who came all the way from MPL Indonesia as well. I'm really happy to see the success that they've found with each other, and it really does feel like a lineup that has reinvigorated the organization and found a home in this very competitive season of MPL Malaysia.
A good play of word, a home. Homeboys, get it? A place for them to be able to gather their own strength and to gather beliefs as well, to be able to make it all the way, hopefully to the grand finals and hopefully another MSC ticket for them. But to be fair, DxO, we could say a similar thing, but in a different kind of manner where chances was given to them through MAL. And right now, MPL is the main stage for them, and making it all the way until the main stage of playoffs. So far, DxO has been very good, but Homeboys being undefeated except for Selangor Red Giants, one loss in their regular season with the help of this player right here, Val, or as known as Veldora back then. Very interesting career. Relive or revive his career here in MPL Malaysia.
As we all know, Val made his debut in the Tier 2 scene initially during MDL ID Season 7, where he actually ended up becoming the champion of MDL alongside EVO's Icon, which allowed him to be promoted to EVO's Legends in MPL ID Season 12, but only for the last 2 weeks of the regular season, and despite that, his team was not able to make playoffs. He was eventually dropped back to EVO's Icon for MDL ID Season 8, but he only played during the first 7 weeks. And he reappeared in MPL ID once again in Season 13 with EVO's Glory, but parted ways only after 2 weeks following a series of challenging results. He was then loaned to Geekfam during Season 14, where he and the team were able to secure a pretty solid 4th place finish. This is a player that has had much experience in many different teams, and now in MPL Malaysia with Homeboys, he has made strong strides, with the team only dropping 1 defeat towards the whole regular season.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the resume as well, 4th place as of recent with Geekfam ID was loaned there for Season 14 of MPL ID. 2nd place MPL ID, EVOS Glory, but where he played very minimal matches. EVOS Icon MDL ID Season 8, EVOS Legend in MPL ID Season 12, and where he debuted with EVOS Icon, where he became the champion of MDL ID Season 7. But now we're focusing on the present. He is in the playoffs. He is in one of the best teams here in Malaysia, where they went undefeated, only lost to Selangor Red Giants here. I mean, to be fair, everyone lost against Selangor Red Giants, so it's not a record to be ashamed of. But to be proud of as well, because he is technically the highlighted player as well in Homeboys. You want Fredrin Juggle, not a problem. You want Masha EXP, not a problem as well. Any kind of EXP lane, you want Veldora to pick up and play, he can do it.
Yeah, he has really paired well together with the rest of the Homeboys, and this lineup has just found new life that has allowed them to really push their way through and become one of the top contenders here in Season 15 of MPL MY. And the team that many people are expecting to take that second MSC slot, but they still gotta earn it themselves. Let's kick things off with the Homeboys. We've got Mel QT, Ivan, Izanami, Amal, and Bell.
If it's not broken, why fix it? If it's a bit difficult, you improve that lineup. This is what the Homeboys did with the coaching staff of Erpang as well as Jasmine as well. Izanami, Amal is going to be a very crucial mid duo as well to control the map, to be able to win all of those little scrimmages alongside with Ivan. And of course, the ordinary marksman Mal QT is going to have a very, very tough match, I would say, up against SkyZ later on. But it all depends on whoever gets the first pick and what kind of heroes is going to be given to these players.
This is an aggressive lineup. They love their combo synergies and the communications are clean. They are definitely expected to be the favorites to move on to the upper bracket finals versus SRG OG. But if any team can put a stop to those expectations, it is the team that has broken them all. DX Soul, consisting of SkyZ, Rasi, Storm, Keemin, and Siska.
The king of 2-1s, or the king of long games, long matches. This is DX Soul. And hopefully, one thing I would like to say about this team, not just individually, but as a team, is to be consistent. Because they can catch fire very easily early on. But at the same time, they can burn out easily as well. And this is one of the things that Coach Theo has mentioned, where when they won game 1, they tend to get, disfocus a bit and disarray a bit and cause them game number 2. So hopefully all of that issues has been settled, because right now we welcome them to the main stage.
With only one loss in 9 matches this season, a phenomenal resurgence after the downfall of the previous season. On a mission to bring their name back to the international stage, can they carry this winning momentum to the next level? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Homeboys! Dominating their last match with a clean, uncontested victory, sending a clear warning. They're here to challenge the throne. Will Homeboys be their next victim today? Please welcome DX Soul!
Introducing the coaching staff of the two teams and head of League Ops, Franklin, that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. To introduce Coach Erpang, Jasmine from the side of Homeboys, to introduce as well Coach Theo and Backdoor for the side of DX Soul. Let's keep it going with the fist bump as well as the armband that will be worn by both team captains, who will always lead the team's movement and strategies in game. A true sign of professionalism, because this is how we roll. This is the Malaysian sportsmanship.
This shall be the moment where a story is etched in stone. Two teams with new legacies, with new roads paved before them, but only a single doorway open for one of these worthy competitors. The Homeboys will have first pick for game number 1. First pick win rate, pretty high, 78%.
Yeah, 78% is nothing to be laughed about. That is a very huge number for the side of Homeboys. But before we take a deeper dive into our conversation, this is going to be the difference maker. Local gold laners face off between SkyZ as well as Mal QT. As we all know, the ordinary marksman. Most big heroes right now, Harith and also Granger for Mal QT. Meanwhile, SkyZ, look at that 1-1, 7 times being picked up. Granger 8 times being picked up. Meanwhile, as Harith 6 times being picked up. Do understand all of these stats is because of DxSoul did more games in comparison to Homeboys because a difference maker. But other than that, it's quite similar. Look at KDA, average goal per minute, average damage per minute. To be fair, that's quite a high number for Malcuti, 3.8 in comparison to 3.1. Average kills per game, and of course, total kills will be in the hands of SkyZ. A difference of roughly about 11 to 20 kills right now.
Yeah, so when we look at the numbers, it does make sense. Homeboys overall have had cleaner games, whereas DxSoul have always gone to a game 3. Their overheating had been a problem for them towards the entire regular season, but coming into the playoffs and taking out Monster Vicious in a 3-0 sweep shows that this team has evolved. They are ready for the playoffs, and they have their eye on the prize. Do Homeboys have the same drive? Will they be able to recreate the success throughout the regular season? Only time will tell as we jump into the drafting phase for game number 1.
We do know that Homeboys will have the benefit of the first picks, but these are the heroes to be avoided if you are in the side of Homeboys due to the lowest win percentage for Homeboys. We're talking about CC, Valentina, Alpha, and also Franco with 50% win rate, but then again, with only 2 times being picked up so far in the regular season. So maybe it's not an overall stats that you can use, but those win rate matters the most. Fovius is gonna get banned out in the first ban for Homeboys, so no more Demonic Force being used upon these Fovius. Meanwhile, DxSoul gonna ban out the Fanny. Funny enough, that is, if I'm not mistaken, one of the 3 heroes that they banned out in yesterday's game, which was the Lucas, the Hanzo, and the Fanny. All 3 games being banned out by DxSoul.
Well, that was specifically because they were up against Monster Vicious, right? Very specific pocket bans versus Uni, which ended up working out quite well for them. I don't think DxSoul will be able to use the same sort of strategy this time, though, because every single player on the side of Homeboys is a viable threat, and their hero pools are all pretty deep. So you gotta attack the playstyle in general here. If we look at the tendencies of both these teams, I would think that Homeboys is a little bit more of an aggressive team towards the early to mid game, but when we get into the late game, especially the ultra late game, that is where Homeboys needs to be the most wary. That is where DxSoul becomes their scariest, because you just somehow can't end the game against this team.
I agree. I definitely agree with you right there. It's a very targeted ban as what the side of DxSoul did yesterday up against Monster Vicious, but maybe against Homeboys it will be a different kind of style, because as we can see, Chip has been banned out by the side of DxSoul. So we do have to note that, or we do have to mention about the Baxia. It's being opened up right now. If not the Baxia, the Kimi as well. So this Kimi and Baxia trade, is it gonna be doable? Or are DxSoul gonna ban out at least the Baxia and maybe, just maybe, Homeboys? I don't think they're gonna look into Kimi as a first pick, although they would like to, but maybe they would like to secure a more flexible pick, something like a Badang in the first base.
Badang's not really a first pick hero though. First phase maybe, definitely not first pick.
Yeah, just now SRG picked it up.
They did?
They did.
I mean, SRG just dusting.
Yeah, I mean, then again, it's SRG at the end of the day, right?
But yeah, it makes sense that the Fredrin would be banned out instead of the Baxia or Kimi here, because banning out the Baxia would just give Homeboys a free Kimi first pick. It still ends up being a bit of an issue here though, because Homeboys gets to lock in this Baxia first. And I feel like it's really interesting to look at the evolution of Baxia in the meta, where initially it was used as kind of a gambit to counter Kimi, but players started realizing, actually, this hero is really good, and decided that they can actually prioritize him regardless of Kimi's presence.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny enough, even with a Baxia, DxSoul still opt to go for Kimi, and with the Badang as well, but again, we're not too sure where this Badang is gonna go. Same goes to the Kimi, right? Can be put in the mid lane, can be put in the gold lane as well. But the Baxia itself, I feel like, is super strong enough to not stand the Kimi, but whatever marksman that is gonna get picked up in the next phase, even in assassin jungler as well. So it's gonna be very, very much annoying, and it really depends on how DxSoul is gonna play around this. Right now, I feel like they are falling into a trap, but maybe, just maybe, I would like to be proven wrong, they still believe that this Kimi can be the difference maker.
I mean, Kimi is always going to be a difference maker, in my opinion. This hero is just offers you a little bit too much. It's not only a scaling damage dealer in the late game, the amount of poking and then push checking with the ultimate, as well as even starting out fights from long range, is really, really annoying to deal with. So I think it's just a safe hero to lock in these days without really needing to worry about much. Homeboys wants to make sure they can punish that poking though, so they pick up some double artillery in the Granger and Farsa.
Yeah, I like what the Homeboys are doing right now. They put a front line with the Baxia. Even him alone itself can, you know, provide a good amount of absorbent of damage and provide 2 artillery damage from long range as well with the Granger and the Farsa. One thing to note about the Granger, it's a fantastic hero to play from behind, because with the Sky Piercer, if let's say you're down by, regardless of how many goals, pick up the Sky Piercer and try to funnel back all those kills towards the Granger so that he can also be the difference maker if, let's say, you're playing from behind.
Definitely, definitely. The Hayabusa was also locked in, so the EXO going for the assassin playstyle. Yesterday, we saw Kimin. He has improved a lot on these assassin heroes compared to how he was playing during the regular season. So this is now something worth respecting. They ban out the Lucas for the first ban in their second phase, since right now, Homeboys has still not actually shown their jungler. Nothing about Homeboys is you never know if they're actually going to flex out a tank jungler. They normally do that with Fredrin, but Baxia is in a perfectly good position to do that as well. And it really depends on what their approach to this draft is going to be. Do they want to get rid of more frontliners like the Gatot or Hylos that could threaten the backline? Or do they want to get rid of more DPS options? Looks like it's the latter.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's the latter for Homeboys. And Homeboys providing or throwing out very important questions to DXO right now. Guess where this Baxia is going to go? Because 3 major roles that he can go right now: the jungle, the roam, as well as the AXP lane. And I'm pretty sure all of these 3 players can play Baxia really, really well. So DXO gotta think deep, especially for Coach Tio for the 4th pick before they wrap things up with the picking phase right now. Ling is gonna get banned out, so no banning another hero for Amal to be used. Meanwhile, Irital is gonna get banned out. So what's left for SkyZ? Harith is still there, is it? If I'm not mistaken, not too sure about it. So maybe that can be used. Or they put Kimi on the goal side and they pick up a different mid laner, Azushin.
I still feel like Kimi mid lane is always going to be the best choice. If we're looking at comfort, then yes, Hardif is there, but there is also SkyZ's signature 1-1, right?
Oh, yep.
It hasn't been banned out just yet. Looks like they go for the safer option, since there's not a lot of good heroes for a crossbow of tank to be set up on right now on the Homeboys side. But now Homeboys gets to actually finish off their composition. Where does this Baxia go?
I still like the Hylos picked up. I still like the Gatot pickup, and then you can put your Baxia in the jungle. But would that mean you only heavily reliant on your Farsa and your Granger to be able to do the damage dealing part? But in terms of tankiness, you're super, super tanky. But Masha!
This is Baxia jungle.
Alright, so Val is going to have a field day with this Masha. Most likely going to go up against the Badang, but we shall see the last pick from DX later on. One more pickup, Hylos.
Cho could also be not bad.
Yep.
Depends on whether they want to play more defensive or more aggressive catch. Ooh!
Matilda! Oh,
Matilda
good.
Baxia. Oh. This is some solid early mid-game aggression coming in from Homeboys.
You imagine Baxia with a good amount of health, very good defense capability or defense-based stats, with a Matilda as well, who's just gonna keep healing the Baxia and provide more mobility to the Baxia. Oh, this is gonna be very, very tough for DXO.
Yeah, I really, really like this Matilda. We already know is a great hero for engaging and disengaging. You get the Baxia in, you get the Baxia out, you provide shielding. Looks like Glue going to be the final pick on the side of DXS. Honestly, both teams are pretty solid, right? I think both sides have good damage, have good bulk, but I really like this combination of Matilda Baxia from Homeboys. It has been such a long time since we've seen this.
The only way, or one of the only way for DXO to go onto the back line, try to catch the Granger or try to catch the Farsa, is of course with the Hayabusa, with the Augie Shadow Kill. Secondly, maybe a Flicker Fist Crack Fist break combo by Rasi. That is one of the ways they can do, because I don't see a way of SkyZ going to the back end so much. Not to say Storm as well. Glue, maybe.
Maybe. These are all possibilities, but only one true future will come to pass. Depending on how the game goes for both these teams, they are going to be able to set their first foot through the door into the upper bracket finals. Let's find out if it's going to be the Homeboys or DX Seoul who take the first victory in the Land of Dawn.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who just tuned in, welcome. This is match number 2, game number 1 between Homeboys up against DX Seoul to determine who's gonna go to the upper bracket finals and go up against Selangor Red Giants later this evening. As we take a deeper look at the emblems and spells, is there anything that catches you off guard? Let me see. Tenacity, movement speed for Glue. Okay, Badang Tenacity. So a lot of 2 tenacities for the side of DX Seoul, expecting there is a lot of damage that they need to be able to absorb. So hence why the tenacity. Other than that, I think is set in stone right now.
Tenacity makes a lot of sense for DX, and Rasi gonna be forced to flicker here. They know, based on the draft, Homeboys are gonna be the aggressors. They're the ones gonna be looking for fights a lot of the time, and DX, their goal is really just to survive it. Kimin's going in, has the Ogi Shadow kill, forces a flicker out from Izanami. Amal gonna be caught out, stunned against the wall. First blood going to Kimin.
That is a very, very good. Oh, good shield. Good shield from Rasi himself right there to be able to escape death from Ivan in terms of the early stages. But as I mentioned early on, Kimin managed to get level 4, immediately went forward to try catch a kill on Amal, knowing that, okay, the Guiding Winds has been used, Amal still doesn't have the ultimate, so it's so easy for him with his friends to just bundle up and go up against the Buckstar just now.
Yeah, that was actually really good timing from DX Seoul as well. They saw that Amal was level 3. Kimin was able to clear just a little bit faster since Homeboys didn't give much of a initial leash. So they used that initial Ogi Shadow kill to get a kill, and they were able to find one on the most important target. Kimin now has a level lead up. He has full control over the turtle, and there's nothing Homeboys can really do to catch up to it. Vel gonna be dropped to his last HP bar. I don't think he can escape. Yep. Oh, never mind. Guiding. Oh, grab. Siska getting pulled out really far though. Thunderclap connects. He's gonna flicker over the wall. Amal gonna try and get this glue taken down, and Siska knows it is the end. That's going to be 1 kill for the Homeboys.
I feel like that's a mistake by Siska, most definitely. I don't think he should have used the grab right there on top of Val, who had the Guiding Winds to be able to save him from that bot side. So mistakes were made, but it's still okay for the EXO. Rasi, you gotta be careful. Amal.
Predator Strike gonna be pulled forward with the Guiding Winds. That's another potential combo with the Matilda.
It's smart.
To give Homeboys more zone control.
Okay, sorry. Maybe I have not casted up so far. Hold on. Kimin. Okay. Maybe I have not casted enough games to notice that interaction, but that's a very cute, small interaction that could be a big difference maker. Because once you reposition the Predator, right, you have longer reach, you have longer range as well at the same time to be able to catch out whoever is left. On the top side right now, I think it's even Stevens between Malcuity and SkyZ. Both of them are just respecting the distance between one and another. But right now, Amal just gotta find some way to bump up. As of now, Kimin is 1 level ahead.
Yeah, although I did mention Homeboys have a position where they can be more of the early aggressors, they don't actually need to either. I think both teams have very good scaling compositions and solid late game carries that they can depend on. So even though these two teams are known for being a little more active, there is a possibility that they just play it a bit slower to go for those like 4th or 5th item power spikes.
And they know that, the side of Homeboys knows that they can't afford to go aggressive. And if it all fails, all the kills is gonna funnel to Kimin, who's gonna have a snowball of a time. So they do understand that challenge, they do understand that threat that the EXO has. Hence why they are playing it a bit more safe, they are playing it a bit more passively. Just farm up for Malcuity. Maybe, just maybe, once Malcuity has this Sky Piercer, they go a bit more aggressive. Try to get more kills, try to activate those Sky Piercer stacks on Malcuity.
Well, here's the next turtle up now. Amal gonna be the first one on it. DX Seoul definitely in a slightly better position to contest this time. Predator Strike gonna come out. The fist break. The circling eagle gets 2-man knockup. Kimin gonna be jumped on. Thunderclap misses. Fist crack connects with Rasi against the wall, but it's not quite enough. Still, going to be no deaths on the map for now.
I mean, with Ivan, with the Matilda, right, Homeboys can withstand longer in this team fight. The healing capability, the zoning capability at the same time. DxSoul, Siska is going to move forward.
Siska going for the stun up front. Vel going to be taking the back thunderclap on Keeman, forces him back to half HP. Izanami dealing with the glue on the grab. He will be able to walk away as Amal is taking a lot of abuse from Storm on this Kimmy. He's still alive for now thanks to the shielding coming out. Circling Eagle going to go for the knockup on Storm, but he actually misses it out. And Feathered Airstrike a little bit too far back to follow up on it. Keeman secures the turtle. Amal gets caught with the fist break. Pulled out with the guiding winds. Alive with literally no HP.
No HP, still alive, but lost the turtle fight. Rasi right now gonna go in, try to get a kill on Amal, but Amal reposition himself. Rasi with Kimin at the same time.
Looking for it. He will find it.
Oh.
The two-pronged attack. They weren't ready for the second one.
I think that they should be ready. They noticed Amal was there as well, but I'm not too sure why they noticed Kimin was there at the same time, so I'm not sure why Amal did not just cancel the recall. But then again, Rasi was on the back end, so either way, I think Amal was dead for sure. It's just a matter of those kills has been given to Kimin, and right now, he is on the right track to be able to snowball ahead. Although, that being said, you still have to take a look at Granger right now. Skypiercer has been picked up. DxSoul is on the lead, is with a good lead, 2.3k gold lead, 2 kills in hand, 6-minute mark. But it all depends on how they control MLQT later on.
And this is where we can continue to see a bit more development from DxSoul. How well can... Oh, the flicker! Fist crack! They found Izanami! Rasi! Eyeing the chance perfectly.
Eyeing the chance perfectly and perfectly executed as well. That flicker combo is not easy to use, especially up against Izanami, who has the weak by wins right now.
Ogi Shadow Kill not quite enough to finish off Mel thanks to the guiding winds, but Amal now the one in trouble. He's locked into the wall. DxSoul not gonna pursue.
This is very tough for Homeboys right now. They need to regather back their strength. They need to regather back their focus. And maybe just priority target anybody right now. SkyZ might be the focus, but I don't think it's easy enough for you to just hit and run, because look at the positioning of Siska, look at the positioning of Kimin. They are ready to counter-engage.
They're ready all the time here. I'm really liking the positioning from DxSoul. Feathered Airstrike comes out. SkyZ actually goes in with the Zaman Force. Rasi is here! He found MLQT. Flicker backwards, forced out of the Granger. DxSoul just always seems ready.
Definitely, most definitely, right? They understand that Homeboys right now are in deficit. To be fair, 2.7k deficit, which means a lot of the itemization has not been picked up by Homeboys, which also means that they don't have enough damage to be able to kill anybody off from the side of DxSoul. So hence why DxSoul are using this information.
Conceal comes out, Rasi goes in, catches Izanami, but Circling Eagle gonna pull Vel into the backline instead. Rasi gonna be the first one to fall. MLQT picks up the Skypiercer stack. Izanami gonna be traded. Storm chased down as well by the Masha in the backline. Keeman not able to find the angle in. MLQT still healthy. Now Siska trying to 1v3. SkyZ's here, pops a second Zaman Force, chases MLQT down. Siska melts down the Granger, and the fight is still ongoing because Keeman has been waiting the whole time. Gets the killing spree on top of Ivan. Thunderclap makes him retreat. Siska still alive, still healthy, still standing in front of SkyZ. The grab, trying to pull Vel forward, but he went too far, and Vel punishes him for it.
Went too far ahead to be able to zone Val out, but cost him his own life. DxSoul right now, he needs to be able to get some kind of victory right now. On the bot side, the turret has been taken away by the minions, but Homeboys so far are not able to find this angle that they always found in previous matches, where Izanami's Feather Airstrike is always going to get taken care of. Izanami is always going to get crowd control, is always going to get zoned out. Meanwhile, MLQT tries to find the Skypiercer stack, but unfortunately couldn't do it enough. So Homeboys need to regather, need to refocus back. Who are they going to prioritize target? And of course, the positioning. To be able to lock down that positioning for Izanami is very, very crucial.
Yeah, I think the DxSoul has been very precise so far. They know the targets they need to aim for. Traction Pulse forces a dash out of MLQT. Good reaction, making sure DxSoul cannot engage. Homeboys cannot afford to lose more ground.
Definitely cannot lose more grounds. And in terms of ground, it's not much for the side of Homeboys, right? They have to play it very passively. They have to play on their own side of the map as of now. Meanwhile, DxSoul can be more aggressive, more freely. Ivan gonna go on forward.
Yep, Circling Eagle gets a knockup, but Keeman just going to quad shadow away. So far, Homeboys have not been able to get a gank this entire time. Feather their strike. Izanami looking for Skyset. He flickers forward, throws for the Zaman Force, but the rest of Homeboys are here. And the Thunderclap locks in the killing spree.
Okay, unfortunate events right there. I'm not too sure the decision making. Flicking forward is not the right idea, but so far, Rasi.
Trying to buy some time. Stone pulling him backwards, but Circling Eagle used by Ivan gonna catch up with them. Stone doing some good poke. Bell looking for an entrance. But the poke actually a little bit too annoying from this Kimmy.
Yeah, I mean, Val, gotta be careful. We know that the Thunderclap can be very, very much annoying to be able to zone out enemies. Emal is gonna showcase himself right now because the Lord is pretty low in terms of health.
They're trying to engage on him. Feather Ezra comes out once again. Rasi gonna be stuck, forced to use the Fist Crack defensively, and he will lose his life. Keemin not able to find the angle. Ogi Shadow Kill, does he have it? He does not. He has to get away because this guy's buying time. He goes in, he catches Melkute. That's gonna be one kill. Amal falls as well. The Exo trade for 2.
How did that fight won for DXO? Siska is not gonna stop. It's gonna back off right now. Split Blade has been used, but DXO, how in the world did they manage to turn things around? Because Kimin was very much low on health. He had to back off. So that was like a 4 versus 5 kind of a situation where DXO won that fight. On top of that, a lot has been taken away by DXO. Props to Siska finding a kill against Malcuti just now.
This glue is actually a big problem for the Homeboys. They're really just not able to get him in time. Looks like Keeman wasn't actually able to steal the orange, but at least he made sure Amal wouldn't be the one getting it as well. So far, the EXO have been doing a great job of just scattering the team fights and not allowing Homeboys to play the more aggressive style they're used to.
I agree. I mean, if that case in that particular situation was a different scenario where Malcuti managed to get at least 1 kill, 2 kills to pump up back the Sky Piercer stack, it would have been very, very much different. But right now, Mel to death with the Sky Piercer is not going well. So yes, I talk about Granger being a good hero to play from behind, but you need to be able to get those Sky Piercer stacks. As of now, Homeboys are not able to do that. But that's right, as the beginning of the high grounds defense for the side of Homeboys.
It will be able to clear up the Lord in exchange for the Holy Defense down bottom. Actually a pretty good timing since it would expire naturally by itself pretty soon anyway. The EXO gonna change their target to the mid-tier 2. I think they should be able to get it. They've got really solid poke, and yup, the structure will go down.
Alright, 5k gold lead, roughly 6k gold lead for the side of the EXO with 12-minute mark in terms of game time. 8 kills in hand, and level 15 has been achieved by Kimin. Right now, it all depends on how DXO controls the lead. They need to be able to make good decision making between either pushing or trying to fight at the Lord pit later on. Meanwhile, Homeboys, what do they need to do? First of all, try to claw their way back in terms of the gold lead. Second of all, again and again, target prioritization, because I don't think like they can take a fight as a whole, but they need to take it single target. Maybe Siska, if let's say Siska is offside, too far in front, just jump on him, try to get a kill, at least pop the immortality. If you can't get Siska, it would be very, very difficult for Homeboys to go onto the back end to try catch Storm, who right now only registered 1 death so far.
The thing is, if you're trying to get Siska though, you need Amal to actually survive longer than the glue, and that's just not really happening. Homeboys have a very specific approach to the fight where Amal tanks the damage, Bell goes for the flank, and Ivan supports where necessary. But the EXO themselves are already threatening the backline a lot of the time, thanks to Rasi being freed up to just go for damage dealers by Siska. Which means that Homeboys are oftentimes having to play the defensive positioning.
I do agree, but as long as Siska is alive, again, Homeboys will find it very, very difficult for them to maneuver around, regardless of they want to play front to back or try to catch the backside of the side of the EXO. Even Val right now, yes, without any death, 3 kills, but it seems very, very hard for him to find these thunderclaps against Kimin. He did a phenomenal job, but he needs to do more. And how does he do that? Emal gotta provide those space. But then again, Emal, level 13 only, itemization is not filled up yet, so he's not that of a tanky of a hero. Maybe with the help of Ivan, maybe they can do something, but it really depends on how or what they do about it.
We can see the lack of catch on the Baxia is actually affecting Homeboy's ability to play around this tank jungler. Unlike the Fredrin, Amal doesn't really have a way of starting the fight on his own, and every time Homeboys tries to engage, the EXO just needs to slowly kite backwards. And that is making things a little difficult.
All right, the Lord has spawned on the top side. Minutes to go from the Lord dance between both of these teams. Winter Crown has been purchased by Malcutie to just be able to maneuver around, counter-engage or outplay certain situation. But in terms of outplay, we do have to take a look into Rasi right now. Fiskrai has been used by the Astra at the same time. Not too sure was that even necessary right now.
Here comes the flank. Came in with the Yogi Shadow Kill. Gonna be denied with the Winter Crown from Melcutie. He's gonna flicker away from Siska, but here comes SkyZ. He's aiming for the Granger. He gets pulled out with the Guiding Wind, but pulled back with the grab into the Mega Kill. And SkyZ is melting down Amal. The EXO have found two of the most important members of the Homeboys, one after the other. And let's get a shutdown on Bell just for good spirit.
I mean, not only two, but three members of Homeboys was taken care of by DXO, finding a way to go on the backside, especially to go on top of Amal just now, as well as Malcutie. Nothing that they can do about it. Okay, Shadow Kill.
I've actually ends up getting dragged back. That's a mistake. He goes down and they catch his Anami as well. The crystal is wide open. DXO are doing it. Unstoppable wipeout on the Homeboys. The MAL team have drawn first blood and take game number 1 versus the Homeboys.
A new face, a new legacy has begun for DXO. Taking game number 1, taking point number 1. When in fact, when we take a look at the draft, Homeboys had the first pick. DXO was just counter-engaged, was just reacting to whatever is going on in terms of the draft. But once the draft has been said and done, it's all about execution, baby. And boy, I tell you, the execution by DXO, especially Rasi, with that Badang, with that flicker combination as well, is superb.
We are getting surprised over and over again by this team. Where is the limit for DXO, their first season of MPL ever? And it was already impressive to make it this far, and now they have taken the first game off of one of the top contenders of the season, Nadine.
I am speechless, Rafa. I'm very much speechless because I wasn't here yesterday, but I did manage to get a glimpse of the gameplay of DXO, and I was in disbelief. I really can't tell you, like, I don't believe a team can improve that big from 1 week break. And so far, I've seen it with my eyes against Homeboys as well, with all due respect. I think one of the best teams in MPL as well, and DXO just shredded them apart.
It really feels like this team went through some kind of training arc in the background. It has not been that long. We didn't even have a break before the playoffs this time. And DXO looks so good. Keemin looks so good. If anyone has improved the most, it is this man right here. Once considered one of the weaker players of his squad, all of a sudden popping off. The playoff buff is real here. That Hayabusa found the angles, found the flanks every single time.
He took it very personally. He knows that maybe people are starting to talk about him, his hero pose. He could be the weakest link in the team as well. He took it personally, but in a good way, where he improved immensely. A good job to him, a good job to the coaching staff as well for finding the hyperbolic chamber. Putting everyone in the hyperbolic chamber. You guys train as much as you can, and this is the product from them. 5-0-4 in terms of KDA without any Sky Presser. You know, just full on damage. Blade of Despair, Hunter Strike, Endless Battle, War X as well. So far, what has been shown by DXO as a team in general was far much better than Homeboys in game number 1, and that is a very weird thing to say because Homeboys was known to be a very strong team composition gameplay, but right now DXO is looking like the better one.
It really does seem that way, and I think it really just comes down to adaptation. It comes down to flexibility in their thinking and their execution. Homeboys, this is a very common style for them. The artillery, tank jungle with damage EXP laner. And it is usually able to get them a pretty notable snowball towards the early and mid game, which they can use to end quite quickly. But the problem with a composition like this is that it will usually approach fights in a very distinct way, a very predictable way. And DXO are aware of that. They just avoid playing the way Homeboys wants them to. And all of a sudden, you realize Homeboys can't really do anything.
And take a look at the KDA of Izanami 0, 3, and 4. Take a look at the goal as well. Only 6,400 gold. Showcasing that, first, Izanami did not have a good time in terms of farming in the early stages, was caught off guard by the immense pressure from Kimi, from Glue, from Badang at the same time. Second of all, Feather Airstrike was not be able to open up by Izanami in a full length of time. Most likely it's going to get disturbed by, again, the Hayabusa, the Skyzet, the Harith when opening up the Zaman Force, and of course, Badang, Rasi trying to set up immensely or immediately once the Feather Airstrike has been opened. So Izanami did not had a good game, maybe not much of his fault, but it's just this current situation of it does not allow him to do so, except for that death he had on the mid side, on the mid lane, where Rasi flickered and caught him off guard.
Yeah, that was a really good call by Rasi, and just generally good calls from DXL throughout this game. I feel like they had been thinking ahead about how to play against this since before the game even started. Because, again, when you look at the draft from Homeboys, you have Matilda, Farsa, Baxia. This is a very powerful early mid trio that can rotate around the map and start building pressure. What do DXL do? They immediately lock down on mid lane priority. The moment Keemin hits level 4, they gank mid. They got lucky getting a kill on Amal. I don't think they were expecting to do that. The goal was just to pressure Izanami, but they got even more as a result of really smart gameplay.
Very unfortunate events for Amal with that death as well, because that death delayed that level 4 from the Baxia, and once it was delayed, and the kill was given to Keemin as well, so it's like a knife to the heart for the side of Homeboys. You lost the battle on the mid side, fine. Amal got killed, fine. Amal did not get level 4 at the same time. There is where you draw the line, and it feels like, okay, it's going to be a tough battle early on, because the DXL has such an amazing advantage early stages. Because with that advantage, it translates into the mid game. Look at the number of turtles, look at the number of lot, look at the number of turrets they managed to get. From that one particular victory, they managed to translate it even further. And to be fair, for the side of DXL, a lot of teams, once they had this amount of lead, it's easy for them to throw that lead away. But DXL kept it very, very close between one and another, hold it down, and managed to win the game.
They did. And I think they've consistently shown this for the playoffs that they are the team that actually does this best. I think even SRG OG will have moments where they'll overheat a little bit and throw bodies when they didn't need to, but DXL recognized that this was their biggest issue during the regular season. That's why they ended up always dropping game number 2, because they overheated. They got a bit too ahead of themselves. I don't know what training they did in this 1 week, but that discipline has spread across every single game they play. And now this team is actually really scary.
And so far, Sadafa, they have a 100% win rate coming into playoffs.
Yeah.
Cleans 3-0, and right now 4-0. It could be another clean sweep, but hey, maybe I'm talking too much, you know, ahead of time.
DX clean sweeps Homeboys? We don't just have a dark horse anymore. We have...
It's not even a horse anymore. It's not even a horse anymore. You can't consider it as a horse. This is a true contender for that upper bracket final spot. But again, as we take a deeper look at the game just now, how clean the gameplay was, right? And you did mention about how DXL managed to separate everything apart. They did not allow Homeboys to bundle up into one particular play, but they managed to spread things apart and hold it down back together with the Fist Crack, with the Fist Break combo, and Skyzet. He knows the timing to open up that Zaman Force. Okay, no more crowd control from the opponent. Nobody can catch me off right now. There's nobody gonna come from the back end. It's a free way for me to open up my Zaman Force and to just, you know, deal any kind of amount of damage to the opponents. This was a mistake by Ivan, I would say.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. But at this point, I don't really think there's anything Homeboys could have done anyway. DXL literally has everyone pushing into the base. So really well done by DX in game number 1. Homeboys needs to go back to the drawing board. They tried to play a comfort draft. Didn't quite work out. I think they need to respect DX's capability to adjust and respond appropriately.
Wouldn't that be scary though? You played a very comfortable draft and yet you still lost. Right.
Against a team I don't think you'd expect to lose to.
I agree, but what can you expect is the tickets as well for MSC 2025 playoffs. They are on sale now. Now! Okay, 31st July up until 2nd of August. in Riyadh, Saudi. Of course, you guys can go to the webook.com to be able to book your tickets right now, so you guys don't miss out the chance to watch we crown maybe a new champion or maybe the defending champion at the same time. Hey, who knows? Anything can happen in the world of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and anything can happen in MSC.
Yeah, MSC going to be really, really exciting, you know, whether or not we get to defend our title after SRG won last year. I feel like the competition's just gotten even more intense across the entire region. Every single MPL looks so much scarier now, so make sure you guys grab some tickets to go watch MSC. Because if you do, you also can get free entrance to MWI happening over there as well. You guys do not want to miss your chance to witness the pinnacle of women's esports live, because it is a celebration of skill, passion, and progress.
I mean, 15th of July up until 19th of July is the duration of MWI. So basically, what you're trying to say is you buy one, free one, technically.
Pretty much, yeah.
Right, you buy one ticket for the MSC, you get to watch MWI for free at the same time. But of course, you do have to extend your stay a little bit to be able to catch all of these games. But hey, once you're there,
you're
why
already
not?
there,
Why not just
right?
extend the stay, right? To just enjoy the fulfillment of MSC, of MWI 2025. Because 2024 was lit. 2025 is gonna be even more litter, I guess.
Yeah, I get the feeling it's...
I don't even know if it's a word, but I don't care.
A litter is usually what they ask you not to do.
Yeah, correct. But that's all the information that we have in terms of MSC. Let's go back into the game where right now, Homeboys, yes, I do agree, they need to go back to the drawing board. But honestly, what do they go back? Because that was Comfort Hero. You did talk about the Forza on Izanami, Masha being used by Val just now, Ivan with the Valora, Ivan with the Matilda. The Buxa is a very, very strong hero, but hey, things just doesn't work out, I guess.
Really, there's nothing wrong with the draft coming out of Homeboys, actually. It was not a draft issue. It really came down to DxSoul understanding what they needed to do and punishing the usual habits of Homeboys, right? Because Homeboys likes to play team fight pickoff style. They'll usually kind of split in half. They'll have like 3 members here, 2 members trying to flank, cause some chaos. And then DxSoul just decides, we're not gonna let you do that. We're gonna split you up on our terms. And that denied Homeboys from playing how they wanted to.
I do have to bring it back to Kimin, right? Because I'm not saying that I'm the biggest hypercritical about him, but so far in the regular season, we know that, okay, Hayabusa is like his go-to hero. And right now, it still is, nothing has changed, but he has improved immensely in terms of the decision-making, of course, the target prioritization as well, and just in general, a retribution battle at the same time. Not getting caught out, not getting killed, helps a lot of junglers out there to be able to farm out really, really fast, at the same time, provide a lot more towards the team. But before we take a deeper dive into the game, we have a quote from Jasper. I had experience coaching Rins and Idok back in MDL, and that season we became champions. Right now, I'm passing on what I've taught them to Izanami and Ivan. That's why you can see some of Rins' playstyle in Izanami, and Ivan has been picking up Idok's signature, Franco.
We have been seeing a surprising amount of Franco this season, actually. The hero has always been kind of hit or miss, but considering the amount of mobility you have on the map these days, having a press 1 button, lock them down for 3 seconds kind of skill is actually very, very valuable. And I definitely agree with Jeswin. I can see the playstyle coming in from Izanami and Ivan, and just generally how the Homeboys likes to approach the game.
If I'm not mistaken, Homeboys was the one who brought up those the cheese threat of Kimi Franco. You use
the traction pulse, we called
the
it.
Iron Hook, right? So that is very, very cool. But Coach Theo, we asked him, any message to your ex-players, Val and Ivan? I'm happy that all of us made it to the playoffs. Even though we didn't have a good start in MPL ID, at least now we're proving that we can perform in MPL MY. So good luck and give a good fight. That's a very good interaction, because Theo was with them back in MPL ID. But right now in MPL Malaysia, they are both our enemies, and both of them made it to the playoffs, but only one can make it to the upper bracket finals.
And perhaps Coach Theo has a little bit of information, right? A little more knowledge as a coach who has worked with the players on Homeboys before about their habits, right? About how they want to play the game, because I still don't know what happened to this team. What did Coach Theo do? What did Coach Backdoor do with DXS in this short week between the regular season and the playoffs to turn DxSoul into this.
Maybe it's just a mental thing because we know that, or they know that these boys can do it. These boys can do it, or else they wouldn't want to want a lot of regular season matches. So picks off a mantle, picks off a bit of the confidence level, and boom, you can see a very different gameplay from DxSoul as we take a deeper dive into the EXP lane side between Siska and Vel. In terms of heroes, there is a big difference where Vel has been used up those Edith and of course Masha. Meanwhile, Siska with the Hilda as well as the Glue, who just recently won him the game.
When we look at the stats here, a lot of it ends up being skewed towards Vel's side. He has the higher average KDA and a slightly higher kill participation, but Siska has a lot more average damage taken, and this attributes once again to the respective playstyles of these EXP laners. Vel likes to play more of a setter. He's usually the secondary catch hero behind Ivan for the homeboys, especially if Amal is playing an assassin, whereas Siska is almost always going to be that utility EXP lane. He stands in front and he does not die.
I definitely agree with you, Red Sadafa. But right now, I do have to take a little breather before we move on to game number 2, draft number 2. Because if, let's say, DxSoul win this game, man, oh man, that is going to send out a big statement to the rest of the MPL
It'd be a message.
who are in the playoffs, right? That would be definitely a message. A rookie team almost making up all the way up until the upper brackets finals. Right now, the bans, Fanny. Meanwhile, Louis is gonna get banned out as well. Homeboys, Joy, plus maybe a Baxia here. Maybe Kalia as well. We have not seen Kalia so far in these days.
Kalea is a hero that Homeboys likes to play quite a lot. It is one of Ivan's signatures, and in comparison, we haven't actually seen it being played quite as much by Rasi, but he is capable of executing on the hero, so it might be a risk to let that through, especially if Homeboys wants to remain themselves as the aggressors in the Land of Dawn. They do also ban out the Hayabusa, so some proper respect going to Kimin now.
Proper respect to Kimin, but so far he still has the Suyo to be played around with. You know, a lot of other assassin as well to be played around with, but we shall see what kind of assassin that is going to be given for Kimin later on. Take a look, Forvis gonna get banned out. One more ban. I feel like Baxia still should be banned out. Still a strong hero regardless of what happened in the first game, because a very momentum based hero. If not, like I said, the Kalia, I don't think Homeboys would want DxSoul to have the Kalia. So just force them to trade. Either you want the Kalia, or you want the Baxia, or you want the Kimi.
Yeah, I think those are the 3 heroes that would be contested. Chip, of course, makes sense as well, but it means that all 3 are going to be let through, and that's actually not too bad for the Homeboys. Since they are on the red side, they will get the chance to lock in 2 for themselves.
Yep.
It's just up to DxSoul about what they would prefer. One important thing to remember though, Fredrin let through the ban this time. That's a possible pickup for game 2.
Yeah, true. So a lot of good heroes can be picked up right now for both sides, but DxSoul is gonna opt for the Kalia. I like the pick. I definitely do. I think it's a very strong first pick. Basic combination can be done with the Tsunami Slam, so we shall see. Depends on what kind of partner you want to put up with the Kalia. Is it going to be the Farsa? Is it going to be a Beatrix? Because Beatrix, I feel like so easy combination that can be done by by SkyZ as well as by Rasi later on. Homeboys right now, Baxia Harith is there. If not, Baxia Granger is there.
I feel like there's a...
Catherine.
Because they left it open for a reason here, DxSoul. I feel like they want Homeboys to pick Fredrin in the first phase, because Homeboys has a tendency to want to lock in the jungle hero early if it is the Fredrin for Amal. Ah, okay, very smart. I was thinking about that actually. If Homeboys locked in the Fredrin, DxSoul could actually take the 1-1, but Homeboys steal it away in advance.
Oh, that is a very fast pickup because I was about to think a bit, but it's okay. Baxia and Kimi is going to be the focus for the side of DxSoul. I was thinking maybe not in the first phase, but Franco going to get picked up for Rasi. You know, you can immediately bloody hunt the 1-1. when she comes down from the crossbow of tank, or of course just flicker forward and bloody hunt immediately. You have a Kalia also at the same time, but then again, yeah, okay, you have a Kalia, so maybe not the Franco, but that can still be an idea because that was done by Arrow Spot up against SRG in game number 1 just now. So we shall see. Homeboys, last pick before we ban out one more hero. Jungle Flex.
They want to pick. I don't think you pick your jungler here. Yeah, you go for mid lane, so the Zuisin gets locked in. This will actually offer MelQT on this 1-1 a lot of opportunities to maybe set up the crossbow, since if you get picked up by the Lantern or you're locked in by Batang, then it's basically free stacks for the 1-1. The EXO picking up Baxia after the Kalea is interesting because it means that you take away one of Baxia's potential flex lanes and he is guaranteed to be in the jungle or the EXP lane.
Yep, definitely we agree with you right there. But having the Baxia as well as the Kalia, right, and taking a look at Homeboy's side as of now, I feel like the Kimi is in a very safe spot. Not many heroes can go into the backline and disturb this Kimi. And once that happen, we all know what's gonna, you know, be the result where Kimi is not gonna get focused. Kimi can just gun everybody down. SRG game just now just proves that Kimi's damage is very much ridiculous. Even if you're under your fountain, you cannot up-heal the damage from Kimi.
Yep, Kimi is just so annoying. Now the Franco does get banned out by DX Soul, so they want to be the ones that are in the more initiative position. They don't want to be counter-engaged on when Rasi goes in on this Kalea. Homeboys banning out the Faramis instantly tells you that they want the glue in the second phase. So it's up to DX Soul if they decide they want to ban it.
It could be just a beat ban, you know. They might not want to use the glue, but it's because of the Faramis you would like to force the ban out so that the Exol waste another ban. Because we do have to note that Val, a lot more EXP lane that can be used as of now. Gatot is still there, Fedrin is still there, Marsha is still there to be used by Val. It really depends on what they want to do. So we shall see what will be the main idea as of now. Is that an Xborg? Oh yeah, it's an Xborg.
It is an Xborg. Okay, I mean Xborg is a good counter to Baxia, whether in the jungle or the EXP. But the Angela ban is really interesting from the Homeboys here.
Even with the Kalia has been open, right?
Yeah, Kalea's already there. Angela doesn't have a lot of space to slot in on this draft. And I know that Angela Baxia is really annoying in pub games, but it's not something we've ever seen in rank, so I'm not too sure why that would be something you'd want to remove, especially since Matilda is still on the table if you're particularly worried about healing supports.
Yeah, I mean, one question or one answer that can give upon the Angela, you can still flex the Kalia on the EXP lane and you can still fit the Angela in towards the draft. But as you mentioned, I mean, in general here in MPL MY, we don't see often enough this Angela getting picked up. Glue is gonna get picked upon. Sadafa did mention about the whole Faramis interaction, hence why they ban it out and hence why they pick it up in the 4th pick. The Exol right now to wrap things up and to answer the question of where does this Baxia is gonna go. So far, I do feel like you still need to give an assassin hero to its Kimin. So Baxia should be in the EXP side. But question is, what kind of assassin do you want? That would answer my question, Ling.
All right.
While the gold lane is gonna be Granger.
Granger's alright, yeah. Granger's the safest up against the 1-1. Alright. DX Soul can be playing a slightly more late game oriented comp here with double marksman assassin jungle. That puts a lot of pressure, especially on Siska here, to actually create prio in his lane. Baxia's okay against Glue, but it's not a obvious winning matchup.
I think you fight another assassin here. Hanzo is still there. Nolan is still there, although we don't see enough of Nolan. If not any kind of tank jungle, fighter jungle, Fedrin is still there, but you do lose a lot in terms of farming.
Benedetta jungle?
Bennett jungle?
Whoa!
Okay,
now that's different. Have we ever seen Amal Benedetta?
In this current MPL? No. But throughout, yes, of course.
I actually can't remember if we've seen it in history.
In history, yes. And it's funny enough, it was back in the MWI. I do remember one female player used the Benedetta jungle really well.
I mean, like, it did Amal play it.
Yowe was her name, but yeah. pretty girl, by the way. Anyways, what was the game?
That's entirely
My bad. My mind was caught up with QA, man. If you know, you know. Very talented player, Benedetta player. But right now, we're gonna take a look at how Emma.
Yep, this is gonna be an interesting one. We got a duel in the land of Dawn once again. DX Soul have surpassed expectations by stealing game one away, and Homeboys are not about to take that sitting down. Let's find out who shall come out on top as we once again draw the curtain upon the land of Dawn.
Sadafa, I do have to tell you, this is a high risk, high reward kind of draft from Erpang and Jasmine. I don't know if it will count or not, but hey, there's a reason why I'm a caster and not a coaching staff. They know better than me, so we shall see if it pays off. Against a lineup of frontline Siska with the Baxia, against the backline of Storm with the Kimi as well, so really...
Speaking of Storm?
What?
What? Man is way too aggro there. Stayed for way too long. Even Rasi forced the flicker out. I feel like Storm could have left at any point.
He used the flicker, but I'm not sure at one instance he used the flicker right there.
He just had to walk backwards.
Oh my god.
He didn't need the flicker. He just needed to walk backwards. He was too greedy to try and finish off the wave.
Yeah, I agree. Paid the price right there. Definitely paid a bigger price right there because those kills or that kills was given to Ivan. I think still okay. Maybe if those kills was given to Izanami, it would be much more hurtful. But right now, Rusty is gonna be more aggressive up against Izanami as well. Kimi, level 4 ready.
Looks like DxO likes playing the level 4 timing mid gank. This time Izanami is a little bit more prepared though. Is able to walk back, and as Lafell has put it, Zeusin is a surprisingly tanky mage.
I mean, with the Brave Smite at the same time and focusing on movement speed, a lot of movement speed coming in from the side of Homeboys, right? The Badang, the Glue at the same time with the Tenacity. Thrill has been picked up from 1-1 to provide more damage. Meanwhile, of course, Festival of Blood for Granger. So Skyzak should be able to survive once he get a good number of kills in his own name. Right now, the turtle is going to get taken away by Amal, but take a look, who's on the backside.
Final blow comes out, so this guy's inside the pit. Amal secures the turtle. Kimin a little bit too late, has to use Tempest of Blades, and now the Baxia is stuck. He gets Lantern pulled to the other side of the turtle pit. Vel dropping low, though he has to flicker away. Kimin jumps on top of him, but he doesn't have enough energy! Vel will survive, and Kimin will fall, and now the grab is on top of Ratsi. He gets pulled back into the rest of the Homeboys. This guy's here, but what can you really do, sir? That's a double kill for Amal, and Ivan even finds Storm in the 1v1.
This is mistakes were made by DxO. Not only that, Vel almost getting killed against his car right there. Mistakes were made. Mistakes was definitely made right there. Not only once, but from the get-go, right? We've seen mistake from Storm, you know, getting a kill. We've seen mistakes as well from Kimin, not having enough energy to move even forward. But right now, Amal stealing away that buff immediately.
Traction pulse cancelled with the eye for an eye. Kimin gonna get pushed backwards by Ivan, but Amal will still fall to Storm. And now the Tempest Blaze knocks up Ivan. Can he be taken down? No, they actually aren't able to follow up, and the Purify comes out from Izanami, so the Tsunami Slam does not connect. And now Kimin is stuck again! Punched into a wall and taken out.
A lot of movements based on the greediness of their own players right now. Kimin twice, not only once, but twice got paid for from his own greed right there. He's just walked away knowing that those kills could not be gotten by himself. Not having enough itemization, not having any kills in the hand at the same time. Yes, I do understand you want to try to snowball, get one kill, but hey, kill you did not get, but you got killed at the same time. So again, Kimin, be more patient. Get your first item first, and then you try to start find some kills. You have a lot of room to work with. You have Rasi using the Kalia. You have Storm who has good amount of controls. You just need to follow up. But right now, Homeboys are reaping the benefits from the mistakes of DxO.
I feel like we have too many junglers on Ling who just feel like they can start getting kills early to get the snowball going. But you have to know that if it doesn't work out, it is a very high risk, high reward situation. The DxO, again, are playing the more late-game lineup. They just needed to wait and play it safe. And now Homeboys have picked up another turtle. And they are really making their presence known. They're now really just contesting buffs in the jungle too.
I mean, 2.2k goal lead in the 4th minute mark. As we take a look at the levels, I mean, it's not much of a difference. Emma level 8, meanwhile Kimi level 6. Okay,
Guys, ooh, nice flicker.
Kalia
Rasi comes in, fist crack used by Ivan to make sure he's not grabbed with the Tsunami Slam. Lantern Flare picks up Siska. Kimin comes in, he's not able to secure his purple buff, and Amal just dashes away. Kimin this time gonna make sure not to throw away his life, but the damage really starting to add up.
I mean, Kimin right now is in a world of trouble, I feel like, because the damage is not there as of yet for Kimin. At the same time, he is not that tanky enough. He's very, very much squishy. Even with Val alone can zone him out immediately. So they also do have to play for time a bit, at least get some form of item for Kimin and also SkyZ. Homeboys right now, like I said, like I mentioned, they are reaping off the benefits of the mistakes from DxSoul. So what they need to do now is just hold on to their lead, extend it even further, maybe try to get one objective.
Well, that's exactly what they're doing because they've jumped on 2 members. Storm gonna be picked up and gone straight away by a 4-man gank in the mid lane. The mid tier 1 will fall, and Siska realizing I really should not be here right now. Gonna get grab, pulled back into crossbow of Tang. That should be a free kill for the Homeboys.
Another free kill for Homeboys and another extension of gold lead right now. 3.3k gold lead. Kimin is trying his level best to split push on this bot side, but you know, every little effort counts, I suppose. DxSoul, SkyZ just now managed to take away the top turret while the mid turret of DxSoul was taken care of. DxSoul right now, less mistakes. It's just so unfortunate that a lot of mistakes that was happening in the early stages causes them to somehow not controlling the game early on. But to be fair, Homeboys capitalized those mistakes perfectly. They got a kill, they extend their lead, and right now, I would like to say it's Homeboys game to lose.
I do think so as well. Siska comes in. Ivan misses the fist break, but will still be able to push Stone back. That's a killing spree on top of the Kimmy. Siska gonna get pulled back once again. He is pretty tanky. Electro Final Blow comes out with the right with Tsunami Slam, pulls Amal into the tower. Eye for an eye. Amal tries to escape, but Kimin finally finishes him off. Ivan picks up the mega kill. Rasi gonna go down. 3 members of DxSoul gonna be sacrificed, but the 2 main cores still live.
It's super, super hard right now for the side of DxSoul. Look at that skirmish just now. A lot of things that happened, but Homeboy still stood strong, still standing strong, alive with a couple of members on their own side. The only man who went down was Amal, who we all know lack mobility. Once he gets caught out, it's very, very difficult for him to be able to walk back safely. At the same time, DxSoul, as we take a look at their itemization, Skypiercer and also Hunter Strike for Granger should be able to farm up well right now in terms of kill. Gotta activate that Skypiercer stack. Meanwhile, in the side of Kimin, still, I would say, a long, long way to go.
Yeah, DxSoul are notably behind in items and in levels as well. Amal, 2 full levels up on Kimin. This Benedetta jungle was definitely something that DxSoul were not prepared for. This is one of those secret strategies that the Homeboys have been holding on to, and we considered might be a possibility, and it is certainly working out right now. Even Ivan on the Rombadang is 4-0-6. He has been setting up really well against DX.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of this lead that was thrown by... Oh, hold on, Homeboys.
Now let me slam. Forces the Purify from LQT, and he's just gonna run forward. Picks up the crossbow tank stacks, forces the flicker on Stone. Siska still in the backline. Kimin joining the fight a bit late. The fist break comes out, forcing out the Tempest Blaze as well. DxSoul not able to find anything, and Homeboys coming out on top.
Homeboys coming out on top. Well executed game plan right there. Not losing out, especially the life of their team members, and immediately on the 8-minute mark, knowing that it's gonna take some kind of quite some time for DxSoul to be able to catch this Lord. So they managed to do it immediately and very, very quickly. Right now, Homeboys are gonna do what they do best. Just slow push, allow the Lord to spawn, and then they try to get all of the outer turrets first, and then maybe they focus on the inhibs.
This is a very comfortable position for the Homeboys right here, and exactly the kind of space they were trying to create. Kimin in some trouble. Amal chasing him down. He runs into MelQT. Tempest Blaze comes out. I'm not sure if he can escape MelQT. Punishes Kimin.
We have a game 3 in hand, Sudafa. I feel like this is set in stone already. Game set match for the side of Homeboys. Nothing much DxSoul can do. I mean, even SkyZ have not gotten any Skypiercer stacks. In terms of high ground defense, the fact that Kimin went down, they do have to rely on SkyZ as of now. And I feel like with just the Death Sonata shot, they managed to do that. They managed to protect the inhibitor turret for the first wave. The second wave is gonna come immediately.
The early game decisions from DX Seoul really hitting hard now. Homeboys is not a team you can allow to get a lead, and now that they've managed to find that, this is just back to their regular season shenanigans all over again. DX trying to preserve their holy defenses. Bell flickers in, maybe a bit too deep, but forces the dash backwards by SkyZ. Homeboy is just going to commit resources to make sure they get that mid inhibitor. And with another wave pushing down bottom, they're looking for another tower as well. Ivan walking in front. Tsunami Slam pulls one back. Bell going to be melted away, but the electrifying blow cuts off the rest of the DXO. Rossi will fall. Crossroad tank comes out. As Mel QT takes over the skies. There's going to be a Tempest Blades comes out. Kimin still alive. But DXO no longer have their frontliners.
Yeah, no longer have their frontliners. Meanwhile, Homeboy still have another set of minion wave. They're gonna focus on the bot inhibitor turret with Ivan, with Izarami at the same time. But now QT is lacking a bit of damage, but still managed to get that turret away under a safe control. 8 for 9k gold lead for the side of Homeboys. 13 kill up against 3 right now. This is a beating by Homeboys.
It's a very one-sided massacre right now, and we can see that they're itemizing well too. Amal actually going for more of a semi-tank build with the Thunderbelt and then the Blade Armor, even going Dreadnought, War Axe, literally the only damage item that he has. So he is still playing a little bit more of a utility role, just being able to match up in macro against Kimin as well. While Homeboys are heavily in the lead, this is now a very crucial timing. They gotta make sure to keep their composure about them, because DX Seoul have been able to come back from situations like this before.
I do agree with you right there, because once coming into the mid stage, there are a few slots left for both of these players of their own teams respectively to be able to finish up all a full set of items. Meanwhile, the closest one I feel like is Granger right now. 4 items being picked up already. There is Hunter Strike, Skybracer, Malefic Roar, and of course Sea Halberd. One more item to complete the set of item. Maybe a Winter Crown, maybe a Wind of Nature. It really depends on what he wants. If there's full on damage, go for damage. If he wants for utility, he can do that as well.
Uh-oh, they found SkyZ. He wasn't able to recall in time. This is now a really bad position for DX Seoul. They're coming to try and save him, but they cannot. Unstoppable streak for Mel QT. Homeboys have found the prime target.
I think they could have waited that a little bit, I feel like, before the lot just comes in on the mid side, just so that SkyZ won't have enough time to respond to be able to protect the crystals right now. So, Homeboys have a 19-second time window.
5v4 defense. Tsunami Slam gonna pull Ivan backwards. Rasi very low on HP. Kimin and Siska trying to hold the front with Tempest Blaze coming out, but the monster kill goes over to Mel QT and the double kill. As the crossbow of Tank fires down DX Seoul. The Lord collects with the crystal, and Homeboys have taken it. It is now 1-1. The Homeboys are not ready to let this go without a fight.
Game, set, and match. 1-1 right now. Homeboys managed to tie the game efficiently with a good draft. I can't lie, but even better gameplay. And although those early stages was, increased or was found by Homeboys, but I feel like it was DXO who gave them that lead. All of the mistakes that was happening, all of those mispositioning as well. So, Homeboys, gotta count your blessings, man.
They definitely made mistakes with the way they approached the game there. Again, when we looked at the draft, this is very clearly meant to be a late game composition coming in from DX. Double Marksman Ling, you don't really need to fight early, but they decided to do so.
Yeah.
And they ended up losing too many resources as a result.
If, let's say, those mistakes did not happen early stages for the side of Kimin, for the side of Storm at the same time, I feel like it could have been, of course, different. But if they had that early lead stage, it can be a similar gameplay #1 between both of these teams. But with those mistakes happen, and Homeboys, again, just capitalize on those mistakes where, okay, fine, Storm doesn't want to flicker early on or just walks away from my Lantern Flare, we're gonna punish him. Kimin, very, very greedy in trying to get a certain kills, but he did not manage to get it. How the opponents managed to outmaneuver him. So these are the things that the Axel have to be a bit more careful coming into game #3. But before that, we do have to announce our MVP for the game, because for the side of Homeboys, a lot of players deserve that MVP, but we do have to select one player, and that player is gonna be Ivan, the roamer of Homeboys.
I'm pretty sure he did a game, and the Badang had a pretty ridiculous score line overall. Let's look at it again. Yep, 4-0 and 9 on the roamer. By the way, Ivan was really doing a great job of punishing DXOL for overextending themselves, and a lot of times these situations were just basically fed to him. I imagine Ivan himself is a little bit confused, like, oh, you're approaching me.
Where most of the times I will need to be able to approach you. Hence why the flicker is one of the spells that is being used to be able to catch the opponent off guard. But when you see how DXO played, you know, they themselves when trying to catch Ivan had much more easier job to set up those team fights with the fist break, fist crack combination. So yes, what Homeboys did was very, very good in terms of the decision making, in terms of how they went on the team fight, but this game was just the battle of mistakes of DXOL, and they were punished for it.
And we had literally been praising DXOL so much throughout the playoffs here and after game number 1, and I feel like we saw some of the overheating issues that caused them to go 2-1 the entire season here. Really, again, there is no need to force early fights. There is no need to put yourself in such risky positions when you should know that you don't have enough damage to deal with Homeboys in the first place. And I do think this Benedetta pick was very, very smart. A big surprise that no one could have seen coming. It matches in damage, it matches in macro with the Ling, and just generally has a bit more presence on the map early.
Yeah, I mean, 16 kills in the favors of Homeboys. 12th minute is the age of the game. A lot of neutral objective was won by Homeboys. It was a landslide victory for Homeboys right there, and it does remind us back once again, hey, there's a reason why they are the number 2 seed team in the regular season for MPL MY season 15. Phenomenal gameplay, good draft as well from Coach Jasmine as well as Coach Erpang, and executed perfectly by the players of Homeboys. Question is right now for game number 3, because we saw how DXOL managing to get a similar game like this in game number 1, and right now it's Homeboys' turn to get it. So in game number 3, who will get it? Who will be more disciplined? Who will make less mistakes? But at the same time, who will willing to do more to be able to get that win?
Well, it's basically back to 0, right? Both teams now have to refocus. We are basically down to a best of 3 once again, and it's time to reset. It's time to think about what happened wrong for DXOL. It's time to think about how Homeboys are able to solidify their victories a bit more cleanly, and we will go from there. Regardless, this game was not what I was hoping to see, right? Like, it was not executed correctly from DXOL, and Homeboys definitely played well, but I don't think they got the chance to really show off their full power because DXOL made so many mistakes in the initial stages that the snowball allowed them to basically do whatever they wanted.
Yeah, and the side of DXOL, they could not catch a break. They kind of failed to understand that, hey, we are giving a lot of lead towards Homeboys. They are starting to build a big snowball, and DXOL did not hit that handbrake enough to be able to stop them from making silly decision making. And once those silly decision making was made by DXOL, it was easier for the side of Homeboys to go on even further. Rich Guy is gonna give it to Malcuti. That is a good amount of GPM, 928. The carry is gonna be him as well with 54,000. The best wingman is gonna be given to Izanami with 12 assists. Meanwhile, the sunback of the game is gonna be Siska on the EXP side of DXOL.
I feel like putting Siska on the Baxia is limiting his capabilities a little bit.
Agreed.
Because a lot of the time you saw him just standing in the middle of the Homeboys trying to eat damage, but no real way of forcing them to actually focus on him, so he felt like a fish out of water a lot of the time. MelQT definitely deserves a lot of praise. He was able to win out his goal lane. He was able to start extending that lead across the rest of the map as well, and eventually becoming a huge threat that DXOL could not remove on the board either. Izanami also had a really great start because that initial kill onto Stone and then being able to consistently control the fights with that lantern really changed things up.
Yeah, I mean, not only there, when I take a look at the draft of Homeboys, I still can't accept the fact that they went for a Benedetta jungle and it worked. It worked to perfection with the eye for an eye, managing to catch people off guard. At the same time, it's just a good snowballing hero, provides a good amount of damage at the same time. But I think this is what Coach Erpang and Jasmine have something up their sleeves. You know, a Bennett jungle is one thing that they can play around with.
It's a big surprise. It's something that all the other teams watching now are going to need to be prepared for when they do play against the homeboys, and I'm really happy to see it. I was wondering if Amal had even more heroes stored in the back. Turns out he does. So that is very, very good for a player who has been having a lot of trouble across the more recent seasons of MPL MY. I think we've said it many times before, but just to really lock it in, this game was a result of mistakes from DX Seoul. Mistakes that should not have happened. Mistakes that, if they did not exist, would have resulted in a closer game. And now going into game 3, that is something to keep in mind.
I agree. No more mistakes, please. From both sides. I just want to see clean gameplay. I just want to see teams outplay between one and another, and not a team won the game by mistakes being made by one of these teams, especially silly mistakes, because we do have to hold these players on a certain degree, right? That's the reason why they are called professional players. That's the reason also why they're called the professional coaches as well. So we would expect more from them to be able to, if there, let's say there's a Selena, if let's say there's a Franco, you need to be able to dodge all of these hooks, all of these arrows to be able to provide a winning chance for your own team.
Man, our teams are just not consistent at the end. I feel like this has been a problem for a very long time here in MPL Malaysia, where our teams just don't always perform at full potential. Even the
I don't
strong
understand
teams.
why.
Right, it's so weird. I feel okay, we can give DX Seoul a bit of a pass because again, it's their first season. They have made it so much further than anyone could have expected. But after what we saw from them yesterday, I thought that they had grown.
Well, we can be hopeful, of course.
We can be hopeful.
Whether it will happen or not too sure about it. It could go back to homeboys making a mistake and the EXO capitalizing on it.
Please no.
It really depends.
Please.
It really depends. Because
No more.
No more mistakes, okay? No more silly mistakes. That is what we are advocating for. With less than 2 minutes in the timer before we move on to game number 3. But I would like to know, in your own perspective right now, Sidafa, who would you like to see moving forward and going up against SRG between both of these teams?
Who would I want?
Yeah. Who would you think can provide you a great matchup for SRG later on?
I actually think DX might be more interesting.
Okay.
Unless Homeboy shows some growth in this series, I feel like DX might be more interesting against SRG.
I do feel I somewhat agree with you right there. But if let's say Homeboys does make it through, I would like to see more of this Bennett picks up.
Yes.
Just different kind of style, right? I just would like to see more of those kind of style and maybe forces SRG to be very iffy in the early stages. But hey, let's not talk about the future too much because we're unsure who's going to make it to the upper bracket spot, because we do have roughly still potentially, you know, full game extent. But if let's say Homeboys wins game number 2 and wins game number 3, that will be it. Homeboys is going to be the one facing off SRG OG later on.
It does mean that whoever wins this next game is going to be the one dictating the pace of the series, because then they would be at match point and they are one step closer to claiming a slot to the NSC. And both these teams are going to be very eager for that. Talking from a more technical standpoint, based on the drafts that we have seen these 2 games, I think both these teams actually will operate the best in this particular matchup if they are able to draft lineups that are a bit more independent. It doesn't depend too heavily on like the team being together to make things happen.
I agree. I definitely agree with you right there. That could be one of the ideas done by the teams, but we shall see later on. On the side of Homeboys right now, I think similar, just a bit similar with their opponent, is to be consistent. Don't try to go overextending. Play a bit safer. Play for objectives. You know, less mistakes equals to more wins. So hopefully, that they can do it later on.
Hopefully. I always hate it when we have to say hopefully.
Why? Because we're unsure.
Because we're unsure.
Yeah.
Like, why can we not be sure? Why is it every single time? There's just something about our team that just remains inconsistent. These are things that I really hope to see improve. These are things that I do not want to happen going forward, because I have so much respect for both of the teams on that stage right there. And I do not want them losing games because they messed up.
But sometimes things happen, Sadafa. You do understand that, right? Sometimes things happen, sometimes things just doesn't go your way, you know. You try to walk left, the iron hook comes left. You try to walk right, the abyssal comes right as well.
At that point, you just report the Munta.
You try not to do anything where you stand still, you still get hit by arrow. So I don't know. Maybe it's just you, maybe it's game issue, maybe it's pilot issue.
It's definitely a game issue.
It's
you know?
definitely-
it's never a me issue, it's never a you issue, it's a game issue.
Just put the blame on the game.
Yeah, blame the game.
Blame the game. Alright, right now we can't blame the game because game number 3 has started with the draft. As we take a look, a different kind of draft right now. Hayabusa, Joy, as well as Kalia. Meanwhile, Badang has been banned out by DXL with Chip and Fanny. So this opens up heroes like, once again, Baxia is still there. Harith is still there.
So far, both of these teams have been able to find success on the red side of the draft. Both of the wins so far have been second pick. So now that Homeboys is back on first pick side, we'll see if they're able to adjust the way that they draft. With the Baxia first pick, they'll actually leave the Phoveus open for the side of DXS. This is a hero that has been banned out in the first phase in both games so far and has had a very high consistent win rate across the regular season of MPL MY.
Phoveus. This is the first Phoveus of the day. That is very surprising because throughout the games previously, and of course coming into this game, Phoveus was banned out. So being given towards the hands of the Exol, I would like to see can they capitalize on this very, very strong hero with the help of SkyZ using that Harith later on.
Phoveus, very safe red side opening, and a very powerful one as well, because both these teams, both these heroes will usually be able to earn lane priority, and Harith just scales to become a ridiculous DPS source towards the later stages. Homeboys now gonna need to think about how they want to approach this. The Kimi is open and they can pair it up with the Baxia, but I'm not sure if it's enough control to deal with the heroes that have been locked in.
Yeah, good question. Very, very good question right there. And I don't think the Homeboys want to pick up a Farsa because I think that is a very easy target for the Harith to just open up the Zaman Force and eliminate the Farsa immediately. Hence why they opt to go for the Masha and also the Kimi. So with Kimi in hand, are they going to go a Franco-Kimi combination because they can flux the Vuxia to the jungle right now?
Franco, oh, the X-Borg! Locked in early by DXS. I think that is a very, very smart decision. There's already a Masha and a Baxia to deal with. This already does very good for you. Not to mention, revealing the Masha this early is not something you usually see the Homeboys do. I get the feeling they're trying to use this to divert. There's a chance that they're still trying to set up for a Fredrin jungle Baxia roam situation instead. And if that is the case, this X-Borg already will naturally answer it.
Yeah. Definitely. Definitely will answer those kind of questions in mind. But right now, the side of the Exol should ban out one hero right now. Are they going to ban the Marksman? Oh, they ban out the Louis even when there is the Kimi already. So maybe afraid of the Kimi flexing onwards to the gold lane. And of course, the prowess of Louis, diversion from any kind of angles, providing damaging, very, very consistent. And of course, a little bit of crowd control as well.
Homeboys has won games by diversioning the Masha into the backline. So I think that's what DXL is afraid of in particular. They do not want a Thunderclap being sent to the Harith, because that is actually a really good solution for dealing with SkyZ on this hero. The XS definitely have done their research. They definitely thought about things properly. The possibility of the Fredrin coming in for the Homeboys does still exist, but DX might be willing to let it through because they already have the export.
Yeah, the Jawheads gets banned out as well. Another pick of potential that can provide the Exol, can provide the Exol some sort of engagement as well with the Harith. So not wanting to see the picked up ban out immediately right now. They're not focusing too much on the gold lane, right? They are, banning out utilities. Gold lane heroes is still viable. I mean, it makes sense for the Exo, maybe not to ban. No, maybe Homeboys doesn't need to ban it out because they already seen the Harith. So maybe the Exo can somehow ban out one gold lane Ezreal, or are they gonna ban out a Zushin here?
I don't think you need to ban out Zusin. Okay, so they are particularly worried about the Angela-Baxia combination, which I guess is understandable. DxO also respects the fact that Homeboys is a snowball team. If they're able to get an early lead, which Baxia Angela almost will get anytime, then it makes the game very difficult. But I'm not too sure if it's really something that Homeboys would be considering a lot of the time. So let's see.
It's very, very troublesome for me to think about. It's like so many ways to go about it, right? If they want to ban out another kind of utility hero, a Chow maybe. If they really, really want to ban out another set of crowd control or Tigral or Gatot.
Sand rises when I give the
Oh,
word.
makes sense. Make perfect sense because Rasi used that yesterday and won them the game.
Okay, this is interesting. If Homeboys was playing Baxia in the jungle, they wouldn't actually need to ban Khalid. I already had a feeling that this was probably not Baxia jungle, even though they revealed the Masha, but I still thought it was going to be a tank jungle, which can handle Khalid pretty okay. If they're getting rid of this hero, it makes me think that Homeboys might actually want to play Assassin jungle with Masha side lane, which is not something they've tried before.
Yeah, definitely true. The Baxia as a roam, Marsha as the XP lane, and they bring up something like a Ling that is still viable to be played, a Suyo or Joy is banned out. So yeah, Assassin is still up for grabs for Imal, but Matilda gets picked up by the Exo. You add on another layer of protection for the Harith, for the Xbox at the same time. So right now, Homeboys, what do they respond? Or question is, how do they respond right now? They need their jungler, most likely. They need maybe also their own gold lane. Granger is still there once again to be picked up. So we shall see what will be the idea from Homeboy.
Do they want to Benedetta again, I wonder? They go for the Valentina. So this... Oh! Well, now that's been a while there. The Nolan getting locked in. Amal trying to increase his personal unique hero pool count today. This means Kimmy is gold.
Kimmy go with the Velen and also Baxia as the mid duo, and you have Masha on the side lane. That is overall a very, very good draft. Covers a lot of major stuff: magic, physical attack, utility at the same time, and front line. Meanwhile, the Exo last pick, they need to pick up their own gold, sorry, not gold lane. They are probably not too sure Roamer jungle right now.
They're mid.
Oh yeah, they're mid, correct. And that will be the Jushin. Jushin Matilda Xbox Hari.
It's alright. I think the Exo's comp is okay, but the damage is a little bit on the slower side and really depends on Xborg melting down the Homeboys. So for the Homeboys, their gameplay this game is going to be hit hard, hit fast, and then leave. It is very much an in and out tactic composition. If they're able to flank the backline, pick them off before all the DPS overtime from the Xborg and Zusin kicks in, they have a really good lead.
Yeah, I do agree with you right there, but I am afraid of that damaging from the side of the Exo. You did mention about it's quite slow. That is what I'm worried about, because Homeboys, it's fast. You have the Thunderclap, you have the Fractured as well, that can immediately dish out the damage from the side of Homeboys.
All right, let's get things going. It's game number 3 in our upper bracket semi-finals between DxSoul and Homeboys. Ladies and gentlemen, the score is currently 1-1. Let's see who will eke out the momentum and get things started with a lead in this game.
This could be the difference maker, Dafa. Whoever wins this game have a big, big potential, a big, big momentum booster coming into game number 4 later on. So we shall see who will definitely reap the benefits as we take a look on Rasi right now. Just accompanying Amal, forcing out the retribution, and already did. So maybe he can look into the Little Wanderer to try to win that for the Xbox.
Thing is, even though Amal got slowed down quite a bit by Rasi, Ivan was helping leash the second buff. So he actually ends up hitting level 3 before Keemin. That's a very important thing, because the EXO has revealed a like going for the level 4 mid lane gank. This means Amal outpaces him.
Yeah, with the Nathan as well. With the Nolan as well, definitely it's gonna out-level, gonna farm up really fast. But we take a look at the emblem. Is there any engagement? Okay, nope. In terms of emblem, full on tankiness for Ivan to withstand a good amount of damage with the Revitalize at the same time. Other than that, Kimi with the Thrill, Harith with the Mystery Shop. Just wants to farm up fast, Matilda with the Tenacity, so a good amount of defensive capability as well, with the Matilda and the Phobias having both Tenacity.
Yeah, nothing too unusual in terms of the emblem choices. I do wonder about this Valentina pickup though. Not too sure which ultimate Izanami is going to be working with a lot of time. Probably Last Insanity, but I'm not actually that sure. This is not a game you'd usually see Valentina picked into.
I think you can still steal the Crimson Beacon, I suppose, be able to reposition yourself in the team fight. But then again, you're a Valentina. You don't want to stay too long in terms of in the team fights. You want to dash in, Shadow Strike, and go back out to just poke the enemy. So good question. Not too sure what ultimate is the Valentina is gonna steal. Still a possibility for the Circling Eagles, but so we shall see. Right now, the turtle dance for the first turtle has begun right now. Both gold laners are not gonna partake in this dance, so it's gonna be most likely a 4 versus 4.
Keemin going to be the first one to hit level 5, and instantly Homeboy tries to engage. Last Insanity going to be stolen by Izanami. Not actually doing that much damage, Last Insanity in return from Keemin, but that means he no longer has his Viraga armor. Ziska still holding up the front line with the Infernal Pursuit, surviving a good while, but Amal comes in, picks up the first blood, but Ivan gonna get picked up in return. Turtle taken away by the Nolan. Amal now looking to retreat. He's lost Izanami as well. It's gonna be a 2-for-1 trade, but Homeboys walk out with the Turtle.
Is that beneficial for Homeboys? It could have been worse, I feel like. Losing 2 is still fine. You still managed to get the turtle, and your jungler is still alive. That is the main point, because jungle needs to stay alive to be able to farm up very efficiently. And speaking of efficient, look at Amal right now, level 7. Meanwhile, Kimin on the Xbox jungle is only level 5. So the difference in terms of mobility is hurting Kimin a lot.
We know for sure that Nolan will clear jungle. Oh my goodness, the fracture. Nearly one-shots Storm. If he was any other mage, he would have probably died right there. But it's really nice to see this hero back again. It's been such a long time.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you right there. I mean, the Nolan, we know that the capability, the farming capability, the movement as well, and the fracture, the ability to solo kill anybody right now. Kimin is gonna get targeted on.
A 3-man gank in the mid lane. Circling Eagle comes out. A flow Last Insanity stolen by Izanami. He wants to blow up Kimin, but he's not quite close enough. He cannot follow. That means he's gonna try and flicker away, but Storm is picking it up with the lantern. Ivan, there's not really much he can do here. Here comes Ziska. Infernal Pursuit follows him, and Izanami goes down.
Very unfortunate for Izanami right there. Used the Last Insanity to get a kill, but unfortunately enough, he got killed by the Infernal Pursuit from the Phobias. Stolen the Last Insanity, but then again, as we mentioned,
He needed to commit.
yeah, he was already deep in right there, so there was no way for him to just half-cook effort trying to get a kill once to Kimin. But right now, well, still okay, still have 2 layers of health left.
All right, so a good start. Oh my!
Again!
Oh, if not for the Matilda, Storm would have died. If not for the shield coming in. Oh, Val, where did you come from? Thunderclap! Just when we thought this thing got out, and he picks up the double. Snipes Rasi out of the air, and they get the turtle.
What was that? How and where did he came from? All the way from Indonesia. With the flicker, the thunderclap, and not getting a single kill, but a double kill at the same time. Kimin, the buff got stolen if I'm not mistaken.
It did.
Yeah.
Homeboys are playing hard and fast, and that's exactly what I said they needed to do against this composition. The XOL picked up the X-Borg in advance, expecting another tank jungle to come out of the Homeboys, but they were prepared for it. This Nolan is outpacing Keemin by several leagues, and there's not a lot he can do about it.
Yeah, nothing that they can do about it, but Vel getting that 2 kills on that mid side, that is a huge difference maker because right now he can withstand up really, really well up against Siska in terms of level, in terms of lane control at the same time. But Kimin, this Xbox pick so far from minute number 1 up until minute number 6 is not... It's tough for me to say, but it's not providing much benefits for the side of DXL because if Homeboys go aggressive, there's nothing much you can do. You just have to wait for all of this ultimate has gone off and then you can counter engage back. But then again...
I mean, why is it tough for you to say? I think it's the truth.
Yeah, but
It's true.
It's true,
He
but...
can't do anything.
But maybe there is still some kind of chance because we're still early in the game, so we have to see what can they counter-react back. Because even with the last Insanity, right, due to the sheer mobility of Homeboys, they can avoid it very, very easily at the same time.
Exactly, that's the problem, right? That's why this export may have needed to be kept as a secret a little bit longer. I think the XL was trying to preserve the mid lane matchup since they didn't know that yet, but it would have been better to wait a little more to give Kimin the right hero. Because, yeah, Homeboys just always will move fast enough to escape the last Insanity. And it does look like Izanami is going to generally be using the X-Borg ult.
Yeah, I mean, more skirmishes going on. Siska on the left, and right now Malcutie is not gonna get dive upon. But look at Izanami, look at the Shadow Strike damaging as of now. Amal on the
Bell
backhand.
with the flicker, Thunderclap on Skyzed. Amal trying to jump to his own backline, not able to find it. And the Guiding Wind's gonna pull Skyzed back to safety, but Rasi gonna lose his own life in exchange for the shutdown on top of the Masha. Now Kimin trying to burn them down, but guess what? Malcutie does it better. It's a double kill. It is a paintball party for Malcutie to triple for Homeboys.
That's a very, very easy combination coming in from the side of Homeboys. The side of Malcutie right there. Just punishing left and right, the side of DXO right there. There was nothing that they can do anything about it because Val immediately zoned out 2 members of DXO. That was Skyzed as well as Rasi. And left 3 other members of DXO to fight against Malcutie, to fight against Ivan, Amal at the same time, and also Izanami. So that won't work out well for DXO. So Homeboys right now, the understanding of their own job desk is providing a very, very much benefits for themselves.
We said we wanted to see adaptations from the Homeboys, and they are doing that in droves. I'm loving the creativity and how they're approaching this, because you are right, Adin. Having Vel take away the main DPS of DX Soul was worth it, even if he lost his own life. We can see that Malcutie actually burns down DX faster than Kimin can possibly do.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, it's a win in the books of Homeboys, right? Even if Vel sacrificing his own life, but managing to zone out the Harith, that was a big win for the side of Homeboys. And right now,
my goodness,
get that damage!
That's a phobious Amal. You're not supposed to be able to do that.
Ouch!
But he is nearly level 14. That is a 5-level difference on Siska. One combo and almost all of Kimin's armor just disappears.
And this is a red flag for DXO, right? I mean, if a Firaga armor from the Xbox can immediately be taken care of, it's so bad as of now.
In Siska, DXO gonna try and force the circle. Eagle, they found Malcutie with the shutdown. But here comes Amal from the flank. Bractor gonna be flickered away from Thunderclap. Finds the Skyzed, forces Zaman force. He's gonna try and escape. Siska buys time for him, but loses his own life in exchange.
It was a very intense fight immediately popping off. Immediately when they noticed that Malcutie opened up the ultimate, everyone dove on that Malcutie. And right now, Soam again! He's keeping death like it's nothing right now. That's cheating of death. Thrice is the amount of time Ima tried to get a kill on Storm, but still not managing to do it. But so far, in terms of the stability, the Exol proving that, okay, they still have the damage. It's just a matter of timing right now. What is the optimal time for them to go and try to get a kill against Homeboys?
I think it really isn't an optimal timing. This comp is very slow. That is the big problem. And you know how we mentioned the team that drafts heroes that are more independent will probably have an advantage here? That is Homeboys in this situation. And they are doing a lot with the heroes they have.
Yeah, I mean, as we take a deeper look at the itemization, right? A Sky Piercer on Malcutie, wow, that's very, very greedy to be fair. Holy Crystal as well, and also Concentrated Energy. But hey, if it works, I can't complain right now. Rasi is gonna get caught out.
Here comes the last insanity. Izanami wants to engage, and Val is in the backline waiting for a chance to thunderclap in. Rossi explodes! Kimin gonna use his own last insanity, chases down Val, gets a kill in return, but he puts himself in a really bad spot, and Amal will slice him in half.
That's why I said, Val, it does not matter. For one single death of Val, he took away two members of DXO, and that's, again, a big, big win in my book. Lot is gonna march on in the mid side. Homeboys are gonna be well prepared to try to take at least one inhibitor turret out of the side of DXO.
Lord gonna be crashing in mid lane. Amal working on the top inhibitor as well. Circling Eagle to chase him. Rasi just gonna play it safe, go back home. The mid inhibitor will fall. Homeboys should be happy with that.
And they are gonna be happy with that and back off. There's no need for them to go deeply, you know, try to engage more or push the envelope. They have won that fight. They need to be able to wait for the next Lord. Meanwhile, DXO, it's super hard, man, because even SkyZ also, I don't see any way for him to be able to open up the Zaman Force and to just dish a good amount of damage without getting disturbed by either Baxia, by either Val with the Thunderclap. So that is one of the biggest pinpoint that DXO sells right now. A biggest problem that they have is SkyZ is not free enough to dish the damage that he can.
I think the big problem is that DXO have just been outdrafted here. Homeboys have flexed their capabilities, they flexed their hero pool, and I think they've selected the correct composition to deal with DXO in this game. I was wondering about the Valentina initially, but the last Insanity is actually really good for controlling team fights for the Homeboys as well, since you can do it without running out of health compared to someone like Kimin. So, like you said, Adin, I don't think DXO has really any way of opening fights.
So basically what we're trying to say as well, it's Homeboys game to lose right now. And the only way for Homeboys to be beaten is by themselves. If they make a huge blunder, if they make a very huge mistake, and DXO capitalize on that mistake. But so far, it's tough for me to say that they would make a mistake. Although it's not within the realm of possibilities, but we shall see. Look at the back line.
Here comes the conceal. Ivan rolls in, collides with Siska. Vel just waiting for a chance to enter from the back line as well. Siska taking so much damage, tries to escape, but no, Melcutie's waiting for him. Last Insanity comes out. Melcutie with the double kill. SkyZ blown up by Siska in the back line. Kimin trying to run away, but it's not going to be quite enough. Loses the immortality. Homeboys are still 5-man strong. Vel blows up another one. Was that a hero? It wasn't to this Masha. Homeboys have done it. They have broken through. It is now a 5v1 defense, and there is nothing Kimin can do. Game number 3 goes to the Homeboys.
Game, set, and match, boys and girls. That game was immediately won once the draft has ended. How Homeboys draft, how they flex all of their heroes really well and brought a very long lost hero of that Nolan, and that proves to them they managed to get that victory. And once again, DXO back to the drawing boards. That was a drafting issue, unfortunate for them, and really depends on how they fix up next.
That was a very good demonstration of how you play around with the draft here. It was a good adjustment. It was good understanding from the side of the Homeboys to know what DX is trying to do with this lineup and just deny it.
Yeah, I don't understand. You still want to stand up? Are you still hyped right now?
I think it's pretty good.
It was pretty good. I mean, we got to see the
But I
Nolan.
stand on the desk.
I don't think it's a good idea.
Watch me.
I don't think it's a good idea. But they brought that Nolan once again, providing to be a very big trouble hero for the side of Homeboys. Not only that, the farming capability. Okay, we all know that Nolan, how does he snowball in terms of level? The fast farming capability that he has. It does not help the issue for the side of DXO. They brought in an Xbox jungler who is super slow. But right now, we can't be slow because we have to be fast to nominate or to give away our MVP of the match. Is gonna be Amal. Who else? Fast farming rate, huge amount of damage, one dash, one fraction, all of those Virak armors is gone.
Benedetta jungle in game 2, and now the return of Nolan. in game 3. Like you pointed out, Adin, Amal was able to get a really big advantage for himself because his farming speed just far outpaces what Kimin is capable of on this Xborg.
Yep.
I think DxSoul allowed themselves to be convinced a little bit too long that there was going to be another tank jungle coming out of Homeboys when they saw the Masha EXP. And that is exactly what Homeboys wanted them to think. That is why they picked the Masha so early on, even though it's not something they usually do. You would think that it reveals too much in the draft, but for them, it revealed exactly what they wanted to.
This is the benefit of having players within your team who are capable to play multiple heroes that well. And this is one of the biggest advantage that Homeboys have this season. They have a player who can play Masha EXP lane very, very well. You have a few Baxia players, I would say so. Ivan can do it very good. Amal could do it very, very nicely as well. And then you pick up a Kimi, who again, you're not unsure where she's gonna go. Is it gonna be the gold lane or is it gonna be the mid lane side? And all of these flexible heroes possess a big question mark to DxSoul. Where are you gonna go? Because different heroes goes to different kind of lane, have different strategy to be counted upon. So DxSoul, they just had to gamble, and unfortunately they gambled wrongly, I would say. I mean, first of all, lacking of speed in terms of farming, that is main priority for Kimin right there. Second of all, damage. Where does this damage come from? You might say, yep, SkyZ with Harith. Makes sense. But then again, SkyZ, Harith cannot go in this team fight. Even if he opens up the Summon Force, he's just gonna get eaten away by the Baxia.
I think it was just very creative, the way Homeboys approached this draft, and they read DxSoul like an open book, and that made the game a lot easier for them to play around. DxSoul, again, are just a bit too slow. They don't have enough damage. All of it relies on SkyZ, really. Everyone else can only really DOT over time, and Homeboys do not have that same issue. Amal can just walk in, blast most of someone's HP gone, and then leave. Vel can do the exact same thing. When you play an Xborg composition, you usually want to play it front to back. The Xborg is there to slow down and control the pace of the fight, but if he's not able to do that, then it really doesn't do anything.
Yeah, that is very true. A bitter truth, but hey, that is the truth right there. He can't really do anything about it. You would think that he would rely on the Firaga armor. That is a non-existence because one fractured can immediately take away that Firaga armor. Not only that, consistent damage from his enemy, consistent damage from the Thunderclap from Vel can do the same thing as well. And while all of this is happening, nobody is focusing on the backline, which means Mel QT is free to be taken care of. So Mel, knowing that nobody can focus me down unless I messed up, unless I miskill, I can still be safe. I can just do I do best. Just hit from the back end.
I mean, no one's really threatening Mel QT. The only time he actually died was when Rasi pulled his teammates forward, literally the entire mid lane to catch him. And that is such a number of resources that has to be utilized. It also means that your backline is just completely undefended against Amal and Vel. So the topic that I brought up remains constant. The team that is able to play a lineup that is more independent will be able to do more on the map, because every single one of these players is actually quite mechanically skilled.
Agree.
They are capable of handling themselves. So if each player is able to do that in the game with the right hero, then you can really see the full power come to bear.
With that being said, this is going to be the nominees of our highlighted players. Rich Guy is going to be given to Amal with 823 GPM. The damager or the carry is going to be Izanami with 51k damage. The sandbag is going to be given to Siska, 87,000 damage being taken. And the best wingman is going to be Ivan with 10 assists in his own hands. I think for DxSoul, right? I think this is just a food for thought. Go back to the basics. You know, let Kimin play the assassin. Let Siska play maybe a damaging kind of XP lane and try to play a pick-off style composition right now. I think just go back to the basics and what's best for them. Play aggressive but with a pick-off potential hero, regardless if it's a single target pick-off or an AoE pick-off. I think that is what they need to do right now. But because I feel like DxSoul, they are just playing it a bit too pretty right now. They're just trying to make it a bit more complex for their own good, and it's not working out for them. Down by 1 point as of now, and Homeboys do have the match-winning point later on. So honestly, they got nothing to lose. Just bring out the best, and their best is still, like I said, go back to the basic. Assassin jungle, maybe a damaging EXP lane, or maybe an absorbing EXP lane, and most importantly, it's a pick-off potential or a pick-off strat that the EXO needs to do right now.
I mean, if they wanted to play tank jungle, they actually still can as well, though. It's something that DXO has done in the past. We know Siska is capable of playing damage EXP, but I do agree with you. Going back to basics, going back to comfort should be important here. I feel like DXO, while they definitely prepared very well for the playoffs, there is always the possibility of over-preparing. I feel like there was a bit too much thought being put into how they wanted to play against this draft from the Homeboys, and that affected the style that they actually are more used to executing. Not to mention they just came off of a previous loss, so the momentum was not really in their favor.
Yeah, we shall see. We shall definitely see whether game number 4 would have any difference maker for DXO, because they still have the potential to tie things up. We saw that how they managed to win game number 1 very effectively, very convincingly as well. They could roll back that time into game number 1, but so far in terms of momentum base, Homeboys definitely have the biggest momentum, winning game number 2 and winning game number 3 in a convincing fashion. So in game number 4, I feel like Coach Erpang and Coach Jasmine also kind of understand already, okay, this is how DXO is going to draft, this is what their main priority is. We let them go of this hero, they don't pick it up. We let go of this hero, they pick it up immediately. So they do understand a bit of the prioritization in terms of the draft for the side of DXO. So in favorites, if again I would put up a poll, I feel like a lot of people would vote for Homeboys, but I'm still not counting DXO out as of yet.
Yeah, we definitely can't count them out. This is a team that is capable of coming back from deficits, but I think this is going to be a pretty new situation for the team. While they were the team that always got 2-1 in the regular season, playing from the back foot like this, being in a position where one more loss could send you down to the lower brackets is not really something that they're particularly used to. So hopefully they can prepare for the next game a little bit better. But we also want to remind you guys to prepare for what is going to be coming up soon, and that is Playoffs Phase 2. The tickets are going to be released at 8 p.m. on the 1st of June. That's today, right?
Yeah, that's today.
Today!
Less than 3 hours to go, I feel like, so be ready with, you know, multiple devices. Make sure you have a lot of devices logged in, try to get the tickets, so good luck to you guys. But right now, we do have to head over to Poji, because we do have a small segment for him to introduce to you guys, maybe some news. So let's hear it from Poji.
Betul, Lafel, betul. Tapi ini bukanlah berita daripada semua pelosok negara. Ini adalah berita pasal semangat ketiga untuk pemain DXO. Dan bersama saya sekarang adalah kawan-kawan daripada Tadika untuk Kimin. Percaya tak? Percaya tak? Percaya tak? Saya Poji sekarang bersama dengan kawannya. Siapa nama bang?
Zarif.
Zarif. Okey, dekat sebelah ni siapa? Link, Lolita, Balmon, Belerik dan sebagainya. Kawan-kawan dia semua adalah orang-orang Mobile Legend bang-bang. Okey, Abang Zarif. Apa perasaan tengok Kimin dah sekarang main dekat pentas terbesar?
Bangga sebab Kimin dah lama dia nak try masuk MPL ni.
Oh ya? Yeah. Boleh cerita tak sejarah macam mana kawan dengan dia daripada sekolah rendah ke, Tadika ke?
Daripada sekolah rendah. Sebab dulu kecil-kecil selalu main game kat CC je. Lepas tu kena marah dengan mak ayah ni.
Tapi dia teruskan bermain?
Teruskan bermain.
Abang baik balik?
Terpaksa balik lah.
Tapi okey, kalau ikutkan kenangan manis lah abang dengan dia. Mungkin ada panggilan manja ke untuk kawan-kawan sembang dengan dia?
Tak ada, memang panggil Kimin juga.
Panggil Kimin juga?
Dulu tak ada, memang panggil Kimin juga.
Okey. Kalau bolehlah abang nak cakap something dekat dia yang tengah senyum-senyum dekat atas tu. Apa yang abang nak sampaikan dia? Kimin, kau kalau tak main elok-elok, balik buat rambut mulut macam abang. Mungkin. Nak cakap apa kat dia? Semangat bang, semangat.
Min, kalau boleh menang lah masuk MSC kan. Sebab kita orang dah banyak kali viral ni.
Jadi itulah semangatnya Sebenarnya sebab diorang dah banyak kali datang. Pada mereka yang tak tahu, dia datang daripada jauh tu. Datang dari mana bang?
Dari Senawang.
Dari Senawang, bukan dekat malah nak cerita lah. Semangatnya sampai bukan sahaja kawan, ada ahli keluarga juga dekat belakang ni, ada juga fan-fan kelab yang dah mula tercipta demi DXOL. Mana suaranya dekat belakang ni, DXOL fans? Inilah semangatnya, ini pentas kebanggaan kita, fan, keluarga, semuanya ada. Pentas dah pun bersedia untuk pemain-pemain kita. Inilah masanya pembuktian match point untuk DX dan juga Homeboys. Tanpa melengahkan masa, let's go to the caster.
Hey, it must be fun to have friends, you know, supporting you on stage.
Yeah.
Bringing up banners, you know, childhood story friends, you know, playing in your own cyber cafe and such. So it must be good to have friends, right?
What's a friend?
What's
I've never heard of this term before. This is a new term to me. Could someone explain to me what is a friend?
A friend? Oh my god, so hard to get one of those DZs, right? Where do you buy them?
How much does it cost?
How much does it cost? Does it come with a pack, or how does it work, right? I don't know. Okay, to be fair, what I know is Homeboys, whenever they get first pick, they can win. DXOL as well. So right now, if we rely on that fact itself, it looks like it's going to be a Homeboys victory. But hey, let's take a look at the keys to victory, because DXOL, they need to be able to play towards SkyZ. I do agree with that. Keep ML under control so far with the Nolan. Very much uncontrollable. Don't let Homeboys take initiative. Siska and Rasi needs to keep Ivan and Vel in check. And they need to go back to basic. Don't complicate the draft too much.
I mean, all of this makes sense. SkyZ is going to be the main carry and has proven himself to be capable of really turning games around as long as he's given the space. Amal, as a player, should not be allowed to have as much freedom as he did in these past 2 games. His jungle pickup was being kept until the very end, which is very smart from the side of Homeboys to make sure that he can just basically do whatever he wants. Even Ivan and Vel, Siska and Rasi are all very important players that play very similar roles of holding space and creating opportunities for the rest of their team. So there's a lot of things that the EXO needs to keep in mind going into game number 4, but they've proven that they are capable of winning. It's just whether or not they can adjust to the new surprises that Homeboys has thrown at them.
Definitely, I agree with you right there, 150% Sadafa, but we have to dive into game number 4. This is a game winning point or a match winning point for the side of Homeboys. As we take a look, this is game number 4. 2 points for Homeboys, only 1 point for DXOL. Take a deeper look at the draft. Hayabusa ban out. Joy ban out, as well as Kalia. 2 main focus on the jungle of DXOL right now, and opening up for the side of Homeboys with the Kimi.
We previously mentioned that after game 1 and 2, the win rate was 100% for the red side, but then Homeboys broke that streak by actually taking game 3 on the blue side.
Yep.
And it looks like they've actually decided to stay on the same side for game number 4 as well. The Kimi's gonna be the Fredrin Aloyi from DXS.
Interesting, but I would like to see what do they pair up it with, because with the Loi and the Fedrin, one thing that comes into my mind is damage. Yes, I do understand Loi have the damage from the magical side, but I'm talking about the physical side. Are they gonna go for a damaging EXP lane, or are they gonna solely focus on their marksman to become the main damage dealer right now for the side of DXO, which will be answered later on?
Well, if you go Fredrin in the jungle, then damage EXP is definitely possible. We've already seen Siska play Benedetta during the regular season, and he did a pretty good job on it. So I can see that being the path forward. The Phobius and the Ling gonna be locked in for the Homeboys, so they are keeping Amal on Assassins. Ooh. All right, DXO trying to play Homeboys' game.
This is what I like. This is definitely what I like. You know, you're providing some sort of trouble, you're providing some sort of disturbance for the Ling with this Masha picked up, but it really depends on who is it or whose the focus is gonna be, because without any particular disturbance in terms of the early stages, I feel like the Ling can first farm up well. Second of all, gather all the purple buff that he can. And once the first item has been picked up, that is when the moment for the Link to shine. But so far, a lot of the Links that I've seen nowadays, they don't need to wait for that first item. Immediately once they get level 4, they can rotate mid side, try to win that lane, or try to go for the side lanes.
And that is a possibility, definitely. I'm just hoping that we don't see the Ling throw himself a bit too much.
Yep.
That's what cost the EXO game 2 in the first place. I imagine Amal should have better composure there. And we'll see if Homeboys can rein that in, because if he is able to get an early lead, then Homeboys are almost guaranteed the late game.
Yeah, definitely with you right there. As we take a look at bans from both sides, Matilda as well as Badang is going to get banned out. So no Fedrin Airlines for the side of DXO. We know that it's a very, very scary combination. Badang, I think, is a very good ban in general. We know that the disturbance that he can provide with the fist crack as well as fist break at the same time, just to disturb the positioning. And of course, Link, if he gets hit also, he can get knocked out of the the wall that allows him to not be able to jump around immediately. 1-1 standard ban, I feel like, and of course could be a respect ban at the same time.
But couldn't DX
pick
play 1-1 themselves?
Could be.
Like, yes, 1-1 is a good counter to the Fredrin, but if you just lock it in, then Fredrin actually kind of works with you instead. So DX is planning a different gold lane matchup. Jawhead going to be the final ban from the side of the Homeboys, and now DX will need to make a decision. They're looking for their roamer and their gold laner.
Roamer and gold laner right now. They're gonna go for the roam first. That is gonna be the Chow. Now you make sense, because you pick up the Chow. If let's say you did not ban the 1-1, you could pick it up in the 5th pick.
Yeah.
And then it pairs up really, really well with the Chow. You know, giving you a target for you to be able to get your crossbow attack. So I'm not too sure. Maybe they just feel like this 1-1 will disturb their own idea that they have right now. We shall see later on.
At least they are setting up for SkyZ, right? That was one of the keys of victory. Play towards SkyZ. They're specifically keeping his hero until the very end to make sure that he has a good laning experience. I think they probably just want to make sure whether the Kimi is mid or gold or not. But is that really going to be the most crucial issue? Let's see.
Right. Last 2 picks for the side of Homeboys. They're gonna get picked up the Beatrix and the Franco.
The traction hook is back, boyos!
The traction hook is definitely back, and from the side of the EXO, gotta be careful about it. Not only that, with the Beatrix as well, the Bennett Rage, the Render's Apathy at the same time, a lot of damage that can come from any kind of angles. You have the Ling, you have the Kimi, and you have the setup from the Franco as well. Gosh, that is very, very scary.
This is a Homeboys original right here. But the funny thing is, when Homeboys tried to do the traction hook combo with Beatrix, they actually lost that game.
Yeah.
So it looks like they're looking for a little bit of revenge for this particular lineup. Their scaling is just really good in general. And the Bruno going to be picked up by DXS here.
Bruno, huh? Okay, I don't mind. I'm not saying that it's a bad hero. With the Louis as well, are they gonna focus on split pushing? Are they gonna focus on just turrets for now? You know, just sending the Bruno in an off angle on the top lane, on the bot lane. Just try to win their way in terms of the map control. That could be an idea, but you have to be careful. With the Homeboys draft, you know that they are gonna be very, very active early on.
They are going to be very, very active, but DXO actually has tools for stopping activeness and a good amount of damage on their hands as well. So I think this is actually pretty balanced. It all comes to execution. Which of these two teams will be able to outmaneuver the other? Which will be able to solidify their position in the upper bracket finals? Only one path lays forward as the curtain draws once again on the land of Dawn.
Game winning point for the side of Homeboys. All they need is one more victory, one more point to secure the upper bracket spot, and they shall face Selangor Red Giants OG Esport. Ivan very early on protecting Amal, ensuring that he has a good time farming, but look at Storm.
Storm, you need to stop doing this. Storm,
Just back off.
I know you want them. Oh, Ivan! What? What?
Oh my god.
Holy! That was incredible!
You did warn Storm, to be fair. You did warn Storm, to be fair. Storm, please stop. Just back off immediately. But not like that.
What technique is that even? That's like the unseen hook. He didn't even see it coming.
A flicker hook combination that allows Ivan to get the first blood, and he wants more right now. He's
Ooh, so scary.
so close.
So scary.
So close. Playing mind games right there with SkyZ. But good lead right now from the side of Homeboys, managing to get that kill. As we take a look just now, I saw Fovius with a lot of fighter emblems, but we take a look at the
Oh yes, please, thank you.
the flicker combination right now. A lot of damage, and just waiting for the time.
And then, wow!
Perfect.
That was perfectly timed.
Perfect combination.
If the timing of that was just, oh no, it's got, oh my god, Ivan!
Wow.
Ivan, stop it!
Yep. This is definitely true. What Coach Jasmine said is definitely true.
Kimin gonna get knocked off. The taunt falls on Amal, but he'll just dash away. Infernal Pursuit doing good damage. Kimin has to dash away. Maker forward fell. Unfortunately,
Ivan.
jumps to the wrong person. Hook going to miss. Kimin still in trouble though. But here comes the rest of the EXO to punish Val. Can they find him? Yes, they do.
One more hit is all that it was needed to kill off the Fedrin, but Val could not find those hits up against Fedrin just now. But to be fair, what Jasmine said is true. He is training Ivan to become somewhat like a E-Doc right now. The Franco hooks are now is just very insane, and DXO gonna be more wary right now.
So I'm gonna eat a lot of damage, but Izanami used his ultimate there. So Homeboys are not gonna try and contest this turtle. They give it over to Kimin.
Give it over to Kimin and just walk to live for another day to focus on the next objective right now. Homeboys with a good amount of lead in terms of kill. Oh, one more hook almost hit against Storm, but Homeboys, I can say they are somehow controlling this the momentum of the game, but the DXO is still within grasp because in terms of goal lead, it's not that far of a momentum or far of an economic league. In terms of kill as well, it's only 1-4-2, so the DXO still can claw their way back. It's just a matter of how they want to do it. And I feel like the answer to that, it should start with Rasi with a Flicker, Jikundo, and Way of the Dragon combo. But gotta be careful. If you mistime it, I think Ivan can immediately bloody hunt you away.
To be honest, this game's already kind of... Oh, the flicker hook! Backwards into the Bennett's Raise! Way of the Dragon does land on MelQT into the yin-yang reaction. MelQT got a flicker away, but he's not able to escape. Rasi ends up finding a kill on Ordinary Marksman.
Yeah, Ordinary Marksman gets killed away right there. MelQT gotta be more careful, I would say. But I think it's even Stevens right now because Kaizad also got killed once. MelQT also got killed once, so it's a fair trade so far between both of these teams. Ivan just gonna clear up the wave using the Iron Hook, and Homeboys playing it very, very patiently, very, very passively so far. DXO at the same time can't do too much because they need to be able to get a few more items, especially on the Bruno. And then maybe we can see Rasi being a bit more aggressive later on.
MelQT just completed his BOD in 4 minutes. That is actually really, really fast right there. He was able to get the entire gold shield in the goal lane, so that somewhat explains it. And it's actually kind of bad for SkyZ as well. When you pick up Bruno, you need to be winning lane.
I agree with you right there. You need to be able to win all of your lanes. That is the biggest factor right now. But we've not seen the Traction Pulse combo with the Iron Hook right now between Izanami and Ivan. Or we'd like to see more of it. Maybe DXO are aware of that, hence why they are not grouping up too much. And maybe also Homeboys, they don't want to over-rely on that particular combination.
Traction Pulse pulsing Keem in, but here comes the diversion from the backline instead. They're looking for Izanami. Wave the Dragon, not going to be used. Vel going to be left stranded. Thunderclap on the Phobius. Iron Hook, gonna find it. Bloody Hunt locks down the Cho. Rassi is taken off the board. Another hook. Lands double kill from LQT. Keem in, secures the turtle, but homeboys are running them down. Izanami going to be left stranded a little bit here as both teams trade sides. It's a 2 for 2, but DX get the turtle.
DX gets the turtle, but it's even between the kills of both of these teams. So I feel like it's still okay for both sides. Imal is going to get caught up by Kimin. No energy eruption is going to stop the movement of Imal. Gets to leave for the purple buff. On the bot side, we can take a look at the lane swap has been done by MelQT, moving on towards to the top lane. Meanwhile, leaving the Bruno on the bot side. Ivan and Izanami is within vicinity. Tries the Traction Pulse combo. Did not manage to do it.
Here comes another diversion. They're going to look for Vel. Retri is going to be used here. Catches him into Energy Eruption, but Bennett's Rage zones out DX Soul. Looks like there's going to be no kills up here.
No kills, but good effort, to be fair. Good effort from them trying to get a
but
kill.
there is the kill mid. Bloody Hunt locks down Rassi, and Izanami pelts him to death.
That's a very easy combination from the side of Homeboys and very good interaction as well. Knowing that, okay, nothing is going to happen on the top side, so we focus on the bot side, on the mid side. Trying to get a kill of Rassi, knowing, again, one Bloody Hunt is all that it needs to take him away because they know the damage is there right now.
There's the Traction Hook. Kimin gonna be the unfortunate target. No Bloody Hunt though, so he's fine. And Siska comes in from the flank to chase Homeboys away.
Live to see another day. Ranna's apathy against Storm almost taken care of him. One hook on the bot side, did not hit, but diversion right now.
Yeah, they're gonna go for Ivan here. Winter Crown comes out from the Franco, and here comes the Tempest of Blaze. Amal looking for the damage, but the Appraiser's Wrath connects with him, so he has to dash backwards. Rassi and Vel standing in front, eating damage. MelQT flickers in, picks up the killing spree.
They live top side right now, and Siska can get that turret away without any particular problem, but the bot side is not done yet. More action pack.
Oh, how does that actually connect? Bloody Hunt on Kimin, and Izanami gets a kill.
That's a very easy hook by Ivan, just a straightforward hook. Gets the kill, and now they focus on at the next turret, and that could be the mid turret. Look, the positioning of Ivan right now just doesn't care on the backside, but he has to care.
The DPS of DX Soul is actually starting to ramp up somewhat. You cannot count out Stone and Skyzet, especially if they're setting up for the diversion. They're going for the purple buff. It's a 3-man teleport. They're finding Izanami, but the Bennett's Rage secures the mega kill. This guy comes in with the Thunderclap and blows him up. But MelQT running away. Another Thunderclap comes out, shut down for Siska, and he will eventually be punished. It is a 2-for-3 trade.
Value for money right there from DX Soul. Yes, he managed to get a kill, but sacrificing 3 lives of them. I think it's not what they wanted, but at least they managed to get a kill on MelQT. I think that is the biggest win for them, and it allows DX Soul to get another turtle. Yep, one more turtle just for the taking right now. But Imal, very smart, understanding this. He tries to steal away the purple buff, but does not want to commit the retribution right there.
One thing to worry about for DX is that Amal has not actually died yet this entire game. He actually has an EXP lead on Kimin, so this Ling has actually been keeping up farm pretty well overall. Even if DX Soul does have the gold lead, the shoulders, and whether he can actually blow up the cores before they become a problem.
I agree with you right there. Not getting a kill onwards to Homeboys junglers, which is Amal, is going to be a bit of a problem. Diversion, nobody's going to come in.
But they do find one. Vel a little bit too deep. He's already dead before the fight can even get started.
That's a very good kick. That is a very good pick-off from DX Soul. This is what I mentioned about going back to, something much more basic for them right now. Rassi!
He's in danger. The damage from Izanami ramping up, but he's able to get out.
Yeah, more stable draft. Basic components being taken by DX Soul. Pick-off potentially is being done by them, and look at what they did. So this is a very, very good for them. Kudos to what they're doing so far. Hopefully, they can provide a bit more of a benefit right now, because DX Soul, at one point, Homeboys was holding on the lead, and right now, it's DX Soul's team.
So far, I'm really liking the way that DXOL is approaching this game. It hasn't been perfect, but like you said, it has been back to basics, and we can see that they're a bit more composed compared to what we saw in games 2 and 3. I also like that Blade Armor is being prioritized by Keemin and Rasi right now, since there is going to be a Beatrix and a Ling on the opposite side. This automatically provides a little bit of counter, and of course, the Kimi as well. Siska can be jumped on, Bloody Hunt locks him down, and he's going to be blasted away, but he's actually able to escape, and the way of the dragon connects with MalQT. Wind of Nature not going to be able to save him. DXOL have found the flank with the diversion, and they have run down the homeboys. Vel, all by his lonesome, gives the double kill to SkyZ, and that will break the game wide open.
Breaks the game wide open with one good initiation from the diversion right there. And DXOL with 1k goal in and with one good diversion, immensely they increase the lead to 2k as of now. And without any hesitation, immediately focusing down on the Lord right here, right now. DXOL, slowly but surely, they are wrapping things up.
That is what DX has been looking for the entire time, a chance to threaten the back line. Homeboys tried to go a bit too aggressive, and DXOL used an off-tempo play right before the initiation to get a diversion flank in. And now with Winter Crowns complete on Stome and Keemin as well, they have all they need to take a good fight.
Lot on the top side right now. How will Homeboys be able to provide the high ground defense? Because MalQT would need to spend the Bennett's Rage, I guess, to be able to clear out the minions. At the same time, maybe Ivan can go for a Flicker Hook or a Flicker Bloody Hunt. But that will provide DXOL enough space to go in with the Energy Eruption or the Way of the Dragon at the same time.
Lord will collide, but Homeboys have enough damage to deal with it without taking too much structural damage, and I feel like DXOL didn't really sync their waves well enough to get a lot out of it, because even the mid and bottom tier 2s aren't being threatened.
Almost getting that traction falls off, and Ivan on the backside just waiting to provide the hook against DXOL. Right now, Homeboys, gotta be careful with these diversions, man. A lot of off-angle, and speaking of off-angle,
they're sending Vel into the back with Rasi, and they're looking for it. The Flicker Jikundo gets a two-man knockup, waves the dragon, unfortunately in the wrong direction, and now the Dark Wave gets a two-man knockup. Immortality is gone, and Rasi melts to the Bennett's Rage. Homeboys response in kind.
yeah, this is what they wanted. Homeboys knowing that, well, somehow knowing that the diversion has been popped off, and they backed off immediately right there. Good reaction timing. Oh!
They found him! That's Iron Hook into the Bloody Hunt, and Storm is in trouble. Winter Crown comes out, but a killing spree. SkyZ is doing so much damage. Homeboys are not ready for it. MalQT, why are you still here? The Thunderclap whacks him in the butt, and the DXOL bite back.
Very, very unfortunate for Homeboys right there, and not respecting the damage that can be comed out from SkyZ, not respecting the damage, the output damage from the Bruno, the critical hits, man. SkyZ has been online for so long right now. They need to be able to control this Bruno immediately. Good hook from Ivan, no doubt, but just the damage is not enough, and the target, it was not the Bruno. So Ivan right now gotta shift his focus, gotta try his best to find the Bruno and immediately take him out.
We're now at the point of the game where Keemin is actually willing to get hooked if his team is in the right position to follow up on it. Especially since he also has that Winter Crown to potentially keep himself alive if things get too dicey. Homeboys need to be close together to really follow up on Ivan's catches, but that puts them vulnerable to the diversion flanks from Ziska. This is something that DXOL themselves were afraid of in the previous draft. That's why they banned out this Lo Yi when Vel locked in the Masha. Another diversion. They're looking for the backline once again. This time, they actually decide not to take it. They keep Homeboy scared, and Keemin gets the Lord for free. Izanami's already used his Wind of Nature, but Rasi did use his kick as well. Keemin pops the Winter Crown. Dark Wave lands on 2. SkyZ gonna be the target of Vel. He's trying to follow with the Infernal Pursuit, but it's not quite enough. SkyZ Satsamo flickers forward, gets a 2-hit combo. Double kill for SkyZ, and they found MalQT as well. It's a triple for the Bruno. A maniac for
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Again, I didn't mention if Homeboys fails to find SkyZ, they fail to win the game immediately. It's Zanami almost getting taken care of, but it does not matter. The Crystal is gonna get gunned down, and that is gonna be game number 5. We're gonna go for a full extend, best of 5. As we all know, this is the branding of DX Soul. Regardless of whatever it is, they have to go to the full extent.
They gotta go to the full series. Neither of these teams willing to give an inch, and now a single game is the difference maker. Homeboys and DX Soul one step away from meeting SRGOG in the upper bracket finals.
Who have thought that it came down to this? It came down to this close of a game for the playoffs match number 2 between DX Soul and Homeboys. We went with an amazing performance by DX Soul in game number 1. Game number 2, game number 3, Homeboys came back with a better draft, with a stronger way of victory. Game number 4, you can't count DX Soul out yet, man. Come on, that was intense. Homeboys brought in their A game. Homeboys brought in their A strategy with the traction pulse iron hook combination, a link for Amal as well, but it did not matter because Bruno, once he was all farmed up, that's what he does. 2 hit damage, immediately kills off the opponent and immediately provide the space for DX Soul.
This is the composure we were waiting for from DX. They just needed to lock in. They just needed to wait for the right time. And well, that was one of the keys to victory, right? Play for Sky Z.
Yep.
And his Bruno was really hitting hard. Unfortunately, we did not get to see a lot of traction hooks at all. We also got to see not the Savage. That's unfortunate. I thought we were about to get a third Savage from the same player in the same season, but I think he's perfectly happy with this victory. So we are gonna go ahead and give him the MVP as well.
If Izanami is Lafel's boy, this is my boy. This is my guy right here, SkyZ. Give him whatever maximum is there out there. Give him the space that he needs. And this is what he's gonna do. He's gonna demolish. He's gonna deal a good amount of damage to the opponent right there. And one of the things that DX Soul did in game number 4 is goes back to basic. Go back to basic, man. Pick up the Chow. Look at how the pickup potential did them really well, and how they counter engage even if they get hooked. As long as it's not SkyZ, they're happy about it.
Seriously, man, when we see this game, we really understand why DX banned the Luo Yi in game 3.
Yep.
Those diversions were such an issue. Homeboys had no way of dealing with it because this is a front-to-back comp. Franco's just supposed to hook, and then while Phobius handles the rest, the DPSs just do their damage from behind. But there is no behind. If Vel and Rasi are constantly like breeding up the back, not Vel, Siska. So that was really smart. I think the DX Soul handled this draft, handled this game really well.
I definitely agree with you right there. I mean, you can't, not see the efforts from Siska with the Masha as well, providing damage, providing vision, just providing the overall presence to not allow Izanami to participate in much of the team fights, to not allow Malcuti having the best terms of positioning, and of course, once Homeboys did not manage to find where SkyZ is or to be able to lock him down, that is when the trouble starts to brewing with the amount of damage that he has. The Berserker Fury, the Husk Claw, and of course the extend range with the Malefic Gun as well. So all in all, Homeboys on paper and what they did early on is good. Got a few hooks off, got a few kills in their own hand, but they did not. One thing that we know that they can do well with the items that he has, it was a non-factor for the side of Homeboys.
It actually looked kind of scary for DX initially, because MelQT got the entire gold shield in the bot lane before SkyZ could even touch his tower. The Beatrix had a BOD in 4 minutes, which is ridiculously fast, and Homeboys have a composition that's able to follow up on it. But DXO put a lot of faith in Keemin. They knew that if the Fredrin gets caught, we don't actually need to focus too many of our resources to save him. We can aim their backline instead. They have 3 different late game cores that we can punish.
With the Fredrin, with the Loyi as well, look at the amount of objective that they have gotten. 2 lots and 3 turtles. Hat-trick of turtles right there. None of it was in the favors of Homeboys. Showcasing that in terms of turtle team fight, or in general, turtle team fight was managed to won by DXO. And how? First of all, managing to hold the important bush within that turtle itself. Meaning to say that the map control is in the favors of DXO. Number 1. Number 2, we just know that Fredrin can do the lot dance really, really well. Again, up against a lane. Of course, you're not going to rely on lane to just poke the lot and to just play around the lot. Fredrin can do that. Hence why a tank juggle is far much better in terms of turtle team fight or the lot dance. Hence why also at the same time, I think Homeboys is much more focusing on trying to get kills instead of winning these neutral objectives. With the Franco, with the Kimi, with the Beatrix as well. One thing for sure is that not only the Traction Pulse Iron Hook did not work, we did not also see Iron Hook, Bennett Rage combination much, because a lot of Bennett Rage was used by MelQT. Most of it is just a matter of trying to zone out the enemy. Only a few times that he managed to get a kill with the Bennett Rage.
Yeah, it's really funny to think about because the traction hook combination was so powerful for the Homeboys. But when they try to combo it with the Beatrix, it just doesn't seem to work for some reason, right? Both games that they have tried this trio have both been losses for the Homeboys. So maybe locking in most of your composition into a singular strategy ends up in a tough situation when your opponent has so many tools to outplay you. When we look at the notable key players from this game, SkyZ ended up being the rich guy, even though he was actually getting bullied in lane initially by Ivan's presence. Izanami ended up being the carry, Vel as the sandbag, and Keemin as the best wingman.
Yeah, I mean, I do have to echo what you said just now. It's kind of like putting all of your eggs in one basket is not good enough for the side of Homeboys, and I feel like that's what they did. Heavily relying on the Franco's hook. And of course, Vel is going to go onwards to the back end and try to do whatever he can on the back end. A lot of diversion that was used by the side of DXO early on did not work well, but a lot of it did work well, especially that one diversion towards the later stages where they managed to get like 4-man kills. Only Amal was the lone survivor right there.
I think Siska also ended up doing a lot of work for this game. Not only was he difficult to kill, there's a lot of good targets for his Thunderclap this game. It's because of the fact that he wasn't disrupted much in the EXP lane that he could continue to be a threat in the mid game when Homeboys were the furthest ahead.
A lot of Iron Hook was used, but there was no follow-up to the Iron Hook, like no damage coming in from the side of Homeboys. So it was kind of like a wasted Iron Hook being used by Ivan. To be fair, DXO understanding that, okay, they are heavily reliant on this Bloody Hunt, on this Iron Hook, so Winter Crown is the main idea of the game. But then again, SkyZ, who was not focused as of much, hence why, again, move forward, kick the ball. Move forward, kick the ball. Out of nowhere, Maniac was gotten. And once that Maniac was gotten by DXO, it was already too late for Homeboys to be able to do anything about it.
So close to a Savage. So close to a third Savage from SkyZ in the same season. What a story that would be. But this is already an incredible story for DXO as well. It is now one game. Whoever wins the next one moves on to the upper bracket finals where they will face SRGOG and potentially get the direct ticket to MSC.
One thing's for sure, regardless of whoever it is, DXO or Homeboys, the mental fortitude is gonna be a very, very big issue right now, and of course the physicality as well. My bad. Is gonna play a big role in that upper bracket finals. Yes, they are gonna have 1 hour and 30 minutes of rest time before the last game starts or before the upper bracket match starts. So we shall see how they move on forward to it. But You know, just a shout out to our restreamer as of now. We have Fix Official in number 1. We have Obot, we have Ombong, XK Penjahat, Vin Official as well. So our top 5 restreamer ranking leaderboard. Thank you very much to everyone who's currently tuning in, regardless of whichever stream you are tuning in. We are glad to have you here, and we are one match away to know that who's going to be the opponent for Selangor Red Giants OG Sports.
Thank you to thank you, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a long day.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a long
Thank
day.
you very much to everyone who's watching these restreamers. And if your favorite streamer is not on this list, make sure you guys go show them more love so that they can go up in the leaderboards as well, because this is a very, very exciting game. It's been so unexpected that I'm literally tongue-tied. You know, we're all speechless. We had to sit down because our legs just cannot handle the intensity of what is happening. That or we're old, but but we're having a good time.
Hey, to be fair, this is what my 8 games right now. Coming into my 9th game of the day. This is your 5th game of the day.
Yes.
So I am burnt out, but hey, the show must go on. And I would like to see, and I would like to know who's gonna get that victory, who's gonna get that way to the upper bracket.
We appreciate your sacrifice.
Nah, man, it's okay. It's all good for the better good of Mobile Legends.
Everyone
right?
show Adine some love.
Nah, it's all good,
Hashtag love Adine.
it's a long day. I mean, to be fair, this is our first day of playoffs because yesterday it's more of a play-in spots, right? So
True.
To start our playoffs season 15 with the best of 5 in a full stretch of games, that is showcasing how tough it is kind of in the MPL MY, especially we want to know who might be that first ticket holder for the MSC spot.
But it also brings up something concerning, right?
Okay.
Because if we are already tired,
Oh yeah,
they have to be tired too. And the winner of this series has to play another best of 5 against SRT right after this.
If you want to be a champion, it does not matter, right? You have to go the distance. You have to go all the way to be able to get that victory. So there is no excuse. If they can do it, we can do it as well.
So we should be standing, right?
We should be standing. Do we want to stand?
We'll do it later.
We'll do it later. All right, never mind.
Okay, let's see if the teams are going to be prepared. They're discussing things. They're talking about the strategies and the gameplay that they're going to bring to the forefront. Again, we have to highlight both these teams are new eras, right? This is the first time DXS has been in MPL. This is a brand new lineup for the homeboys, and this is a brand new exclusive merchandise for MPL MY Season 15, which is now on sale.
Yeah, I mean, talking about new, right? New merchandise, new outfits, new fit as well. Hopefully, you know, our Munton Malaysia gives, you know, a special love for us as well, as we want new merchandise as well from MPL, right? I mean, all the lineups. I do like the other color, the beach color. It's not chocolate. Again, it's beach. I like that color more than that one. But hey, if I were to receive any jerseys from anybody, I don't mind at all.
If LaFell was here, he would definitely say he was colorblind.
Yeah, I don't even know. He doesn't even know what color it is.
Yeah, what color is that?
It doesn't matter to him. You give him red, you see it's blue, he might
I
believe
would
you
like
guys.
one of those shirts, actually. Those are really nice shirts.
Of course.
You think they'll give them to us if we offer to, you know, model on the stage as well?
Most definitely not, I guess. Because
Why not?
Because we're not that attractive in comparison to whoever was on stage. All right.
That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, what to do? Hey, you win some, you lose some, and sometimes you lose a lot as well. But less than 30 seconds to go before we jump into game numero 5 right now, the determining game for this matchup. So that's what we like to see. You've seen a lot right now, but what more do you want to see, my guy?
I want to see good gameplay.
Okay.
I want to see interesting hero picks.
Okay.
I want to see
Good drafts.
Yeah.
I think the EXO is gonna have the benefit of the first pick. Really depends on what they want to do. Skyzet, of course, is gonna be the reliable guy on the gold lane. Of course, Rasi, we would hope then a lot of pick-off potential coming up from him should be able to help him. But in terms of help right now, most likely Vel is gonna need some help. A bit of technical issue is going on, hence why we're not starting the draft as of yet. So hopefully,
Yeah, we
goes
got
well.
a type 1 issue there. So it shouldn't take too long to troubleshoot. If it's going to happen, then may as well get it over with right now rather than in the middle of game 5, right?
I agree, definitely agree with you right there. But if I were to be in the side of Homeboys, right, if I were to be Coach Erpang or Coach Jasmine, I would be puzzled a bit. Like, okay, this guy just won't go off. This guy won't just run away, right? We brought in this kind of strat, we lost. Like one of the comfortable heroes for the side of Homeboys with the Farsa in game number 1, with the Ling at the same time, and we brought it again in game number 4, and they lost it again with the traction pulse combination. Also, it did not work. So, they need to go back to that game number 2, game number 3, and to know that okay, what will work for them and what will work for my guy right here.
Naruto skin?
Let's go.
Naruto skin? No, Naruto skin.
Exchange? Not enough yet. Okay, no, one more spin. Let's go.
Oh, this is their last spin. They don't have enough diamonds for more, I think.
Yep. Okay,
Oh,
that's a lot
not
of
enough.
tokens. But yep, enough to be exchanged.
Oh.
Enough to be exchanged for a Kalia.
Sakura?
Oh no, not
Wait,
enough.
what? Not enough?
Not enough.
Not
Oh,
enough?
no.
How
Oh,
many
no.
do they have?
Don't panic. Don't panic. One more spin.
Oh, they have 1,000. They are missing 4 tokens.
Oh, one more spin.
They
Should be
need
enough.
4. Okay, that's enough.
It is enough?
That's enough. That's enough.
Okay. Alright, okay. Sakura, let's go.
Alright, there we go.
go. Sakura for Kalia.
That moment when you think you're 110 pull away and then you're just short.
Just short.
RNG decided, hey,
Hey, why not?
why not? Just one more pull.
One more pull. And you get the skin. I'm almost to be lucky enough right there. But I feel like the draft has been started because I can see from my screen there's the few heroes has been banned out from both sides. And I think the hero that my brother just got right there, which is the Kalia, I don't think Kalia is going to get picked in this game because for sure he's going to get banned out.
There are some bans on the stage right now. I'm not too sure if it is going to be... Okay, yeah, they are locked in. So it is Benny, Kalea, Masha, banned by DX Soul.
Okay.
And then Chip, Loyi, Hayabusa, banned by Homeboy.
No more Louis.
No more diversions.
No more diversion. We want to play front to back, not coming in from any off angles right now. DXL, Badang for Viers is the main idea here. Baxia is still there as well. Or are they gonna opt to go for something different rather than the 3 heroes that I mentioned just now? Okay, Baxia.
Safe opening. Baxia can be locked in here. For the EXO, Homeboys have the option of going for the Kimi. There's also the pretty safe opening of Fovias Harif. Wondering what else. Was anything led through the bans? Because there's a lot of heroes that wouldn't normally be banned. The Masha especially. The
Yep.
Brethren is also an option.
I think Harith +1. That +1 can be anything right now. Can be a Fedrin, can be a Masha has been banned out. Can be a Sushin, can be a Badang as well. Or they want to go for a pick-off potential. Chow early on, I don't think so. They could go for a Gatot Kacha here to just counter-engage whatever comes their way. So my guess is Haren +1.
Oh,
Okay, never mind.
no. Oh, yeah, the Joy. The Joy has been banned out most of the games this series, so Homeboys gets to play it. Amal can be bringing yet another new assassin to the table. I think Amal has played a different assassin every single game this match.
With the Link, with the Joy right now. He play Hayabusa. Can't remember. It just happens just now.
That
I can't
was
remember.
Kimin.
Yeah,
if I'm
Kimi played the
not wrong.
Hayabusa game 1, right? Yeah.
He's played Joy, Benedetta, Nolan, and Ling.
Oh, yep.
I can't remember what was the other hero.
Yeah, slipped my mind as
Did
well.
he play Fredrin?
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember.
Yeah, he played Fredrin just now, right?
I've completely forgotten.
Nah, whatever.
Chat is yelling at us right
Whatever.
now. It's okay, we're old.
We're old. We have excuse, right? Okay, 1-1 plus Fovius. Good pick up by
Okay.
Dexol. Picking up the Fovius to just navigate the Infernal Pursuit to be catch on the 1-1. But when you have a 1-1 on their side, you need to have someone to be able to feed certain heroes to be able to get that witness stacks or the crossbow tank. So my biggest concern is, or my biggest, I wouldn't say concern, my biggest decision would be the Chow that is still viable if, let's say, it doesn't get banned out.
Show is still open. Fredrin actually still is an option if the Baxia is flexed into Rome instead. Because we have seen teams try to go all in on the 1-1 setup. I believe SRGOG literally did it earlier today. 4 protect 1 strategy where 1-1 was the only source of damage and everyone else was just crowd control. I think it's a bit risky to go for that, but DX can go for triple frontline.
They can. They definitely can. But if you go for a triple frontline of, very tanky, very high base defense, you would risk the thought of your damaging heroes. You would heavily rely on your mid lane and your 1-1. If 1-1 is not able to take flight, it's going to be trouble for you guys. Valentina is getting banned out, Glue as well. Last ban coming in from the side of Homeboys. Since they ban out the Valentina, are they going to ban out another mid laner here? If they do, Zushin would be my go-to ban.
Not sure if Zusin is really something you'll be that worried about. Yes, it would set up well for 1-1, but you would really be lacking damage still, and a good Joy will usually outpace it.
Most definitely, that's definitely true. I mean, the Joy with the mobility, with the fast farming rate, can definitely negate that movement. Good ban coming in. I think this is the 3rd time, if I'm not mistaken, banning out the Angela. Does not want to see this Baxia Angela at all. Even without the Baxia, the Angela gets still banned out by the side of Homeboys.
It's very interesting, actually, because Angela is annoying, yes, but is it really a hero worth banning every single time? It's a very curious trait from the side of the Homeboys. Maybe they got traumatized by someone in pubs. But now, final ban for DXS, going to be the Edith, actually. All right.
So it opens up Masha. Oh, sorry, Masha banned out for the 3rd ban by the side of DXO. My bad right there. So it opens up Gatot Kacha. Badang, if I'm not mistaken, is still there as well. So hence why they're being picked up by Homeboy. So we have not seen much of Hylos in this matchup, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think this is the right game for Hylos. DX can maybe play it. I don't think it's very good for Homeboys. Homeboys needs a hero that is able to catch, and DXS knows it. That's why they banned out the Edith. That's usually the EXP laner Homeboys will play if they want to go for combo style. And they have the setup for that with Joy and Farsa. But without it, they need a different option.
Franco again. Okay, they're gonna go for the Moskov first. Pairs up well with the Badang. If the Badang manages to catch off the certain heroes, Moskov can immediately jump in and to start that team fight to dish the damage that he has. And of course, the Farsa as well. So a lot of zoning capability as well in the side of Homeboys. Meanwhile, the Exol, like I said, I think Chow is a staple pickup. Just basic combination. You can kick the Badang and you can let the 1-1 get the stack out of Badang and just fly away before we take a look at the final pick from the side of Homeboys. If not, Matilda is still there, but I don't know if it's
Honestly, Brethren is still not bad here. Either Brethren or Cho and then another DPS. No, they go, wow, they're stealing it. The traction hook in the hands of DX Soul this time.
Okay, but I do understand the Kimi, I suppose, because they have a Baxia, they have a Forvius, so damaging wise, they are lacking of it. Hence why they pick up a very much more of a damage dealing type of mid laner, apart from picking up someone like a Zuxin or a utility mid laner here with the Franco as well. Got a heavy, not heavy relying upon him, but you have to hit those hooks to get 1-1, at least some kind of chance to take flight. And not too sure if they can, but hey, again, I would like to be proven wrong, so we shall see how Rasi plays it out.
Last pick. Oh! I was wondering if we might see this when Homeboys banned out the Valentina for themselves. It definitely works better here compared to when DX played it previously, because there are 3 pretty bulky frontliners for the Homeboys to play around, and they actually have a lot of damage.
Yeah, I do agree. They do have a lot of damage. But can they funnel that damage well? Number one, can they layer that damage well to be able to get the kills before they themselves get kills with like Iron Hooks, Bloody Hunt, and of course crossbow off tank later on. And not to mention the Baxia is going to be very, very tanky with the Forvius. So I think items like Sea Halberd, Dominance Ice is definitely the main picked up, or the Glowing Wand at the same time. So anti-healing is the main priority for for the side of Homeboys.
That is true. I can see where you're coming from there, but I think the main priority for both these teams here is to secure victory in game number 5. This is our first full series of the MPL Malaysia Season 15 playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. DX Soul and Homeboys both eager to vie for that upper bracket final slot. The winner goes on to face off against SRG OG. The loser drops to the lower bracket to face Aero Esports.
We have an issue before we jump into the game. The coaching staff have not went back yet, so let's take a look at our Marshal is trying to communicate with the teams. So far, we have not seen any signals as of yet. Is it Oh, okay, he's gonna do the start. No, yeah, no.
Are we good?
Are we good? Are we Gucci? No. Oh, okay.
Type 1, okay.
Type 1, okay. I thought he was gonna do the resume signal, but it's a type 1 issue, so should not be big of a deal. But so far, Sadafa, are you enjoying the playoffs matches that we have, or would you like to see more? Or are you technically disappointed? Who knows? You might be disappointed.
I mean, I think in general, I've been pretty satisfied with the growth that we've seen from some of our teams. I've been pretty disappointed with the performance of certain teams,
okay,
but well, they're not here anymore. So
oh, wow, foreshadowing something, huh?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't do good,
yeah,
then you don't go far.
Of course, that is how it is, right? If we take a look at the draft for this specific game, right? This is the most important match for both of these teams. Again, whoever wins moves up, facing off SRG OG Sport. Whoever loses, it's okay. It's not the end of the road yet, but their next match will be 2 more weeks to go. There is an ample of time for them to be able to fix any of mistakes, and they will be facing Aero Esport. That is a big matchup as well, because we've seen Aero Esport can play really, really well, but they can get overburned very, very easily at the same time. Looking at this game, are you inclined, if I were to give you the choice, to be in Homeboys camp or DXO's camp? Who will you pick?
This is actually a pretty execution-heavy game, and I think that's exactly how we want it. What will determine this game is not a total advantage in draft. It is all up to the players themselves. For the final time in the upper bracket semi-finals, we return to the land of Dawn, where a single victory is the final step needed to move on to the next stage of the competition. A brand new era faces off against a brand new legacy for a single throne.
This is Champions Army, and this is where they begin their own journey to victory. and to supremacy as well. DXOL up against Homeboys, game number 5. Last match of the day as we take a deeper look at the emblem to pull yourself together to be able to use the Flicker and of course the Inspire by 1-1 and Franco much more often. Meanwhile, in the side of Homeboys, look at the Xbox right now, Festival of Blood, and a bit more health to just play around.
Secretary gonna be used by Amal here to secure the Little Wanderer. This is an Xborg EXP lane, not a jungle pick. Oh, MLQT also taking a lot of beating from SkyZ right off the bat. This is one of his signatures.
Early stages, we can see SkyZ winning that laning phase. That's pretty good for the side of DXOL. But to be fair, we're talking about goal laners, we're talking about marksmen. It's not about how you begin, but it's about how you end those fights. This is what is important. Amal, he's level 4. Meanwhile, Kimin also level 4.
Hook, Starlium Beam into the hook. First blood to Kimin.
Easy combination from Storm and Rasi right now. And I feel like that is what they need to do even more when it comes towards the mid stage. But they have to remember, I think one more hook. Yep.
Oh, that was a slight miscommunication.
Who's gonna hook? Who's gonna stun, man? Gotta communicate much more better right there. Hold on.
Ivan? Okay, he's fine.
Okay. What I'm afraid of is what happened to Homeboys in game number 4. Where early hooks, yes, they managed to get a kill. But once, let's say, MLQT gets a good farm off, Amal gets a good farm off, it doesn't matter who you hook, as long as you have a proper positioning, you're still fine.
Yeah, it really came down to the mid-game dynamic of the draft as well. Kimin gonna get the first turtle of the game and instantly start walking over to contest the orange buff. I think he's aware of the fact that Amal did do some vertical jungling, so he's hoping to match. But Bell is here building up those flame stacks. Ivan catches 2 with a fist break, but the Infernal Pursuit doing some good damage. Last Insanity, the Iron Hook Flicker pulls back Amal! But they trade junglers. Kimin gets burnt away, and Bell flickers out. But Storm picks up the double kill. If Destruction connects, MLQT not able to finish off SkyZ.
Almost finishing off SkyZ right there, but MLQT gotta be more careful. Very, very low health, but forces SkyZ to recall. Nope, he's gonna stay in the lane because he has the healing capability. But what happened on top lane just now was very, very good for the side of DXOL, and I'm not too sure how in the world Rasi
he found MLQT. The Iron Hook is the final right of the Homeboys goal laner.
I was about to compliment the first hook he did against Amal, but Pedestrike,
gonna be blasted as well. Neither team is holding back for game number 5, man. The goal laners are traded once again.
It's like, if you die, I die. I can't let you die alone. I have to follow you right now, and that's what happened between SkyZ as well as MLQT. If he's cracked,
locks down Rasi in the mid lane. Traction Pulse pulls in too, but Rasi, he knows he's not getting out of that one.
That's an easy setup by Ivan, and the follow-up was very good as well from Amal as well as Isanami with the Feather Strike. So the lead that DXOL has early on right now has been taken care of. Only 500 goal lead in the 4th minute mark.
So far it's been very chaotic. As you mentioned, Adin, not a very notable goal lead for either side. I think Amal does have a slight EXP lead. He has been farming a little faster than Kimin, but not by very much. Spear of Destruction actually nearly hit Storm in the base. I think he was just checking if anyone was there.
Almost right there. DXOL and Homeboys, none of these teams have a good grasp of the momentum of this game. It's very, very back and forth between one and another, and right now,
they're gonna engage on Bell. He's stuck inside the turtle pit. Last Insanity comes out. Fist crack connects with this guy in Infernal Pursuit. Amal steals the turtle away, but SkyZ looking for the crossbow set of finishes of Bell. It's a turtle for a kill.
I think it's still benefit for DXOL, although they did not manage to get a turtle, but managing to get a kill is far good enough for DXOL because there will be one more turtle that is gonna come out later on, and this allows SkyZ to get the turret on the bot side. Meanwhile, Homeboys are gonna do the split pushing on the top side.
This is a very even matchup here, guys. I was not expecting this. You can tell that both teams are really putting it all on the line. They know what is at stake. They're not eliminated if they lose this, but their path forward going to be a lot more difficult. Traction hook going to be dodged with a flicker from Izanami. Homeboys don't want to get caught now.
Kimian moving forward very, very aggressively right now. Forcing his enemy for the Feather Strike to force away the enemies. I don't think Homeboy should take on this team fight.
Val has to use the last insanity defensively as well. Iron Hook going to miss. Homeboys avoids the fight. I think they're just trying to set up the map for MelQT to split push.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you right there. But look at what the Exol are doing right now. They are on the top side to just scout out those movements by the Moskov and to make sure that the lane does not push too far in the side of the Exol. Meanwhile, Homeboys are just playing with momentum right now.
Conceal play, they're looking for Val and they get it. The crossbow tank is set up. Spirit of Destruction will connect. MelQT joins the fight. Purify forced out from SkyZ. Fitzcrack connect with Rasi. Storm gonna be melted away. Amal chasing the backline and the cores are gone. It's a double. It's a triple for Amal. And he'll find another as well. Make that a maniac for the Homeboys.
Another maniac for the side of Homeboys. Just now we got a maniac from the side of the Exol. Right now, they are just trading blows. It doesn't matter whoever gets it, but it's always going to be the 1-1. It's always going to be the jungler at the same time. So Homeboys right now, 1.5k goal lead. Meanwhile, DXOL are losing a grasp of this game. And finally, we get to see at least one team holding on towards the momentum, and that team is Homeboys.
Yeah, things were pretty back and forth up until then, but I think DXOL committed too many resources to picking off Bell. This is an Exborg after all. He basically has 2 health bars. And that time allowed Homeboys to come in and finish them off. They need to take care of their backline a little bit more. Amal should not have been given so many kills.
I mean, Amal found the space and he just tanked everyone immediately, right? Electrifying bits away, Rhythm of Joy away. Easy enough to get a kill against the EXO. At the same time, SkyZ, we cannot count him out just of yet. We do know that 1-1 is one of the signature heroes for DXO, for himself. So there will be a time where DXO, if they can create that space, somehow DXO can come out on top.
Under conceal, Ivan commits a fist crack onto Siska. Feather Airstrike comes out as well. Kimian gonna go and cancel it out. Bell loses his Viraga armor. They're gonna continue the Infernal Pursuit, and they'll crush the Exborg. Electrifying Beast doing good damage. Spear of Destruction. Looks like MelQT will not jump to it. And that's gonna be it from DX.
Another movement from the side of DXO, managing to get a kill against Val, and then immediately the shot call was to disengage and focus on the next objective. Meanwhile, MelQT, since nobody is focusing on him, he took the opportunity to take care of business on the bot side. Meanwhile, DXO as a team taking care of things on the top end.
Homeboys still have control of the gold lead, but it's not quite large enough for it to be a guaranteed victory just yet. If we look at the items, neither marksman has actually completed Eternity yet, and SkyZ went for a magic dagger just to get that extra shielding in.
Holy Trinity has not been completed as of yet from 1-1, focusing on those magic blade, knowing that the damage coming from Amal is just too much, so would like to provide a bit of magic resistance and of course the shield that he may get. In the side of Moskov, Holy Trinity has been picked up immediately. I think the next item should be a Wind of Nature to be able to withstand any amount of physical damage from SkyZ or from Rasi for that matter as well.
Like things are gonna slow down a little bit. Both teams this game do have pretty solid late game scaling. So there's not going to be any particular point where a team just drops off in terms of relevance. And Homeboys does have a better ability to split push thanks to MelQT as well.
I'm very, very scared. Every time I see Baxia jumping into a bush, I am very, very scared. Because the Baxia, if there is nobody, then it's fine. But
Conceal comes in, Ivan with the flicker, fist crack, finds 2, locks them down! The Lord is secured by Amal. Spirit of Destruction comes in, MelQT gets bloody hunted in the backline! SkyZ looking for the crossbow tank, but is not able to set it up. All of his teammates are falling, but he will at least trade MelQT. Siska still alive, 1v4, the Infernal Pursuit trying to stay alive, but it is not enough. The Homeboys take out 4 members of DXOL.
A good engagement from DXOL just now, understanding the SOD is going to come from MelQT. Good bloody hunt, but it was all too late because Homeboys, yes, one member of themselves gets the bloody hunt. That is Malcuti. That is very unfortunate. But the others, Amal, Izanami, Ivan, all did their job immediately, taking care of 3 members of the EXO, and that was Storm Kimin at the same time as Sinska right there. It was only the one alive at that particular moment. One
Rasi with the hook into the bloody hunt. Bell loses his armor. Traction Pulse pulls him back in. SkyZ picks up the X-Borg.
good hook once again from Rasi, be able to buy some time for them to able to defend the top inhibitor turret, and at the same time, one last outer turret for themselves is still up alive. Homeboys, it's okay. It's still a win in my books because they managed to even further lead ahead. 4.8k goal lead. Not only that, the map control is also within their hands. Let's take a look at itemization right now. Holy Crystal, Bloody Wings, and of course the Winter Crown on the side of Joy, the Blood Wings as well. So more shields, more magical power as well with the Holy Crystal, and of course the Starlam side. On the side of Moskov, looks like still trying his best to pick up that win of nature most likely. And 1-1 is not that far behind. Maybe one more item that she needs would be the golden stuff, but not too sure if she's gonna get it immediately.
Looking at the situation right now, even though Homeboys have a roughly 5k lead at this point, the game has lasted long enough that it's still not really guaranteeing anything. Wind of Nature is complete on MelQT, so he has a bit more freedom to play aggressively now, and it's actually very important for Homeboys to get Amal and MelQT set up in the backline. If they're able to remove SkyZ and Stome, the rest of DX Seoul are not actually much of a threat.
I think they still need to wait for the next slot. D is in the Homeboys. But to be fair, you gotta be careful. If they wait patiently or they wait just passively, it won't work out well for them. You would need to be able to scout out where the opponents are. Are they gonna push on the top lane? Are they gonna push on the bot lane to ensure that the minions are pushing against from their own base? Take it for example on the top side, Moskov clearing up the wave before the Lord spawns, less than 7 seconds. Then even if he continues pushing in the top lane, he can SOD away to join any particular team fights.
Teams are taking this slowly. The EXO actually going to be the first ones on the Lord, Homeboys, making sure housekeeping is handled. But Ivan is here to scout things out and make sure the EXO know it's still risky to try and force this.
It's very, very risky. At the same time, it's very calculated risk at the very least. It's not just simply taking risks, but without any particular benefit. Right now, as we take a look at the mini-map, I can see SkyZ and also Rasi starting to move upwards. But I feel like he knows something is not right. So the Moskov does not need to push even further right now. Amal
gonna commit electrifying beats. Darkwave knocks him up. Better dare strike. Zones out Siska. Last insanity by Bell. But the Winter Crown denies the damage. Here comes Rasi and SkyZ from the top side. They're looking for a setup, but Homeboys will walk out the other way. And this entire time, MelQT is still split pushing.
Look at Moskov. I mean, just still on that top side, just still providing some troublesome right now for the side of Homeboys. Again, knowing that he can come immediately with the SOD, so it does not matter for him to be on that top side. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Imam just not clearing the wave, just focusing on, okay, is anybody gonna come? Just trying to get more information, but at the same time that they're doing this, they're not overextending, right? Ivan is not too far ahead, but it's just far enough to be able to scout out the side of the EXO, to know where the members of the EXOs are.
Things are tense. Homeboys are actually starting to lose a little bit of wave pressure themselves, but the EXO still have to deal with Sive wave pushing SkyZ and Rasi, trying their best to find MelQT at some point, but he is playing very smart.
Yeah, look at Vel. Doesn't matter. He can withstand the Lord fight really, really well. He can tank the Lord damage. Less than 18k of health. SkyZ is here as well.
The EXO are trying to force it actually. Last Insanity comes out. Ama Kimin secures the Lord Ray of Destruction, connects with the Lord Pit. Rasi goes down, Kimin goes down, Siska's melted. All the frontliners of the EXO are gone. SkyZ's in the backline, but he's not able to get the crossbow out. It's a double kill for Amal. And Homeboys have broken it wide open. Stove is And you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. The path to the upper bracket finals is wide open for the homeboys. Storm all by himself. Picks off 2, but the last insanity to win the crown comes out. He still has to try and defend, but it's not going to be enough. The crystal is open, and the work is done. Homeboys takes the series. They will be moving on to the upper bracket finals.
Very patient gameplay from Homeboys right there. That lot dance, that was very, very crucial. They withstand, they played very, very slow. They know that they can withstand it even longer with the Xmog as their front line. And once the decision was made by DXSoul, they wanted to end that lot immediately. Yes, they gotten the lot, but as you mentioned, Sadafa, all of their frontliners was gone. There was no more Forvius, there was no more Baxia. It was tough for them at that point, and it was easy enough for Homeboys when Storm was the only guy right there.
The 2 top seeds of the regular season have maintained their grasp upon the competition. The upper bracket finals will be between Homeboys and SRGOG. One of those 2 teams will be our first MSC representative. But before that, let's talk about this game by passing it over to Rose.
Inilah dia pasukan yang akan jumpa Selangor Red Giants OG Esports di upper bracket finals. Ladies and gentlemen, Homeboys! Wish, itu adalah game yang seram, seru dengan sengit. Val, how are you feeling right now?
Senang sebab menang lah.
Rasa hype tak?
Biasa aja.
Biasa aja.
Mungkin lebih hype nanti lawan SRG.
Nanti lawan SRG. Yeah. Okay, now Val, mungkin kita boleh discuss sikit pasal perlawanan ini. Adakah Val expect that perlawanan ini akan, main 5-5 game?
Kita expectnya 3-1, cuma tadi kalah di game berapa? Game 4. Kita silap, jadi ya udah, nggak apa.
Nggak apa-apa.
Nggak apa-apa.
Okay, so sekarang ni dah main 5-5 game. Rasa penat tak?
Tak.
Rasa tak penat?
Sebab kami tadi tak ada warm up. Jadi ini warm up untuk SRG.
Wow. So nanti bila lawan SRG ada semangat penuh lah.
Ya.
Okay. Now mungkin Rose nak cakap dengan Izanami. Izanami. Hello.
Hello.
Looking good, guys. Honestly, nampaknya Homeboys hari ni memang nampak like they're so ready for the upper bracket finals nanti. Ada aura dia yang agak lain macam, ya. Now, speaking pasal rematch dengan SRG malam nantilah kan. I've asked Val kalau dia rasa penat ke tak. Tapi nanti it's gonna be a big match. So, how ready are you guys for SRG nanti?
Kalau bagi pendapat saya, kami just ready untuk kami tak kisahlah di X ataupun SRG, kami just try untuk main lah macam mana kami main. Sebab match tadi lawan DX pun kuat juga ada orang. So lawan SRG pun nanti kami kena expect yang SRG kuat lah. Tapi kami pun kuat lah, boleh harap boleh fight lah. Amin,
of course. And Rose perasan kan, setiap kali pasukan mana-mana yang dapat jumpa DXSoul ni main full game. Kenapa ya?
Bagi saya mungkin sebab DX ni tim yang banyak otak lah kalau bagi saya. Sebab diorang player-player yang makro tinggi lah, terutama Storm. Sebab Storm sebelum ni pernah jadi roamer saya kan. So saya tahu yang dia ni menggunakan otak lah dalam game. So sebab tu lah.
Menggunakan otak?
Ya.
Okay. I don't know how to feel about that, Okay, now you lagi suka Storm as roamer ke mid laner?
Mid lah. Supaya saya boleh lawan dia.
Oh, bolehlah bagi saingan dekat mid lane lah kan?
Betul.
Okay, hopefully kita boleh nampak lagi Storm punya prestasi yang hebat di fasa kedua playoffs. So, kita dah tengok full 5 match, full 5 game. Korang rasa puas tak beli tiket hari ni? Puas kan? So, siapa yang you rasa sepatutnya jadi MVP? Wow! So, apa kata kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini? In 3, 2, 1, MVP jatuh kepada Oh. Emal. Wow, Emal. Amazing game. Tapi Rose nak tanya, kenapa tiba-tiba game kedua Benedetta jungle?
Sebab
Coach suruh. Okay, nanti coach suruh lagi tak? Pick pelik-pelik ke tak? Secret? Ada. So, you guys are saying you guys have a secret weapon yang akan keluarkan di upper bracket finals nanti?
InsyaAllah ada.
Okay, and of course, okay, and also, perlawanan ni sengit. For your matchup against SRG, apa expectations Emal untuk matchup ni?
Expectation?
Apa yang you expect? 3-2 ke? 3-1 ke? 3-0 ke?
3-2. Kalau tak kita orang 3, dia orang 3. Tak tahu.
Betul juga, tak salah. Tapi tak apalah, maksud tu bagi fight lah kan? Sampai hujung. Alright, ada pasukan yang akan balik rumah hari ini. Kita kena ingat, ada lagi fasa kedua playoffs mana the losing team will still play in the lower bracket matches. And of course, everybody's favorite, Melcury.
Mel.
Apa?
Sabar, belum lagi. Jangan nak gaduh. Tak. Okay, Mel. Tadi Rose borak dengan Yums kan? Lepas tu, Yums cakap dia 110% ready untuk upper bracket finals nanti. Kalau Yums 110% ready, Mel berapa persen?
Ready je lah, ready.
Tak ada nombor?
Tak ada nombor.
Tak ada?
Infinity.
Wow! Korang yakin ke diorang infinitely ready?
Apa?
Tak, I tanya diorang. So, nanti ada match lagi, suruhlah fans datang, tengok.
Okay, nanti datang lagi ya guys.
Okay guys, datang nanti? Datang tak nanti? Datang. Alright, so you know what? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Jumpa nanti ya.
Okay.
Jumpa nanti. Rest well. Okay guys, so yes. Oh ada. Okay, go.
Boleh?
Boleh. Takkan tak boleh?
Okay guys, terima kasih sebab datang. And Alhamdulillah kita dah secure top 3. Tapi kita takkan pernah cukup lah dengan apa ni. Tapi tetap akan bersyukur lah. Tak sedih, happy. So, terima kasih guys yang sedia-sedia dengan kita orang. Terima kasih semua. Jadi, terima kasih dia. Dia bila nak next stage ni. Alright guys, so jumpa malam ni kan. Thank you, Ellie. Terima kasih. Alright. Ivan ada last word.
Ada, okay. Apa yang last words-nya? Oh, troll je. Okay, tak apa. Jangan troll nanti. Apa bracket finals? Tu jangan troll. Sini boleh troll. Alright guys, terima kasih kepada Homeboys. Once again, congratulations. And of course, kepada semua orang yang tengah nonton live stream ini, jangan pergi ke mana-mana sebab sebentar lagi, kita punya Poji ada post-match insight bersama dengan DXO. And with that, let's throw it back to the casters to analyze apa yang jadi dalam full Best of 5 series ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Rose, and of course, the Homeboys boys as well. And good game, well played. Congrats to them managing to secure the upper bracket final spot and one step closer to MSC, to Riyadh as well. And to be fair, like Emal said, and of course, like Izanami said at the same time, DXL are not, just any ordinary team. Hence why it went until the end. Hence why it went until fifth game that we've gotten to see. And hopefully, whatever it is, Homeboys managed to learn from that match. Going up against SRG, OG is gonna be a different beast to be able to beat team right now.
But they can definitely relish in their victory as of right now. With that, Homeboys officially secure at least top 3 in MPL Malaysia Season 15, and they have a chance to move on to represent Malaysia at MSC. This final Game 5 was a close one. The first couple of minutes were really back and forth, but that very first Lord fight really made a huge difference. and showed why I was a little concerned for DX Seoul. Homeboys have so many tools, have so much damage for controlling the team fights.
And if we can recall back on how Homeboys won that game is when they managed to take over or take out the two frontliners of DX Seoul, which was the Baxia and the Foviers. Without this true frontliner, Skyset can't do anything about it, Rasi can't do anything about it, even Storm was left alone in that final defense to be able to clear all those minions wave, but he could not. Only one man could not do the job up against a 4-man members of the side of Homeboys. And to be fair, going back to what you said, this officially puts Homeboys in the top 3 spots. And honestly, there is a vast improvement. Just to recall, last season they did not make it to the playoffs, but they were still in MPL. They did not lose their slot. With less than 1 season, less than a year of changes, he managed to get top 3. That is a Cinderella story for me.
It's one of the most effective lineup revamps that we have ever seen in the history of MPL MY, and Homeboys should definitely be very proud of themselves for being able to come this far in such a short time. The series definitely wasn't the cleanest. There's still some things that can be worked on both sides, and they're not going to have a lot of time to work on it because Homeboys is going to be facing off against SRGOG right after this. DX Seoul can lick their wounds, prepare themselves. They'll have quite a long period to prepare for their next matchup against Aero Esports.
That is going to be an interesting matchup as well, right? DX Seoul up against Aero Esports with 2 weeks of break as well. Feeling refreshed, feeling rejuvenated at the same time. So I would like to see those phase 2 playoff be very, very different kind of a gameplay. But Homeboys, they won't have much time to rest. Although, if I'm not mistaken, we're gonna start at 8. So they do have roughly about 2 hours of rest to be able to recalibrate back whatever they want to do, and of course to get back their energy at the same time, to be able to eat at the same time, to get more energy to fight against SRGOG later on. But so far in this particular game itself, look at the rich guy Amal with 900 GPM. The carry is gonna be Amal as well, 42k. 82k amount of damage being taken by Vel, and the best wingman is gonna be with Ivan with 14 assists. So all in all Homeboys all the way stay true to their gameplay and managed to get a win with a scoreboard of 16 and 10 overall. Homeboys, how should I say it? Good showcase from them, but to be fair, there were some mistakes happen, especially game number 2 and especially game number 1, but they bounced back very, very well in game number 2 and in game number 3, just showcasing that it is possible. Even if they go down against SRG, let's say 2-0, they can still come back. They should not doubt themselves.
And they said on the stage that they didn't warm up before coming into play today, so they treat this as the warm-up. And I think it's a very good warm-up. I think it's taught them a lot about their weaknesses and things that they need to prepare for, especially going up against SRGOG right after this. When we look at overall the decisions and the plays that were made, again, in the early game, DX Seoul were actually doing pretty good. They were trading pretty evenly and being a constant threat on the map. And Rasi was actually hitting hooks quite a lot.
Yeah, I agree. We do have one segment later on, and I would like to focus on that segment is with OG and of course DX Seoul. I would like to hear what are the thoughts on the coach or whoever the representative are later on. What are their thoughts on this game? Because honestly, DX Seoul played well throughout this whole series. Yes, a few mistakes here and there cost them the game, but all in all, in general, in terms of drafting, it was quite good. Although there was one game with the Xbox jungle did not go too well. But again, DX Seoul looking like a true contender. Is just that Homeboys were the better team in this full best of 5 match series.
Homeboys have definitely improved a lot, but DX Seoul again proved to us that they are a team to be feared. Going from starting the season as an MAL roster to being able to go face-to-face with one of the top teams of the season is an indication of that growth. With that, we'll go ahead and take a break for this match. We'll let Poji take over, and we'll see you guys later for the upper bracket finals.
Terima kasih Lavel, akan saya korek dan juga kongsi dengan korang semua. Dan sekarang saya bersama dengan Kimin dan juga Coach Teo. Jadi, the first question is for Coach Teo. So Coach, after today's match, so which area do you think that you need to improve for the upcoming matches?
Maybe we just only need to improve also our hero power and also the rotation and even our mistakes. We need to review our mistakes because usually even we get the snowball early game, sometimes my players still doing mistake. Even we already get our snowball.
Okay, understand. But then again, for your next match is against Aero Esport, which is the only team to secure a point against Selangor Red Giant OG. So, based on your opinion, what do you think that you need to do to go against them?
We need to read their draft also, even their hero power. Because in terms of rotation and game style of Aero, I think just a normal. Because we know already how to fight against Aero. Maybe we just only need to shut down Hazel.
Oh, shut down Hazel.
Yeah.
Nice one. Alright, sebab saya tanya dekat dia untuk soalan yang pertama tadi, sebab selepas lah daripada game pada hari ini game ni, apa yang perlu dia perbaiki untuk upcoming matches, dan dia cakap dia perlu perbaiki dekat hero power, dekat rotation. Maksudnya all the basics balik, micro dan juga macro play dia, sebab kadang-kadang player dia terlampau agresif sampai terlupa benda-benda macam tu. Small mistake lah. Dan soalan yang kedua saya tanya, untuk bertemu dengan Aero Esport ni kan, sebab satu-satunya tim yang berjaya dapatkan point daripada Selangor Red Giant OG. Jadi dia cakap apa yang dia perlu buat adalah tetap sama, review balik hero, jaga hero pool, dan yang paling penting sekali, shut down Hazel. Hazel, dengar tu. Alright, tapi soalan seterusnya kepada Kimin. Alright Kimin, kalau kita tengoklah tadi kan, dekat dalam game yang pertama kita memang nampaklah Kimin is too OP. Tapi tak jangka dekat dalam game yang game pertama tu dah jadi, game kedua dengan ketiga tiba-tiba jatuh. Actually apa yang berlaku sebenarnya?
Untuk game kedua tu sebenarnya mistake individu lah. Mistake saya kan, memaksa untuk team fight tanpa kita tahu yang link pun scaling kan. So tak boleh nak paksa, tapi saya buat kat. So kita orang dah apa orang kata, dah lose early tu, and homeboys pun press kita orang. So kita orang macam susah nak comeback and kalah. Untuk game ketiga apa jadi lah?
Nolan.
Oh, Nolan. Dia just outdraft. Ya. Yeah.
Oh, dia kata unexpected. Coach kata unexpected. Jadi Kimin, sebab tadi dekat dalam game tadi kita memang nampak Kimin main dengan sangat bagus untuk full series 5 game kan. Tapi ada dekat komen-komen yang cakap ke mana hilangnya Kimin playoff. Sebab semalam korang ganas. When did Kimin playoff go? The aura suddenly missing.
Well, I think saya rasa tak hilang pun, ada je lagi saya rasa. Cuma hari ni rezeki tak mihak pada saya dengan tim.
Alright. Jadi persediaan untuk menghadapi Aero Esport lagi 2 minggu. Apa yang boleh nak cakap kepada pasukan lawan dan juga peminat sebelum kita throwback kepada caster?
Untuk Aero Untuk Aero, give a good fight lah. Kita orang dapat masa 2 minggu ni untuk training kita orang punya hero apa semua. So be ready lah. And untuk fans juga, jangan lupa datang sokong kita orang. Kita orang bukan buat yang terbaik lah next match nanti.
Budak-budak taman tadi, budak-budak taman.
Budak taman pun dia orang takkan tak datang lah.
Takkan tak datang
Betul.
Baik. Itu dinamakan sehati sejiwa bersatu padu teguh demi DXO. Thank you coach, thank you Kimin. Itu sahaja daripada saya untuk info-info penting sebelum mereka bertemu dari 2 minggu lagi. Dan sekarang kita nak tengok apa kata caster dengan info-info yang telah pun disalurkan. Tanpa kita melengahkan masa, let's go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Popo G, with the interview segment. And I like how Coach Theo did mention about the hero power. They need to fix on that. A bit of drafting as well, and also the decision making from the opponent. And when asked about, okay, what are your thoughts on Aero Esport, you know, of course you still have 2 weeks of break before facing off Aero Esport. Coach Theo mentioned about focusing down on Hazel, and would that be a good idea? Because you still have to focus on Kim, Zakif playing really well, Kusei as well with the Granger we all seen in game number 1 just now. So I think Coach Theo, you need to focus a lot more. It's just not about the Hazel effect. I do agree Hazel is a big factor, but a lot of the other players are very, very good as well.
I do think that out of all the teams that we have remaining here, none of them are going to be as easy to take down as just targeting one specific player.
Yep.
Every single player is just as strong if they're able to make it this far. It's going to be very interesting to see what comes up next, and I'm really glad to see the players are able to learn from the mistakes they made so quickly as well. Once again, another reminder to you guys, a last call, in fact, because the playoffs Phase 2 tickets will be released in 2 hours from now, 8 p.m. later, where you'll be able to grab tickets for the final few matches and the grand finals of the season.
Yeah, multiple device, do remember that. Okay, so that's all we have for today. Before we take a shorter break for the upcoming match is the upper bracket finals. See you guys later and peace out, guys.
Winter. Masa jauh. Barcelona ulti masa jauh.
Winter. Play together.
Masih on me, guys.
There, gang. Let's go,
Si Masya.
I see you.
Kanan, guys.
Tarami. Masih out ya?
Mid. Kanan.
Aku tolak.
Santai.
Oktan.
Aku paksa. Masukin web, kan.
Klik.
Try attack. Loktor.
No. Tetap kill. Kalian. Tengok box ya, guys. Nih, diangkat gua.
Gua pecah sih.
Aman gua. Pecah, guys. Pecah. Yang atas dulu. Nice. Mati. Tengok Mel. Aman. Link. Udah aman. Dah. Fokus atas lagi, guys. Masih boleh tahu enggak? Ya, masih boleh atas. Dapat. Kok diangkat aman, kuat aja mau. Kasih guys. Depan. Lihat callingnya. Nih, pecah. Aman aja, bro. Aman aja, bro. Kasih tahu siapa homeboys. Kok nggak ketarik? Kok pegang belakang? Guys, kok pegang belakang nih.
Banyak lo itu.
Aman. Aman. Santai. Kok pegang belakangnya aku aman. Ayo, bisain. Ayo. Bisain. Mid. Hati-hati dong, dia berangkat kau, guys. Nice, sir.
Bunuh lu.
Orang keluar. Udah enak. Nice. Aku. Franco, vacuum.
Ayo kenapa blink low.
Bakap Z.
Depan.
Cerma. Vacuum.
Simi.
Tadi one kimi. End the ball. GG.
Banyak gaya.
Nice, Dan.
Banyak gaya.
Let's go, guys.
Boleh?
Nih. Dapat 2, guys. Mati stormnya.
Ini gua.
Aman rata nih.
Ring.
Ini depan aja. Depan aja, bro. Aman, bro. Nice. Cakep.
Aman. Aku berkorban untuk aman. Aku digigit.
Boleh. Ayo, guys. Let's go. Fokus, perang. Pecah di gua, Brad. Aman. Aman. Mati. Ayo. Bisain.
Aku
Atas. End bawah. Enak. Ayo, sudah. Boleh. Nice. Nice, bro.
Alhamdulillah.
kerap menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi. Minna! Utsumaki Naruto ga kaette kita zo!
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head & Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head & Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
私はもっと強くなる。やっ！シャンナラ！
Jiwa 4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Trofi MPL Malaysia, dia adalah simbol untuk tunjuk kejayaan satu pasukan. Dia membina legasi. Mana-mana gaming house I pergi, they proudly display their trophy because they know what that trophy means to them as a team.
There's quite a few champion moments that I can't forget for sure. When Homeboys won their very first championship, that was a very pivotal moment because Homeboys has never really gotten to that length of the tournament.
Rasanya trofi season 12 tu betul-betul bermakna untuk saya lah. Last saya dapat trofi tu season 3. So saya tunggu lama lah untuk pegang trofi tu. Season 3 saya menang atas usaha yang kuat. So bila first kemenangan tu rasa macam tak percaya. But But then bila season 12 tu menunjukkan konsistensi kot saya dalam scene ni. Saya cuba banyak kali. Cuma fail juga. But then tiba-tiba season 12 miracle happen lah.
Season yang saya tak boleh lupakan is season 9 sebab itu first time saya champion. Dan saya dapat MVP pada season tu lah.
Masa Grand Final season 9, saya ada teman Momo sebab dia gunakan sniper. Tapi sekarang saya baru sedar yang kita orang dua tak communicate dan saya pun nervous jugalah. So yeah, sorry Momo.
SRG did it so handedly as well. Haven't had like champions who've dominated that hard in quite some time.
Time season 13 bermula, Maria from WTM datang interview saya dekat sekolah saya and saya ada cakap saya boleh kalahkan Chibi or be better than him, then it's just come true lah what I said.
Honestly, I nampak the new design for the trophy is very nice. For me, trophy baru ni adalah signal kepada semua pasukan that kita kena tinggalkan cara yang lama and start bergerak dengan cara yang baru. Disebabkan kita dah nampak usaha berkali-kali, hanya SRG je yang betul-betul boleh bawa nama Malaysia dekat international. So pastikan you come very, very prepared. Hopefully dengan trofi baru, kita pun akan nampak banyak player baru ataupun organisation baru yang boleh step up and wakil Malaysia dekat international.
There's a limit in the Women's League. In MWI, we say, limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the Women's League. In MWI, we say, limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Hello guys, so for today I'm going to rate MPL. One more. Hello guys, so for today I'm going to rate top gold laners from MPL MY. So first is Kuzey. Because I think he's the one who's carrying their team and he's being consistent on his role.
Usir saya letak dekat B lah, B. So ada Mel QT, saya letak S.
Biasa-biasa S. Because they're just a new team but their gameplay is kinda great, so I think S.
So kita ada Lolial, saya letak C.
Hey, because when I'm watching their ISF, when they won, I think you just really need to have some good teammates that can help him carry the game.
Lepas tu kita ada Super Z, saya letak A. Sebab dia selalu gendong-gendong.
Sky Z. Oh, okay, remember. Because he got savage, that's why I put him at S+.
Ada Innocent, the one and only, letak atas ni.
Innocent kita letak dekat sini lah, so dia God, kita letak ada S.
Me? F. Getting carried by teammates.
Lepas tu ada Trap. Saya letak Trap dekat A juga. Sebab Trap dengan SkyZ sama. Diorang selalu gendong tim diorang.
Trap. Because he wants to solo kill me, so I'll put him at S+.
Aduh, Trap ni dia kawan aku lah. Kita orang rapat. Sorry lah, Trap. F. SkyZ, ada tu lawan 2-1, saya letak F lah. Lolial 2-0, saya letak F ke A, F. Kuse 2-0, okey, 2-0, F ke A.
Let's Presco, saya letak B.
B for now. Because their team kinda underperformed since last 2 seasons.
Next, F.
Shaheen, saya letak dekat B.
B. Because I watch his highlights, his solo kill DRit. Thumbs up.
Shaheen pun F. Okay, nampaknya semua kita letak F.
So ada sekali saya. Saya mungkin duduk sebelah Innocent.
Huh? Rough. This one, good kid, good kid. So I'll just put him in A.
Rough kita belum lawan guys. So kita letak dia dekat A dulu lah, A dulu. Sebab kita tak tahu, mungkin kita kalah. Last, me, myself and I, kita letak dekat D lah. Janganlah kita letak sini lah. Kita tak tahu lawan Raf macam mana. So kita sebanding dengan Raf dulu lah. Obi mana Obi? Obi tak ada?
Okay, itu saja from saya. MV Raf, bye. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Kami dekat regular ni selalu menang 2-1 dan kalah pun 2-1, dan boleh jadi kat playoff ni kami boleh menang 3-1, boleh menang 3-2. So lebih banyak match, saya rasa tim kami lebih kuat.
Playoff kali ni boleh dikatakan playoff yang paling kita orang berat lah. Sebab since kita orang mula daripada bawah kan. So kali ni kita try daripada bawah. Sebab kita dah try daripada atas, so, kita gagal. So kali ni kita try daripada bawah pula.
Ini playoff ketiga saya actually, tapi kalau untuk konsisten, bang, untuk 2 season ni saya happy gila lah. So MPL Malaysia saya tengok makin kuat dengan import-import baru. Memang kuat lah sekarang.
Aku berharap aku datang FA, aku bisa bawa FA buat jadi top team di Malaysia. Ya syukur-syukur juara.
Triple kill, Jordan! Let's go!
Untuk playoff ni kami memang betul-betul all out sebab season ni adalah season Esport World Cup and saya rasa semua tim pun memang target untuk capai target tu and kami pun tak akan buang-buang masa lah, kami akan betul-betul all out dalam 1 bulan ni.
Kalau tengok daripada regular season, punya future untuk repeat tu I can say 80%, but kita tak boleh content or complacent lah dengan apa yang kita ada. Kena still hustling lah for that goal.
Hello guys, saya Era 44 and hari ni saya nak rate siapa jangga paling padu kat MPL MY season ni.
First kita ada RRQ Hazel atau dia kena Aero Hazel sekarang. Dia solo kill saya yang early, so macam seram dengan dia ni. So saya kena letak sini kot.
So Hazel is the king of jungle right now. So I will put this.
Hazel sini kot. Tahu.
Next ada Emal, tengah-tengah A, B, C. Mungkin saya tak C kot. Jahat lah. Dia nombor 2. Tak boleh lah. Biar B.
Emal, I think A.
Emal ni padu juga. Maybe A kot.
Match, saya dah lawan ke? Oh, dah. Saya tak dia lah. Reason, tak payah cakap.
Match ni rasa kurang bila saya lawan dia. C lah.
Oh, Kimin. Uish, dia dah host. Saya boleh letak C kot.
Kimin ni juga dia bagi impact kat team DXO lah. So, maybe A lah.
Uish, siapa ni? Oh, tak kenal ni. Ni out of data. So, saya tak tahu. Saya letak bawah.
Guys, ada S.
Final boss. Sky sini lah.
Uish, Team Ray. Saya tak A.
Lazir, C.
Lazir. Sini kot.
Sekarang kita ada Chibi, The Goat. So, The Goat kita akan letak S. Dua ni Goat kan?
B ke A lah? B lah.
My idol.
Alamak, ada Goat yang kedua. Ketiga. Kita letak A lah.
Aero, C lah.
Aero 404. Sini lah.
Weh, ada Prime Zahid juga. Respect sikit lah.
Zahid, B lah.
Zahid. Ni power juga. S.
Weh, GB. Saya geram dengan dia. Tak apa.
GB D lah.
GB A lah.
Ronaldo guys. King of Fanny. I think he's the goat lah. Boleh tukar-tukar sikit tak? Kita tukar. Chibi still the best. The goat of the goat. The reason saya tak GB kat F sebab kalau korang tengok Fanny dia, uish. Saya ada nampak satu komen daripada owner dia, Sagam. Uish. Saya as user Fanny rasa macam tersakiti tau tengok Fanny dia. So, tak mahal GB tapi it's true.
Ini boleh lah, power kat lah. S. Hazel letak aku kat mana
Uish, apa ni? Cupu dia.
You what?
Mudah.
Ini kids, boleh lah. Wih, ada idol saya, Sekis. Dia di S karena dia menang, ya jadi jago. Cibi saya letak A aja. Karena dia sering masuk internasional kan, jadi A aja. Error 404 ya? Nggak tahu sih, dia juga baru main dikit kan. Letak D deh. Yang kalah kita letak bawah aja. Iqmal belum pernah lawan, tapi kayaknya jago. Derby. Prime Season 9. Jago nih, jago. C aja.
You what?
God Funny. Yes. Lalu ada apa? Kimin. Karena dia menang lawan kita orang, kita letak A aja. A. Oke guys, ini rating dari gua. Jangan lupa buat nonton terus MPL MY dan juga dukung Aero.
Yes, thank you. Goodbye.
Kerap menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
Minna! Utsumaki Naruto ga kaette kita zo!
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head & Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
見せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな力が湧いてくるやかましい奴らだ
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
私はもっと強くなる。
ここは俺に任せてもらった4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じて
Ini 5 sebab 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada Both Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Trofi MPL Malaysia, dia adalah simbol untuk tunjuk kejayaan satu pasukan. Dia membina legasi. Mana-mana gaming house I pergi, they proudly display their trophy because they know what that trophy means to them as a team.
There's quite a few champion moments that I can't forget for sure. When Homeboys won their very first championship, that was a very pivotal moment because Homeboys has never really gotten to that length of the tournament.
Rasanya trofi season 12 tu betul-betul bermakna untuk saya lah. Last saya dapat trofi tu season 3. So saya tunggu lama lah untuk pegang trofi tu. Season 3 saya menang atas usaha yang kuat. So bila first kemenangan tu rasa macam tak percaya. But then bila season 12 tu menunjukkan konsistensi kot saya dalam scene ni. Saya cuba banyak kali. Cuma fail juga. But then tiba-tiba season 12 miracle happen lah.
season yang saya tak boleh lupakan is season 9 sebab itu first time saya champion. Dan saya dapat MVP pada season tu lah.
Masa Grand Final season 9, saya ada temarang Momo sebab dia gunakan sniper. Tapi sekarang saya baru sedar yang kita orang dua tak communicate dan saya pun nervous jugalah. So yeah, sorry Momo.
SRG did it so handedly as well. Haven't had like champions who've dominated that hard in quite some time.
Time season 13 bermula, Maria from WTM datang interview saya dekat sekolah saya and saya ada cakap saya boleh kalahkan Chibi or being better than him, then it's just come true lah what I said.
Honestly, I nampak the new design for the trophy is very nice. For me, trofi baru ni adalah signal kepada semua pasukan that kita kena tinggalkan cara yang lama and start bergerak dengan cara yang baru. Disebabkan kita dah nampak usaha berkali-kali, hanya SRG je yang betul-betul boleh bawa nama Malaysia dekat international. So pastikan you come very prepared. Hopefully dengan trofi baru kita pun akan nampak banyak player baru ataupun organisation baru yang boleh step up and wakil Malaysia dekat international.
They said there's a limit in the Women's League. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI Queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the Women's League. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI Queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Hello guys, so for today I'm going to rate MPL. One more. Hello guys, so for today I'm going to rate top gold laners from MPL MY. So first is Kuzey. Because I think he's the one who's carrying their team and he's being consistent on his role.
Usir saya letak dekat B lah, B. So ada Mel QT, saya letak S.
Biasa-biasa S. Because they're just a new team but their gameplay is kinda great, so I think S.
So kita ada Lolial, saya letak C.
Hey, because when I'm watching their ISF, when they won, I think he just really need to have some good teammates that can help him carry the game.
Lepas tu kita ada Super Z, saya letak A. Sebab dia selalu gendong-gendong.
Sky Z. Oh, okay, remember. Because he got savage. That's why I put him at S+.
Ada Innocent, the one and only. Letak atas ni.
Innocent kita letak dekat sini lah. So dia God, kita letak ada S.
Me? F. Getting carried by teammates.
Lepas tu ada Trap. Saya letak Trap dekat A juga. Sebab Trap dengan SkyZ sama. Diorang selalu gendong tim diorang.
Trap. Because he wants to solo kill me, so I'll put him at S+.
Aduh, Trap ni dia kawan aku lah. Kita orang rapat. Sorry lah, Trap. F. SkyZ, ada tu lawan 2-1, saya letak F lah. Lolial, 2-0, saya letak F ke A, F. Kuse, 2-0, okey, 2-0, F ke A.
Let's Presco, saya letak B.
B for now. Because their team kinda underperformed since last 2 seasons.
Next, F.
Shaheen, saya letak dekat B.
B. Because I watch his highlights, his solo kill DRit. Thumbs up.
Shaheen pun F. Okay, nampaknya semua kita letak F.
So ada sekali saya. Saya mungkin duduk sebelah Innocent.
Huh? Rough. This one, good kid, good kid. So I'll just put him in A.
Rough kita belum lawan guys. So kita letak dia dekat A dulu lah, A dulu. Sebab kita tak tahu, mungkin kita kalah. Last, me, myself and I, kita letak dekat D lah. Janganlah kita letak sini lah. Kita tak tahu lawan Raf macam mana. So kita sebanding dengan Raf dulu lah. Obi mana Obi? Obi tak ada?
Okay, itu saja from saya. MB Raf, bye. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Hi guys, I'm Yums. So today I'm going to put the player on the list. So kita ada ZQ kat sini, Sodak player. I love Sodak player.
B. So saya akan letak saya di F. Rookie kena duduk bawah-bawah aje.
Disebabkan saya baru lawan dia, saya tahu guys, kemampuan dia sebenarnya berada dekat sini guys. Dia antara yang gempak. Tapi dia tak boleh dekat sini. Sebab apa? Sebab ada dia. Ni, nampak tak muka dia ni? Ivan ni sekarang. Ivan ni, sini S. Memang power. Ni semua yang power
So next, kita ada Van Strong from Indo. So say less. S. Van Strong, super good.
Saya letak dia di S. Dia seorang Roma yang bagus.
Nova Escobar, okay lah. Sama dengan Zaki.
Nova ni dulu senior saya waktu saya dekat MVP tier 2. So saya akan letak dia di B.
Hazelnut? Aduh, kesian tu. F ke? Boleh. Aku kena jaga hati orang, guys. So, kita letak dia sini lah. Seburuk-buruk mana pun korang, guys, korang takkan berada kat sini.
Okay.
It's just, orang kata apa? Bad day. Bad day untuk Hazelnut.
From Toda also, loan. Macam biasa.
Ni pun senior saya masa kat Todak dulu. Okey. Next kita ada Rasi. Berganti saya. Dia pun
Rasi, dia Sol. Okey lah, B lah.
Wish. Mak king of taunting kita. Tak nak, saya tak suka dia. Saya tak si.
A few moments later.
Okey. B. Sebab dia player yang berpengalaman.
Saya tak cakap banyak. Ini tak sebelah dia.
Idola saya di MPL MY season 15, guys. Yums. S. Saya belajar main roam dengan dia. So siapa yang nak pandai main roam, ini orangnya.
Yums ki. Penat. Aku penat jumpa dia. Tak tahu dah nak letak mana. Maybe dekat sini kot, Yums. Nampak tak? Kau bukan berada dekat S, Yums. Dekat aku, mata aku kan. Ni. Atas sekali, babe. Atas sekali, babe.
Oi. Zod. Kau tahu kan? Best roamer.
Atas sekali, babe. Atas sekali.
Idola saya juga. Saya main tank pun belajar daripada dia. Tapi saya letak dia dekat A.
Orang lain takkan naikkan kita kan. Kita kena naikkan nama sendiri, guys. Orang lain akan letak aku kat sini, guys.
Tapi saya letak dia dekat A.
Best roamer.
Tapi aku kena letak aku dekat sini. No matter what. 15 season duk main MPL. Weh. 15 season. Belagak.
So kita ada Virgie kan? Virgie, right? Si. Sorry ya, Virgie ya.
BJ kita letak sebelah sini. Kacau Mel tu.
Ni siapa ni? Tak kenal tu. Tapi dia daripada tim Ray dekat sini. Okay, last. Kita ada last dua, guys. Magma dengan Nova. Kenapa muka korang sama?
Dan yang terakhir, tak ada Magma. Magma saya tak sini. Okey.
Aku letak dia dekat A. Sebab dia tahu baksa dulu daripada aku, guys.
Magma. Si. Why Magma si? Why no? I'm the one who red or you're the one?
Dan last kali Nova Escobar. Disebabkan kau kalah lawan aku, Nova. Tapi kau power juga. Kau lama main. Aku letak kau B lah. Seorang-seorang boleh. So ni guys, antara list yang saya punya tier lah tier. Korang jangan kecam pula. Suka hati aku lah. Aku punya tier bukan tier korang kan. Okay? Enjoy.
Ya, dah. Bye-bye. Saya nak kena training lagi.
Aku yang binakan roster Homeboys dengan Bang Abe, dengan Bang Botak sekali. Sebetulnya aku ada try banyak di tim di MPL Malaysia. Dan time tu Homeboys lah yang paling bagus buat offernya kan. Cumanya waktu itu yang udah fix Izanami aja. So dari situ aku dengan Bang Abe hari-hari kita try out player. Terus yang kedua fix itu 2 EVOS. Veldora dengan Ivan, lalu Imal, yang terakhir Mel Kitty.
Saya pun season 11 rookie. After that season 12 delegate, terkeluar dari MPL. And then saya macam hilang dari scene MPL.
It's EVOS Legend.
Dari awal aku kan di EVOS kan awal. Terus aku langsung diganti ya. Terus di Homeboys aku kan lihat trial potensial timnya, jadi aku try Homeboys. Yang gue tahu tuh Chessman masih bikin jadi analis dulu. Kebetulan Erpang tuh trial di kita juga. Pas kita lihat Erpang, wah ini kayaknya oke lah. Oke, worth to try lah.
To talk about it even more, we got 3 imports on one team that is currently undefeated in MPL Malaysia. 3 total. One of them, our boy Erpang, Veldora, and Van Strong. The 2 EVOS rejects, the 2 EVOS failures that have never really performed well on EVOS, but now are finding a lot of success on another team.
Kalau pendapat tentang statementnya Mirko, menurut aku mungkin terlalu jahat ya, bahasanya buangan ya. Di MPL Indo mungkin kita tak dapat banyak kesempatan, tapi sebab MPL Malaysia dan sebab Homeboys, akhirnya alhamdulillah aku, Erfang, dengan Vel, dengan Van Strong boleh buktikan lah.
Aku tak expect kita sampai sini, kita semua dibuangan semua rasanya. Aku, Veldora juga, Erpang juga, Chessman, Mel juga kan. Terus sebelumnya Izanami mah Emal juga, maksudnya recordnya juga nggak sebagus lah itulah. Kita banyak yang dibuang-buang lah. Kita juga realize lah ya, anjir kita semua hampir buangan semua. Cukup jujur, gue nggak expect sampai di titik ini. Ya semoga kita konsisten aja. With our lineup for the past 3 seasons, maybe this is the best one. On our first season, the crowd's favorite is Homeboys. Then the second one, we're kinda shaky. We go to lower bracket, we lose a lot of games. So I think this is the best one. My thoughts on this bracket is I don't really like it because imagine if we already secured our slot for MSC, then we need to wait 2 weeks again. We don't have momentum. We will only play 1 day for finals. Then our enemies that we're going to fight on finals, they have momentum, right? And we don't have much before that.
So you'll go to lower bracket?
No, we'll still take it. No choice. We still need to take it so we can secure our MSC ticket.
For Aero, kita orang ada beef sikit dengan korang. Sebab korang curi 1 point daripada kita orang kat regular season. Just careful lah dekat playoff.
Good luck guys! Just destroy each other. See you at upper bracket.
To all the fans that never expected us to even reach playoffs in the first place, I think you guys shouldn't underestimate us because there's a reason why we're not getting swept by all the strong teams. So expect that we will be strong in playoff.
Untuk test yang 2-1, kita orang selalu dapat tu, saya tak kisah pun. Asalkan kita orang dapat menang first game tu, kalah 1, menang 1, kalah 1, dan menang game yang kelima.
Maybe it's a curse, but for me, it's a strength of our team. Considering that week 5 to week 6, we have the momentum of 3 win streak. Even though it's all 2-1 and not against the top teams, I think it's still really confidence booster for us. So anyone we meet in playoffs should be ready against us.
garu kulit kepala disebabkan kelumumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
みんな渦巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
私はもっと強くなる。
に任せもらった4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Trofi MPL Malaysia, dia adalah simbol untuk tunjuk kejayaan satu pasukan. Dia membina legasi. Mana-mana gaming house I pergi, they proudly display their trophy because they know what that trophy means to them as a team.
There's quite a few champion moments that I can't forget for sure. When Homeboys won their very first championship, that was a very pivotal moment because Homeboys has never really gotten to that length of the tournament.
Rasanya trofi season 12 tu betul-betul bermakna untuk saya lah. Last saya dapat trofi tu season 3. So saya tunggu lama lah untuk pegang trofi tu. Season 3 saya menang atas usaha yang kuat. So bila first kemenangan tu rasa macam tak percaya. But then bila season 12 tu menunjukkan konsistensi kot saya dalam scene ni. Saya cuba banyak kali. Cuma fail juga. But then tiba-tiba season 12 miracle happen lah.
Season yang saya tak boleh lupakan is season 9 sebab itu first time saya champion. Dan saya dapat MVP pada season tu lah.
Masa Grand Final season 9, saya ada teman Momo sebab dia gunakan sniper. Tapi sekarang saya baru sedar yang kita orang dua tak communicate dan saya pun nervous jugalah. So yeah, sorry Momo.
SRG did it so handedly as well. Haven't had like champions who've dominated that hard in quite some time.
Time season 13 bermula, Maria from WTM datang interview saya dekat sekolah saya and saya ada cakap saya boleh kalahkan Chibi or being better than him, then it's just come true lah what I said.
Honestly, I nampak the new design for the trophy is very nice. For me, trophy baru ni adalah signal kepada semua pasukan that kita kena tinggalkan cara yang lama and start bergerak dengan cara yang baru. Disebabkan kita dah nampak usaha berkali-kali, hanya SRG je yang betul-betul boleh bawa nama Malaysia dekat international. So pastikan you come very very prepared. Hopefully dengan trofi baru kita pun akan nampak banyak player baru ataupun organisation baru yang boleh step up and wakil Malaysia dekat international.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix GT30 Pro. Are you ready to carry like a pro? The ultimate gaming smartphone is finally here. Introducing the GT30 Pro. Equipped with all-day full FPS system, you'll experience 0 frame drops, just pure, smooth, stable gameplay all day long. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 5G chipset. It's fast, efficient, and ready for your most intense gaming sessions. And with the GT trigger, you get pro-level shortcuts. Buy items fast, check the scoreboard instantly, and pull off clean combos like you've never before. Get yours now, because every purchase comes with a free mag charge cooler and mag case, while stocks last. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Raka Muda, MESF, PSM.
Musim ke-15 di pentas kebanggaan ini, and this is the moment that we've all been waiting for. Inilah perlawanan Upper Bracket Finals.
Dua pasukan terbaik Malaysia berada di Upper Bracket. SRG OG Esport dan juga Homeboys Esport. Tapi cuma satu yang bakal berjaya untuk ke Grand Final, Rose.
Yes, indeed, Poji. Now, kalau kita tengok balik dekat record kedua-dua pasukan lah kan, SRG OG masih lagi ada clean record daripada regular season sampai ke Phase 1 playoffs. Homeboys pula dapat kalah match lawan SRG sahaja. And of course, ini bukan sahaja rematch ataupun match membalas dendam. Match ini sangat-sangat penting sebab pasukan yang menang match ni akan layak ke finals and mendapat tiket pertama ke MSC.
Bila kita bercakap macam tu, Rose, sebenarnya saya ada benda sikit je. Saya nak leak.
Janganlah leak. Tu kerja lah, Fel. Dah. Please, tu kerja lah, Fel. Awak ni Poji, bukanlah Fel.
Okay.
Tapi I rasa sebab you buat macam tu lah kan, kepada semua orang yang akan datang ke Phase 2, kita ada special something untuk korang. So, jangan lupa untuk prepare semua device sebab pukul 8 tadi, pukul 8 nanti, tiket akan keluar. Fastest fingers first. Will we see the same people ataupun new people akan datang?
So macam tadi lah, Sid ada cerita, Lafel ada cerita. Bila tiket keluar, sampai 20 lebih minit nak kena tunggu. Siapa lambat tak dapat, Rose?
Itulah tu. So untuk semua orang dekat sini, I rasa kalau korang nak datang ke playoffs fasa 2 juga, standby lah kan?
Betul. Tapi, ada tapinya.
Ada tapi. Apa tu?
Kita nak tengok audience prediction.
Oh, okay, audience prediction adalah Wow,
what a thinking!
What a thinking! 86% kepada Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. Wow.
Tapi ini hanyalah prediction, Rose, sebab pentas pembuktian sebenar adalah dekat Land of Dawn.
Yes, betul tu. They will battle it out in the Land of Dawn. And of course, the best team will get the first ticket to MSC.
Tapi sebelum kita nak bercakap pasal MSC, players, apa kata kita nak bagi semangat sikit dekat fan-fan yang ada dekat sini? Boleh tak boleh korang? Kita bermula dengan Homeboys dulu. Saya cakap stay true. Korang Homeboys, boleh tak? Boleh? Stay true! Stay true!
Oi. And of course, kepada side ni pula, our defending champions. When I say Selangor Red Giants, are you ready? I nak dengar your support dengan semangat, boleh? Selangor Red Giants, are you ready?
Nampak bersedia, nampak bersemangat. Tapi macam saya cakap, Ros, segala-galanya bakal terjawab dekat Land of Dawn. Tapi tanpa kita melengahkan masa, saya rasa pemain-pemain dah tak sabar nak tunjukkan siapa juara sebenar. Ini pentas kebanggaan kita dan tanpa kita melengahkan masa, Rose.
Casters, take it away.
As the smoke clears and the dawn rises, the time has finally come to lock in our first MSC ticket for MPL Malaysia. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the upper bracket finals between SRGOG and Homeboys, and we will be your casters for today. My name is Stafa, and I am joined on the desk by Husky.
It's going to be pretty exciting because these two teams were in MSC Riyadh 2024 last year, but Homeboys eventually fell to Team Flash and NIP Flash at that time, and SRG went on to win the whole thing. Right now we're back in the same position again, where SRGOG are the favorites to take it all.
Of course, they are the favorites, but they may not necessarily have the easiest path forward. So I think it's very important for them and for all of you guys watching at home to refresh with zero sugar, zero calories. I almost messed that up. I haven't had my 100 plus. And the same great 100 plus taste that you have always loved, because no matter the occasion, sugar-free and calorie-free 100 plus zero is here to keep you replenished so you can get the most out of every moment.
Making sure that you are recharged, refreshed, and rehydrated for the most intense matches that are about to hit the Land of Dawn. We've seen 9 games today on the big screen, and all of them have been pretty jaw-clenching, right? Some landslides, some close victories, some epic comebacks, and some unexpected results. There was a crack in the universe, in the timeline, that we would have had DX Seoul against SRGOG, but even if that wasn't a reality, I still feel that I'm satisfied with what we've seen today.
Yeah, I'm really happy with how much growth we've witnessed from every single team in the playoffs thus far, and I'm really happy with the top 4 that we still have. But now we got to talk about the top 2. The winner of this best of 5 series moves on to the grand finals and becomes Malaysia's first MSC representative. SRGOG and Homeboys have both been titans of the entire regular season, but only one of them is officially undefeated.
Yeah, coming back essentially full circle to how things were in Season 13, where they both, again, were the titans and Homeboys were closely following in SRGOG's footsteps. This decider match is going to be of utmost importance, and up till this point, as Aero Esports has proven to all of us for the 2nd time in a row, they were the only team who were able to force SRG into a corner, and I'm looking for Homeboys to do what they couldn't achieve in the regular season.
Well, considering that Aero Esports has now shown everyone else what the weakness of SRGOG is, perhaps that's something that Homeboys can learn from, something they can use to improve on their gameplay. Hopefully, they've had enough time to refresh themselves, because both of these teams have had to play a best of 5 series earlier today, with Homeboys only just coming off of their victory against DX Seoul. But there's no time to rest. This is it. This is the most important one. If you can take a victory here, your path to MSC is the easiest it possibly could be.
Yeah, a direct slot into the main stage. No more wildcard shenanigans, but most importantly, you can wait until the grand final Sunday on phase number 2. You don't have to go to the lower bracket gauntlet, which entails a possible 2 full BO5s. 2 teams are already waiting down there, right? DxO and Aero Esports will face off at the start of phase 2. So for now, I think it's very important for these 2 teams to get their tickets.
And speaking of tickets, once again reminding everyone that tickets for phase 2 are going to be released and ready for purchase at 8 p.m. What time is it right now, Husky? It is 5 minutes away from ticket release. Make sure you guys get your devices ready if you guys want to catch phase 2. The grand finals is obviously the big spectacle. You don't want to miss it.
Yeah, you definitely don't. And again, a lot of people are going to be expecting SRGOG in the grand finals, and We were just trying to find out which is the team that's going to join them on that big stage happening in Stadium Aurora, which I can't wait for it already. We have 2 weeks, you know, and Hari Raya Haji in between. I think at the end of the day, Homeboys are the ones that need to prove themselves today.
They definitely are. And now it is time for the hot topic of the day, the hot topic of the season, honestly, the hot topic of the recent MPL MY history as a whole. What does it take to take down SRG?
In Season 13, this was a fleeting thought. In Season 14, it became a theme. Season 15 still remains an unanswered question. I think we've brought it up multiple times on broadcast, regardless of whether SPS or MSC or M6 or even in the local league. Early game is where teams need to look at, right? Drafts that can help them accelerate the game pace. Aero Esports has shown it both in the regular season and just now in the upper bracket semis. That early game movements that give them that edge to snowball SRG in the side lanes has proven to be effective.
I think we can also indirectly say that because of this, right? If SRG OG is leading early, the rest of the game is basically over for most teams here in MPL MY. That's just how scary it is. But as we all know, the stakes of this match, the first ticket to MSC is on the line. Will it be SRG or Homeboys who joins all of these other teams who have so far qualified to EWC?
Yeah, and SRG OG making history last year as the first Malaysian team to bring back an international trophy as well. We've even had representatives from other regions who have locked in the slot. CFU Gaming from MPL Cambodia, Seoul, previously known as BTK from NACT, Aurora Gaming from MTC, and of course MPL PH who is currently having the grand finals, Onyx PH and TLPH.
Really excited to find out who actually emerges as the champion over there as well, but both those teams have already locked in their slots to MSC, so we will get to witness them play. But right now, between these two teams on the screen, only one will be getting that ticket first. It's not like losing here denies you the chance to get the second one, but the journey is going to be a little bit more annoying.
And it's a journey that SRG OG fully knows, right? They know it at the back of the palm. Season 13, it was a straight cruise through the group stage and then the upper bracket to win it all. In Season 14, they had to go through the lower bracket gauntlet to win it all again and then finishing third on M6. Right now, it seems like we are going down that Season 13 pathway again, right? A flawless record in the regular season in terms of series and then so far flawless in the upper bracket.
Yeah, it was definitely very surprising last season when SRG OG didn't actually get the direct ticket through the upper bracket. And I imagine that coming into this season, looking stronger than they ever have, they want to remedy those past mistakes. But Homeboys have looked the strongest they ever have been and currently stand the best chance of maybe denying that opportunity away. Let's start things off talking about the rosters that'll go head-to-head in the land of Dawn. We got SRG OG up on screen.
Yeah, Innocent, Yum, Stormy, Sakais, and Cram, two-time back-to-back champions in MPL MY and MSC 2024 champion. Third place in M6, history makers, record breakers, and of course the Boogeyman Slayer, all in one package. A team that embodies the whole concept of trust the process, and it pays off. There are very few teams that have stuck together for more than a year. This is one of the prime examples of why that process sometimes works.
And it has definitely rewarded them as well. The most consistent and the most terrifying team that MPL Malaysia has ever produced. This is the team to beat. This is the team to take down. And they are not going to make it easy. Today's challenges will be none other than a brand new legacy and era of the Homeboys, with Mel QT, Ivan, Izanami, Amal, and Vel looking to challenge the throne.
And even though it is a completely new roster in an old legacy name, this team has a lot of history because ever since Season 13, they've been really dying to get that trophy back. This organization has failed 2 seasons in a row, but now it seems like they're on track to do it again. Hopefully, they put up a good fight.
This has been a season of rebuilding, a season of many things to look forward to, and I am definitely looking forward to what is going to be coming up with this. The teams are ready to walk up on stage, so let's get our upper bracket finals started. Only one side will make it to the finals. Let's see who it is. Extending their winning record against Arrow with a 3-1 victory today. Now, they're just one step away from securing their ticket to MSC. Will Coach Arcadia's draft and strategy lead them them to yet another grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, your MSC champions, Selangor Red Giants OG Esports!
Securing a victory after a full-blown battle just moments ago. Now, they return, aiming to keep the momentum alive and end SRG's reign. Will the mission to bring Homeboys back to MSC be fulfilled today? Put your hands up for La Familia is Homeboys!
Introducing the coaching staff of both teams alongside head of League Ops Franklin to ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. On the side of SRG OG, we have Coach Arcadia and Aurora Vecchi. And for the Homeboys, we have Coach Erpang and Jesvin. Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. And the armbands will be worn by both team captains to lead the team's movement and strategies in the game as they both eagerly vie for the first Malaysian ticket to MSC.
Riyadh, Saudi Arabia beckons, but the only way to get on that flight, to get that check to the direct entrance is through this BO5. And SRG OG and Homeboys have exchanged some fighting words. You know, SRG OG is claiming that Homeboys said that they haven't revealed their full power. So Aurora Vecchi says, bring it on. And last time they met in the regular season, it wasn't even a close contest. SRG OG stunned Homeboys, Coach Erprang and Jesvin with innovative draft and unexpected picks that really caught them off guard. Let's see how much Homeboys have evolved.
Up until now, SRG OG have kept their first pick win rate at a very, very high 92%. Aero Esports being the only team that has actually drawn blood against the Red Giants. Like you say, Husky, in their meeting in the regular season, Homeboys got completely dumpstered. Let's see if they have the strats needed to take him down.
Yeah, and of course, we asked some of our colleagues, including you, the ways that teams can utilize to take down SRG OG. Of course, Poji, let Go just play. I'm pretty sure that's one way to do it. But a lot of the consensus are either you stop Cram or you take over the early game.
Yeah, Shamilo, Rose, and LaFell all talk about locking Cram down. The EXP laner on the side of SRG OG has been creating miles of space for the squad to just overwhelm the map with their presence. And me, as well as I think a lot of people, have observed that SRG OG, as strong as they are, is still the most vulnerable in the first few minutes of the game. If you're able to take control of early rotations and get a snowball rolling before SRG can really become a threat, that could be your best chance to victory.
It was something me and Adin also echoed in the earlier series between SRG OG and Aero Esports. We talk about how as much as Cram usually doesn't get much of the spotlight, right? He's overshadowed by flashy savages, multi-kills, big Lord steals from the rest of his teammate. Cram is the pillar of the squad. If there was a chance that they win this grand finals and there's a finals MVP candidate, I personally think Cram is the one deserving to receive it. So Homeboys, if there's any way to shut down SRG OG, you start with the foundations, and the backbone that holds the team up is Cram.
Well, let's kick off building those foundations in the very first game of the series. A best of 5 allows both teams time to experience and figure out what makes their opponents tick. But both these teams have had the chance to witness the other side play in the Land of Dawn. Let's see what they've learned from it. SRG OG instantly gonna ban out that Baxia, and the Fanny gonna be removed by Homeboys.
And this is already a very different start if we just make comparisons between the last time that they met, where Baxia was open both games for SRG OG and Homeboys respectively, but also the prioritization on Kimmy was SRG OG's kind of go-to. On top of that is also the Phobias, right? The SRG OG was able to get their hands on, the glue, excuse me. So clearly for SRG OG, they come into this, they ban out the 1-1 and Baxia. I wonder if the Fredrin will be considered, because SRG OG has been giving a lot of respect by banning out Fredrin against a lot of these teams.
Yeah, both these heroes banned out by SRG OG scream Fredrin. They tell you that they want to play that tank jungler, but it feels a little bit too obvious, a little bit too predictable. Would Coach Arcadia really reveal all his cards in such a way, or is there some sort of gambit happening?
I think it goes both ways. I am more curious about the first pick. Like Kalea was also a big contention for SRG OG in the first, I think, 3-4 weeks of the league. Kalea was always first pick material before Kimmy became a thing. So Joy banned out by Homeboys, as Joy has also proven today that being on that blue side, you would go for this opening.
Yeah, that is definitely a possibility. Now, I do want to open an interesting topic of discussion. When SRG OG played against Homeboys in the regular season, there was heavy emphasis on heroes like the Ling and the Xavier. And we had thought, okay, maybe this is the strategy SRG will play going forward. But they didn't do that. That was reserved exclusively for their match against Homeboys. Is it specifically a strategy for this team?
If that's the case, I wouldn't put it past them. I feel like if that is the case, it is going to be a, you know what, a targeted vengeance, or you can say it, a targeted vendetta towards Homeboys. But I also am on board with the idea that if you have a particular strat that works well against your enemies, I think by all means go for it, right? At that point of time, Homeboys were playing a draft that wants to dive SRG OG. For 2 games in a row, they were taking picks like Baxia, Lucas. They want to get on top of SRG OG, and all the Giants had to do was to pick heroes that had self-sustained or abilities to peel the teammates away.
That is something SRG has always been specialized in, though. Skirmishing, engaging and disengaging at the right opportunities is what makes it so difficult for other teams to actually get under their skin. With the Phoveus and Loyi now finishing out the ban phase for both these teams, SRG OG will be the ones to kick things off. What is that first pick? Will they go back to the Kimmy, or is something else on their mind?
The Kalea is also open, but then you invite a trait like the Badang on the side of Homeboys, right? So SRG OG, they go back to the Kalea, which has not been picked for majority of the games today. Kimmy, Badang, what else? Kimmy, Badang is open for Homeboys. They could go for an early Fredrin. We've seen them pick in the red 2. Sometimes they leave it to red 3 as well. It's a pick your poison kind of scenario. The Gatot also, right? A very direct answer to most Kalea picks in the league.
Yeah, direct answer to the Kalea, which surprisingly we haven't seen a lot of recently. The Fredrin is still a big question mark. Did Arcadia ban Baxia and 1-1 specifically to draft it for themselves, or is that some kind of trick to force Homeboys to steal it away? As you mentioned, picks like the Kimmy are still open, the Harif is still open. They go for that, and they do actually take the Fred.
Yeah. I think this is sort of expected from Homeboys, right? And this does give SRG OG the option to, since this Kalea is always going to be a Yums hero, I don't think Kram has played it, they have the option to instantly pick Kram's Badang, which he has played 2 games today and has found great success. Either that, teams also have pivoted to picking both their mid laner and gold laner so that they can keep jungler plus a potential flex pick, in this case Kram's hero, for the second phase.
I think keeping your jungler to the second phase would work pretty well for SRG OG right now. If they're able to see more of Homeboys' draft, then they could lock in a tank counter like the X-Borg later on if it's a bit more suitable. Gold lane's fine since Harif has already revealed itself, but SRG OG thinks differently, and that's why they are the champs. It's a Hayabusa Farsa.
Yeah, taking away the Farsa from Izanami too, which has been his go-to comfort picks, I think, towards the latter half of regular season, and also even today against DXS, right? Izanami played quite a copious amount of Farsa. And it has always been one of the few picks where if they are on that blue side, it's going to be second, third for Izanami, but on the red side, usually it comes in third too. So this is where I think a pivot might happen for Homeboys. They could keep Izanami's hero for the second half, but that means that they might have to end up revealing a potential flex pick here.
Keeping this Fredrin flexible would be the most ideal, but I think it is more important to prioritize heroes that may get banned out in the second ban phase, such as this Badang. Going to be a very good answer to heroes like the Farsa, and we've already seen well-timed fizz breaks lock down Hayabusas in the tournament. So it could be a good answer for the homeboys. They'll just go ahead and grab that.
Not only that, it still doesn't fully tell SRG OG where the Badang and Fredrin are going to go, right? Essentially a double flex display from homeboys at this point. You could start locking down Innocent's hero pool, going for the Beatrix, which is a very direct combination with the Kalea.
Considering that SRG OG banned the 1-1 and they didn't go for the Fredrin, it indicates that they're trying to set up for a more beneficial lane for Innocent specifically. So homeboy is already starting to lock that down a little bit, getting rid of the Beatrix. I imagine if they want to get rid of more gold laners, then the Moskov would probably make sense, or the Granger, depending on which one they think is scarier.
And if that's the case, we might see Innocent go back to something like, what was that hero again? I've never seen Iratel today. I don't think we'll see Iratel here. Oh man, it slipped my mind all of a sudden. Pyramis gets banned now. This could be a glue indication. I mean, it's very straightforward. I think... What? Oh man, it actually slipped my mind. I had the hero in my head and then it just disappeared.
Which hero? Gold lane?
Yeah, what was the gold lane hero again?
Bruno?
Yes, thank you. The Bruno. It has been an option.
See Bruno earlier.
Has been an option for Innocent. Not much, but the games that he has played is great. And this guy knows what's up. Got the ticket in the phase 2. Congratulations.
That was quick. Looks like his friend got a ticket as well. Looks like we'll be seeing y'all at phase 2. For those of you who are watching online and haven't grabbed that yet, do it quick. We don't know how much longer they'll be up. The glue gonna get banned away in response to the Pyramis.
Apparently, it's a 47-minute queue. In a blink of an eye.
Wow.
Yeah, like the moment the tickets went live, I think our good friend Poji went and checked. It was a 1-minute queue, and then a couple of refreshes, it ended up being 47 minutes. So good luck to those who are still waiting in line to get the tickets, and congratulations to those who got it.
And better to get in the queue rather than miss out on a chance to get the tickets, right? You can just leave it on in the background. Hopefully you move through it pretty quickly.
Yep. I've had this experience because I went traveling in Japan, and you know this place Kichi that sells the omurice, very viral one.
Yes.
So we tried to queue for it, and let me tell you, it says it opens at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. I refreshed the website, get into the queue, within 20 seconds it closed.
Man, that's rough.
It is rough.
That is very, very rough. Oh, another guy with a ticket in the crowd. You can see how happy he is. That could be you if you get a ticket right now. The Masha ban as well from SRG. Big respect, making sure that they're still aware of the potential flex of both these heroes. And Vel's Masha is a scary one.
Only 2 teams have found great success with Masha, right? And finally enough, they actually faced off against each other just now, DXS and Homeboys. There's another flex pick from Vel that was quite popular in the MPL, at least regular season, that we haven't seen today, the Edith. Right, he's picked a lot of Edith in the regular season, but at this point in time, that hasn't really been shown just yet to Sin for Izanami.
So I instantly have a slight concern for the side of the homeboys in that they just don't have a lot of damage, especially earlier on in the game. This last pick from their side is gonna need to be a pretty notable damage hero, but at the same time, it's probably going to be their roamer, depending on where this Badang ends up. We could see Vel on a damage EXP. The Edith is still open. That's one of his usual go-tos.
Unless we see him on the Fredrin again. And then they pick like an assassin, right? Like
that is true.
Suyo is still up. The Ling is still up. The, I don't know if you want to go Alpha, though we did see Alpha in MPL PH. Couple of options left for Homeboys. The finishing pick to Rizla. Coming online for Cram and a Moskov for Innocent.
And Moskov is an Innocent classic and typically a hero that does well in lane against the Harif, so that makes a lot of sense. But Crams to Rizla is something we have not seen in a very, very long time. We're getting treated to a lot of old classics today here. And earlier, that was done by Amal. He actually played a lot of interesting assassins in the jungle, bringing back the Benedetta and the Nolan. So if they do want to flex the Fredrin into EXP still, Amal has plenty of options.
Yeah, a blast to the past, right? In fact, Amal played a full series, and all 5 games he picked different junglers. Benedetta, Nolan, Ling, the Baxia, then the Joy. So let's see if this is gonna be a flex. Fredrin, it seems like okay, wait.
We actually still have no idea.
We have no idea. It is a Vel Benedetta.
Ooh, I don't think we've actually seen Vel's Benedetta yet. Even though he normally can play damage EXP lane, he leans towards Masha or Edith. So this is gonna be a treat. This is gonna be something interesting. And Benedetta is actually still on 100% win rate. This hero is difficult to handle here at MPL MY.
Across multiple roles too. Siska has found success with Benedetta, Sapat has done it, and the most recent addition is Amao in the jungle. Let's see if Val will be the 4th name on that list.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. We are about to get started with the upper bracket finals. Game number 1 may only be the first step in a journey, but it is a path that leads you straight to MSC in Riyadh. Will it be the defending champions or a brand new era of challengers? Let's find out in the land of Dawn.
Homeboys on red side, SRG OG on blue side. To some people, this might just be a fresh encounter between two different eras, but for some, it is a rivalry as old as Season 13. We start off with a bit of a pause. Last time we got a pause from SRG OG. Innocent spilled his drink, but this time, it seems like it's called.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah, he spilled his drink, so you can see the marshals wiping his side of the table with tissue paper.
That's very unfortunate. He is not innocent anymore after that one.
He spilled his drink and he went on to win the game, right?
Maybe that's the good luck charm now.
It is a good luck charm.
You just gotta spill your drink every time you're on stage.
Yeah. I see some people saying that, hey, one of the keys to beating SRG, we talk about shutting down Cram in lane, banning his pace, targeting the silings and all, but we forgot about the most important thing, which is just take his shoes away. The game isn't over until he wears his shoes, but what if he doesn't have shoes to wear?
You're right! Yeah, Cram is always the first person to put his shoes back on when the game ends. It's usually because he's dead after the fight, but that's true. If you take away his shoes and he can't put them on, the game doesn't end.
Exactly. We've cracked the code. Oh well, someone out there has cracked the code. We need you in the next season. Maybe you are the one that can take down SRG OG.
The teams need to hire sub-players that can go and steal Cram's shoes because the rest of them are busy.
I think a lot of these analysts out there have pretty insightful input. Some are creative, some are straight up illegal. But we'll leave the stealing up for interpretation, whether you think it's the right thing to do or not as we hop back into the game.
Well, I know what is legal. That is stealing the victory. That is stealing the buff potentially because Ivan is here.
Yeah, so Yus will have to go back him up. So guys, not really affected too much by the attempted harassment from Ivan, who will be chunked out and leave the scene. In fact, even despite the attempted delay, Sakai still was the first one to clear the buff.
I'm looking at the emblems here, and there's nothing too out of the ordinary, except very interesting choices from Cram, going for heavy movement speed on this Terizla rather than overall bulkiness with choices like the tenacity. Tells you that he is going to be joining fights. He wants to be unlocked from this lane as early as possible.
Yeah, that is something that we have seen be a pretty common occurrence for Cram, like Baxia, Glue even. He's very, very selfless. And as a team player, right, he frees himself from the lane, he picks heroes that has great wave clear, and then he just starts leaving the lane closer to the 2-minute mark. And that seems to be going to be the case as well, getting priority over Val in the top lane.
Talked about the importance of side lane prio, as well as a little bit of early pressure when you're up against SRG OG, and so far Homeboys hasn't really been able to create that just yet.
An attempted execute onto MelQT, Shadow Kill, damage, not enough, good chrono dash to avoid the last tick of the Shuriken.
MelQT surviving there is very, very important. You cannot allow a Hayabusa to get a kill with his first Ogi Shadow kill of the game. That sets up a very dangerous precedence.
Yeah, they do find Sakai, who will be chunked down low as the turtle is about to spawn. Val shows up middle lane to free up Izanami, as now they look to take priority over Turtle, but Izanami, he's not going to be level 4 just yet, but since Sakai is low, SRG OG would just give this one up. Ivan doing a great job of reconnaissance. Homeboys stopping SRG OG, and now are looking for Stormy, forces Flicker out. Sakai is in a very precarious position, and Cram, with the help of Stormy, Blast takes out 2. Homeboys now need to retreat. Amao trying to slowly back up, but Yums comes in to force out the Purify from the side of Homeboys. Izanami not really in a good spot as Cram swings the hammer. 1, 2, 3 in his face. 3rd death for Homeboys, and number 4 up on the docket. SRG OG trace an objective for 4 kills.
That is definitely not what you want to happen in the first 3 minutes of the game. We talked about this, Homeboys. Do not
a 1+1.
Very well done by the homeboys there, committing most of their resources to stop Innocent and getting a bonus kill on Yums in exchange. I think SRGOG themselves, though, were already ready to potentially give up on Innocent in the bot lane. They had Cram Split pushing up top, and Sky's going for a push down mid side as well. Not a lot of effort to actually come down there to help, since I don't feel like it would have gotten them much benefit.
They would have been late to the party for sure. And that is a 1,000 goal swing towards homeboys. Now they have basically just flattened out whatever deficit that they suffered earlier on. SRGOG sitting in less than 1,000 goal advantage. Had the airstrike used very early. Chunked out Izanami and Vel. Homeboys on the turtle. Here comes Sekai into the shadow kill. Izanami is the target. Uses the Purify to get out of danger, but Cram is swinging it. The hammer, left, right, and center. Trying to polarize homeboys. Turtle for SRGOG, but Yums ends up going down. Vel trying to assassinate Innocent. Finds the kill at the very end with the lethal ignition. And now it's just Cram who finds Vel in return, but there's just too many members of homeboys. Cram with the flicker to try and look for Ivan, but Ivan gets to safety. And now Cram is just another sacrificial lamb. Homeboys with 3.
Man, it sure takes a long time to take him out, though. As Skies is able to get the mid-tier 1 hurt. Stormy snipes Ivan after the fight is over. So despite everything, it's still somewhat even for SRGOG. I was a little worried that they spent a bit too many resources just to get a turtle, but the kill score ends up being somewhat even, and that is actually perfectly okay for them, since initially it looked like homeboys were in control.
We gotta give SRGOG credits for some forward thinking, right? They realized that the fight was over. Cram is gonna draw attention away and get as much trade done as possible. So guys took the mid-tier 1 in the process. So I agree, I think the eventual winner is still SRGOG. Gonna attempt to steal from Sakai's, which ends up bearing no fruit. But for homeboys, at least, they're not behind, right? They're keeping even with the Red Giant.
I think we've seen from past experience that SRGOG is the type of team that is willing to throw bodies. They don't really care about the overall kill score of the game, because the goal is always to make it further into the base and take down the crystal. So in this case, even though they're not getting much of a net worth lead, even though they are taking more deaths than usual on their main cores, they are getting a lot of macro done. And homeboys are oftentimes going to be rotating the map together, so they're not really able to respond to that in exchange.
And because as a result of that, for the past few minutes, Sakai has finally overtaken Amao in terms of experience. Even when you look at the items, right? First item, Genius 1 for the Farsa. If the airstrike used very early on, Izanami got chunked just a little bit. Glowing on up next for Stormy. Innocent working towards his final item, the DHS Radiant Armor for Cram. I think SRGOG are ready for the skirmishes.
Vel actually going for a fairly greedy build. Oh!
Shadow kill, Izanami. Gets a low roll this time. Saves the Crimson Beacon and the Purify.
Chunking out Izanami is also pretty good. Looking at the itemization, Vel is going for a second item BOD after the Hunter Strike, so not going for more economical builds on this Benedetta. Whereas Yum skipped the fleeting time, went for an Antique Cuirass to play more defensively. They get the bottom tier 1, but homeboys wants this Lord.
It's about reconnaissance. Vel has a good angle to come in. They get a Petrify on the Stormy, which blows him up, and Yums also cannot stay in the fight for any longer. A double kill for MelQT, and Cram left out to dry. Mega kill for Amao. Lord's gonna be for homeboys, but SRGOG once more on the macro sense broke the holy defense spot.
I think it's still worth it for the homeboys there. They're able to get 3 kills. They get the Lord for free, and oh wow, Skies, you're playing with fire right there, sir. But really well played by homeboys. They dive the backline instantly. They don't really care about Yums or Cram in the front, because they know that as long as they eliminate Stormy, they basically have no damage to worry about, since as long as they position correctly, Innocent cannot risk jumping to his SOD, and he chose not to, went for the split push instead. Despite all of that, the net worth score is still even thanks to the macro play that Innocent has been doing.
Innocent and Sakai, right? Taking, swapping roles every now and then. Holy Trinity now done for Innocent. At 10th minute mark, Lord spawning bottom side. Ivan does have the approach. So they're gonna try and corral SRGOG so that homeboys can get the mid-tier 1.
MelQT also just completed his Holy Crystal. Oracle comes out from Ivan. Pretty notable item power spikes for the side of homeboys. That'll make their team fights even more efficient. I think we're at the stage of the game where the homeboys can actually afford playing 4-1. Vel can start matching up the macro, since I think even in a 4v5 situation, homeboys are strong enough.
And it's eye for an eye Petrify. So guys, takes on the challenge and survives. Here comes the damage block. Electro final blow. Good iframe from Val. So Sakai's gets nothing. Lord bottom side, two homeboys looking for a potential pinch. There is the concealed play. Cram will put his body in front, eats the taunt and everything from the rest of homeboys. Stormy getting jumped up by Izanami, but still gets all four pops off. Bottom tier 2 falls, and Cram also goes down.
All right. Much better for... Oh!
SOD, Innocent! Goes in from LQT and follow-up from Yums! Innocent! Once more! Does it again! 4 dead for homeboys!
The half man, half beast, the savior of SRG OG. How does he keep doing it? The moment I was about to say that was a good engagement, a positive trade for the homeboys. Innocent turns around and says, no, you don't. I am here. And all of a sudden, the inhibitors being cracked open.
This is some mad stuff from SRG OG. They were the ones on the back foot, and yet they were the ones that got an advantage. It was all set up by Innocent. Not just the big plays, but that macro play in the bottom lane with the absence of the Holy Shield popped earlier on. It did naturally went down either way, but it puts SRG OG back in the driver's seat.
Homeboys let down their guard, and I don't even blame them. Anyone in that position would assume that they were in a perfectly comfortable spot. They had already won the fight. They had taken out the frontliners of SRG OG. Vel was pushing up top lane. They just needed to buy a little bit more time. Then the SOD comes in on the perfect target, and MelQT is taken out first as well. This is why Innocent has gained the recognition of gold laners across the world.
From the most doubted one to the most recognized one, it is a badge of honor, and no one can take away from him for sure, right? It took him a while, a journey to the Malaysian scene to make it happen, but to keep that for 3 seasons in a row is unprecedented. Next door up on the menu, Val getting jumped up by Innocent. Sakai is also here too, so Val needs to find a way to get out of this. There is Izanami nearby. Sakai goes in, Electro final blow. Again, Val denies the shadow kill. The rest of homeboys work on the Lord.
Very good on Vel to save his ultimate all the way until the Ogi shadow kill, but SRG OG wants to contest this.
And they have Innocent to set out the bottom wave. Crab's gonna eat everything. Penalty zone into a flicker to buy time and keep homeboys in their place. Now the battle formation is broken a little bit.
Innocent is bottom.
Innocent, he's gonna look for a potential endgame. MelQT, the recall cancelled, but the SOD Lord still goes over the homeboys. But Val now needs to bail himself out of the situation. Homeboys on the run despite they're the ones getting the objective. Aimar getting brought back by the Tsunami Slam. Salmon Force lay down. MelQT saves the fight. Yums goes down.
A good save from the homeboys. That looked really, really scary. SRG OG was literally attacking multi-pronged. Innocent could have split push down bottom. He chose to join the fight when he got the snipe in on MelQT, but homeboys were able to disengage in the correct direction, and Aemon was still able to secure the Lord for them. I don't think they're going to be able to get any structures with this one, but that was very, very close and a very, very important fight for homeboys to win, because if SRG OG had gotten an important target in that one, the game would have been over.
Innocent getting his final item, the Malefic Gun. And it's safe to say that at least homeboys are putting up a way closer fight than they did last time. They met with the fist break engage! Takes down one, but isn't it enough though? Because Innocent is still around and we've seen him work magic. Lord goes down, SOD, Innocent, he's gonna take it again! Innocent! Belch on the top of it, but Innocent prevails! Half man, half beast, Baba, Jaeger, Innocent!
He's insane! They are insane! How do you turn that sort of situation around? Ivan got such an incredible catch at such a good timing. I don't think SRG was prepared to respond to that, and yet, they're the ones who come out on top. This Moskov, this player, I don't even know if he's human anymore.
In the words of Vigo from John Wick Season 1, he is not the boogeyman. He is the person you sent to kill the boogeyman. Man of sure will and pure determination. Saved the game twice. Both were Lord pushes from homeboys. Can you believe it?
I don't even know what to say. I have no words about this. Every bone in my body screams that this logically should not be possible. But by now, I guess we should be aware that Innocent breaks the laws of reality itself. If he wants a win, he's gonna take it, no matter what it takes.
In our games, that game would have ended.
Yeah, definitely.
He would have went next.
I would have FF'd a long time ago.
I would have too. But if my Moskov is innocent, maybe FFing would be on the bottom of the list. Although Homeboys are still keeping even with SRG, and Cram is going to be the one that they jump on. Cram knows that he has to sacrifice himself to buy a bit of time. Here comes Surkais and use to conceal from the side. Surkais looking for a backline. Innocent free hitting everyone. The Tsunami standing by. Time LQT collected and harvested by SRG OG. And this one is the nail in the coffin for game number 1. Innocent and the rest of the team gives him a maniac. Innocent is just too damn good.
SRG OG is just too damn good. Game number 1 taken. The perfect nail in the coffin. Innocent had been turning fights around the entire time. And for one last attempt, SRG OG shows we don't need to turn this fight around anymore. We are in the driver's seat this time. Homeboys humbled in game number 1.
Every single time Homeboys thought that they can go from calling shotgun in the vehicle to putting their hands on the steering wheel, SRG OG keeps them at bay and even takes out the aux cable because they want Homeboys to dance to the tune. And Innocent is the conductor, the orchestrator of all these tangos. What a display, saving the team twice during an enemy Lord push and ending it off with a maniac. SRG OG truly setting the bar higher and higher every time we see them play.
How do you even counterplay this? Homeboys did a good job. They did everything exactly as they needed to. Even though they did lose their first fight, they were able to turn it around, take early pressure, mid-game control, and those are the keys we pointed out. Having that control should lead you to victory as long as everything goes to plan. But the moment Innocent decides it is time for me to join the fray, everything fell apart.
So it begs the question, was game 1 set up for success for SRG OG due to macro or due to just pure clutch mechanics from Innocent?
I think it came down to the willingness of SRG OG to trade. The goal is to get maximum efficiency out of every exchange. If Homeboys is going to kill our marksman, we are going to find something else. We are going to create space by any means necessary, and that space was all the half-man, half-beast needed to become the MVP of Game 1.
Yeah, with the Moskov, this skewered Homeboys like shish kebab, the power of family for once, unlike Fast and Furious franchise, did not stand in the whole threat, a candle to SRG OG. And this man right here on your screen, if there's anything that he has done to remind us that he was the one who got us through the M6 group stage at one point into eventual top 3 finish, this is one of those few reminders that he is still the half-man half-beast that we all knew from Season 13.
There is a reason SRG OG was willing to try a 4 Protect 1 comp in this day and age around this man alone. And he continues to demonstrate that quality every single time he takes the stage. By the way, he did all of that without a Wind of Nature. He only had it for the last fight, and by then he didn't even need it anymore. I do think that Homeboys kind of lost the sauce a little bit towards the end. Stormy was doing a great job of playing a ring around the Rosie with Vel, just buying as much time from the Benedetta as possible. And by the time Vel realizes his team needs him, it's already too late.
Yeah, and throughout the entire game, Homeboys have made some great moves as well, right? At one point, it was like watching two Grandmaster playing chess. You know, you get a lane, we get the Lord, you get a kill, we take one back. But eventually, it was SRG OG thinking a couple steps ahead. And even at Homeboy's highest moments, which was Ivan's engaged in front of SRG OG's base, they still ended up losing a game.
Oh, as someone who plays Rome, seeing how well Ivan set that up and what it resulted in breaks my heart. I cannot believe that. I would be watching my screen and thinking, what?
What else can I do, right? Like, I served up a full course meal. Here's your A5 Wagyu steak, perfectly grilled, medium rare, just how you like it, with some balsamic vinegar reduction, and then you drop the plate. Or maybe I drop the plate, I don't know anymore.
Or in this case, Innocent made them drop the plate.
Innocent.
He just trips you over, and there's nothing you can do about it because he stares you in the face and you realize I can't do anything to this man. Oh, man.
Sheer terror up against Innocent. I feel like it's one of the games where I look at Homeboys and I think to myself, what do they need to adjust? I don't think the draft was a big of a problem. It certainly is a bit more technical than what SRG OG wants to achieve, but they've been putting it off to a very respectable degree.
I think Homeboys are basically just lacking in a little bit of experience, especially on the international stage, because they were doing everything correctly. But what comes next? When they started splitting, going for that bot lane push, sending Vel up top, they were already in a comfortable position, but they forget what this Moskov is capable of, and they're not really in position to actually counteract it. That's fine. But after that, the goal needs to be to find Innocent. You cannot start a fight without knowing where he is on the map and ideally having good positioning over him. And I don't feel like Homeboys met those criteria, especially in that final fight. They, for some reason, chased Cram down half the river to try and kill the tankiest member of the team. I don't think that was smart.
Felt like a tunnel vision moment, right? And even, let's say, they get the kill onto Cram, you probably lay down your Zaman Force. What comes next? And SRG OG, just through that itself, was able to punish Homeboys. We say that Cram is very selfless, and this entire game, it's not like he went full tank, he went War X first item, and he still was one of the hardest men to take down.
As the body of the Smith right there, boys. It is so difficult to remove this Terizla. It's a similar situation to Fredrin. Even without items, you need to commit a good amount of resources to actually take them out. So even though normally, if you're able to take out the enemy main front line first, it's usually good for you, on certain heroes, you need to reconsider whether that is the correct choice.
This one definitely was not, even in the objective distribution, right? It didn't feel like SRG OG was dominating, and I didn't think to any degree that they were dominating. It's just when it comes down to the important moments, when all the chips are down, SRG OG were the ones that win the gambit.
They were biding their time. You're right, Husky. It did not look like at any point in that game until, Innocent, that they were actually winning. They were just trading. They were just like taking what they could in exchange for the lives that were lost by really aggressive rotations from the home. They have laid the first brick to MSC.
And once more coming up with a pick that Homeboys might not have expected. In this case, the Terizla, right? Every other hero was what we've seen from SRG OG when we compare these two teams itself. Just today, I think Homeboys have shown, 20 unique heroes prior to this upper bracket finals, whereas SRG OG, they've only shown 11 in 4 games. That is a very, very big difference.
I have the feeling SRG OG is the type of team that, you gotta make us show you more of our heroes. Look at this gold graph, and again, it is ridiculous to think about that Homeboys were leading in kills for most of the game, and they only ever got a 1k lead max.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing. That was the first Lord. The first Lord, Innocent clutched it. It was like, okay, whoopsie, we can do it again. Guess the second Lord, and look, no structures, right? 2 Lords, but no inhibitor conversions for Homeboys. And in fact, after the second Lord, it was SRG who ran away with the game.
It is so impressive to see. And it is an indication to every team, once again, that the state of the game can change on a dime. You cannot afford to let down your guard anytime. Whether it be a small 2k lead or a 10k lead, a single mistake is all that it costs you. But in this case, it wasn't even really a mistake. It was legitimately just one man saying, it's time to take things into my own hands.
Yes, I'd win.
Actually, I'd win. Fine, I'll do it myself.
Oh man, I mean, looking at just the conclusion of game 1, I'm looking ahead into game number 2, and I'm thinking there's a chance that Homeboys is gonna take that first pick. Is there any adjustments that they're gonna make? I would boldly assume that we're not gonna see a Benedetta being brought out anymore. They're gonna try and give Amal the assassin jungler, but how is that going to affect their approach against SRG OG?
So my worry with Homeboys is that they may rely a little bit too much on getting kills, on winning team fights. I think this is the same issue that allowed MV to get clean swept by DXS. There's a lack of adaptability and flexibility in the way you play the game. Even though you pick this Benedetta to try and match the macro of SRG OG, you can tell that Vel wasn't really doing that a lot of the time, and I feel like that cost Homeboys a lot more advantage than they should have been giving up.
Yeah. And then even when Vel was doing it, which was, into the mid towards late game, you have Surkais to deal with him, right? And it's not like Surkais needed to take him out. He just needed to stop Val from functioning. And even when you look at the highlight reel, every single time something happens on the map, SRG OG always finds a trade elsewhere.
Yeah, it's SRG just saying we are going to find some way to make this an efficient trade for us. And then this fight, the first fight, Val decides, okay, you guys are fine, right? I can go split push somewhere else on the map. It completely turns around. And despite Ivan's best efforts to get this set up right in front of the base, this is what happens. I still cannot believe it, and I am watching it right now.
I believe this is like the second, third time that Innocent had to press Purify. But for a majority of the game, Homeboys weren't even worthy of the Purify. And this was the final nail in the coffin. Val gets a midway push, and suddenly his team goes down.
He's chasing Stormy the entire time, and by the time he gets back, Amal is the only person left. Again, there was no reason to try and chase Cram down that far. At a certain point, you have to decide, actually, they're probably going to be collapsing on us pretty soon. Maybe it's time to back off. No, they double down. They throw everything at Cram, gathering themselves up to get pin-cushioned by Innocent, who is literally not being cared about in the backline.
And the first guy he found was Mel. It's like the most important target on Homeboys. So well done, SRG OG. They continue to shock us over and over again. But what's more shocking is how fast tickets are selling out for Phase 2.
Oh, yeah,
oh, wait.
You are correct.
That
Grand
is shocking.
Finals tickets are sold out to everyone who got a ticket. Congratulations. Wow, we've literally only had time to play one game of MLBB.
How am I going to attend Grand Finals?
Yeah.
I need tickets. My family.
Now we won't have casters.
My family needs tickets. Your family needs tickets.
At least there is still day one. Phase 2 day one tickets are still available, but they're selling fast. So if you guys want to catch the final few matches before the Grand Finals as well, this is your last chance to do it.
Yeah, and if you are the unfortunate ones who are not able to get a ticket to come down to the arena at Stadium Jara, don't worry, you can watch it in a virtual arena.
Indeed, the virtual arena that is Astro Arena, where you don't miss a single moment of MPL Malaysia Season 15 because you can now catch all the live action on your TV screens only with Astro Arena. From epic clashes to highlight-worthy plays, experience the thrill of esports like never before, right from your living room.
I've seen a lot of people reshare or post stories on social media, them watching on the big television screens. Keep it coming. This is what makes the league so much more fun. It's not just a local thing, it's a national celebration of great achievements of our local players and even the imports who are willing to take their chances in our local league. Even according to Merkel, right, up to this point, Homeboys, Coach Erpang, Jesvan, Val, Ivan, they were undefeated up till SRG, almost dropped against DXS earlier on, but still the second best team in the league. You look at the gap between SRG OG and Homeboys in the regular season, not that much. Between Homeboys and the third seed, which at that time was Monster Vicious, pretty darn far, and yet here we are.
Yet here we are. These are two of the best teams we have here in MPL Malaysia, and it still seems like SRG OG is too big of a mountain to climb. What to even do? Homeboys have had so much development. The players that you mentioned, the imports you mentioned, were literally called rejects by Merkel, by many players and fans over in MPL ID. They found a new breath of life here, revitalized the Homeboys organization as a whole, and now they're playing in the upper bracket finals. They want to show everything that they're capable of, but SRG OG, it's just another day for them.
Yeah, just for Homeboys, it was the fight of the lives. For SRG, it's just another day in the scrim room. So hopefully Homeboys can bounce back. There's going to be the lower bracket, but like you mentioned early on, you want to be able to get through to Ria as fast as possible. In fact, we have a quick trivia Q&A brought to you by Ferry. Which player made their MPL NY debut in Season 8 and later claimed the regular season MVP title? Season 8. Hold on, Season 7 was RSG MY.
Yes.
Season 8. Oh, regular season MVP, not finals MVP.
Regular season MVP?
Was that Smooth? Momo?
Was it Stormy season? Is it too early to be Stormy season? No, it is. It is too early to be Stormy
It is too
season.
early. Oh man, which are we supposed to answer this? Or
do we actually need to answer?
Oh man, who is the? Oh, I gotta brush up my history. You were here. You were here.
I was.
I was not.
But this was so long ago.
Season 8. Who won season 8? Hold on. Was it Toad? Toad?
It might have been SMG.
SMG, yes, it's SMG. Was it Smooth?
It could have been Smooth.
Smooth or Momo? Smooth? Oh, okay, we're completely wrong. I'm so sorry, Shibi.
Wow, I completely... Really?
Sorry, Vamos fans. I wasn't
Wait,
here.
really? Hold on. I know Chibi debuted in Season 7. Did he get regular season MVP the next season? I guess so.
He has a regular season MVP, just don't remember which one. Well, we found the answer.
Well, my memory is not what it used to be. It's okay though.
It's been a long time.
It's alright. You guys will forgive me, right? Right?
We also got the answer right. Truly a Vamos fan. Or Chibi fan, in this case.
Man,
this feels so long ago. I feel so
It
old.
does. Dude, thinking back to it, it's insane how far we have come. How far MPL Malaysia has developed.
Yeah, we talk about the regular season MVP, in season 8, and this season was a completely different one, right? He has won a championship, he's finished runner-up 2 times, he's been to M5, he's been to MSC, he's been to M6. Right now going through one of the lower points in his career. We do hope he bounces back next season, but it does speak volumes of how much more competitive we've gotten. Last 2 seasons, it was only SRG plus Homeboy/Vamos. Right now, with SRG, with Homeboys, with DXS, with MV, we have Aero. I think we're moving in the right direction.
We are definitely getting better and stronger with every season, and that goes double for SRGOG as well. You would think they don't need to anymore, but I'm really happy to see that this team is consistently pushing themselves. They definitely want to be on top of the international stage once again. But that just means that every other team is having a tough time keeping up.
I would say that SRGOG are too good for their own good.
Oh, another question.
All right, what is this? Besides Zorn, which player has played the longest in MPL M1 from his debut season until now, and in which season did he start? Zorn started in season 3. So,
it's Smooth, right?
Right?
But I don't remember when he started.
Is it Smooth or is it...
I think this was before I debuted. No, not Momo.
No Momo, right?
Momo was after. I'm pretty sure Momo was also season 7, actually.
I was around in season 5.
Was Smooth around?
I honestly, I can't remember. It was COVID season.
I think it was Smooth.
I think it was Smooth, right? It should be. Hasn't been much players that has played from the earlier days and still stuck around until now.
But which season did he start?
Could be Smooth, actually. That time it was Evo's SG who won season 5 against Overtodak.
I feel like we have to lock in Smooth.
It should, yeah, okay. Okay,
oh,
season
it was 3.
So it was with the same season as Zorn.
Wow. Well, I wouldn't know. I was not actually around at that time.
Yeah, I know that Smooth was around in season 5, but I didn't know his origins was in season 3.
It's been a long time. Actually, wasn't Zorn around even from season 1?
I actually don't remember.
I feel like Zorn has been around since season 1.
Season 1, I was still like a general audience, walking through the malls and reminiscing the Air Agent Cyan.
I don't think I even existed.
I'm pretty sure you did. You just weren't.
I wouldn't know. My memory doesn't go back that far.
But it was like the Air Agent Cyan, like Solos, Penjahat, Hawkeye era, and every time they play under Cyan, Reborn, I think the initial name was, that was the only time malls get filled up. It was actually crazy. And then they became Air Agent Cyan because Air Agent picked them up. And there was long history, different times.
Look at MPL now. Look at this.
We went from malls to this.
We got drums over there. That's cool. That's been around a while as well.
Mission mall policy doesn't allow drums. So we've come a long way. We've come a long way.
Well, we have come a long way. And all these teams have as well ever since the start of Season 15. Upper Bracket Finals, Grand Finals on the line, MSC ticket on the line. SRGOG 1 game up. Homeboys do need to adjust their playstyle, I think. It's not a draft issue.
Yeah, I agree.
It actually is an approach problem.
And is it possible for us to draw parallels between the earlier topics, right? Aero, looking at how Aero approaches SRG and how Homeboys approach SRG. Is that, again, the main focus in this matchup that's making Homeboys fall behind just by a little bit?
Yes, actually, because Aero Esports, I think, is a little more flexible overall. The way that they play the game is different from Homeboys in that they're not wholly reliant on team fighting or any particular style of gameplay. If they need to do something, they will find an angle to do so. ZKiv on the same hero is going to approach the same fight in multiple different ways, but I feel like Homeboys will always try to go for that one particular style that works best for them, and that is a problem when you're up against a team like SRGOG.
And funnily enough, the playoffs is actually today is the first time that we see Homeboys really get pushed to the edge, right? Previously in the regular season, sure, DXS took one game from them, MV took one game, they got swept by SRGOG, but aside from that, Homeboys look incredibly dominant. But today, they went a full series against DXS. Some were dominating. Right now, SRGOG swept them in game 1. Let's see how much further can Homeboys be pushed.
Yeah, I think Homeboys probably need a little bit of time. SRGOG gonna take a moment as well. We're gonna go on a short break and we will be right back with game 2. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere.
Kerap menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan kelumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
Minna! Utsumaki Naruto ga kaette kita zo!
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head & Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head & Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
私はもっと強くなる。やっ！さよなら！
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目捕獲を超え える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Yang pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Dai 7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Trofi MPL Malaysia, dia adalah simbol untuk tunjuk kejayaan satu pasukan. Dia membina legasi. Mana-mana gaming house I pergi, they proudly display their trophy because they know what that trophy means to them as a team.
There's quite a few champion moments that I can't forget for sure. When Homeboys won their very first championship, that was a very pivotal moment because Homeboys has never really gotten to that length of the tournament.
Rasanya trofi season 12 tu betul-betul bermakna untuk saya lah. Last saya dapat trofi tu season 3. So saya tunggu lama lah untuk pegang trofi tu. Season 3 saya menang atas usaha yang kuat. So bila first kemenangan tu rasa macam tak percaya. But then bila season 12 tu menunjukkan konsistensi kot saya dalam scene ni. Saya cuba banyak kali. Cuma fail juga. But then tiba-tiba season 12 miracle happen lah.
Season yang saya tak boleh lupakan is season 9 sebab itu first time saya champion. Dan saya dapat MVP pada season tu lah.
Masa Grand Final season 9, saya ada temarang Momo sebab dia gunakan sniper. Tapi sekarang saya baru sedar yang kita orang dua tak communicate dan saya pun nervous jugalah. So yeah, sorry Momo.
SRG did it so handedly as well. Haven't had like champions who've dominated that hard in quite some time.
Time season 13 bermula, Maria from WTM datang interview saya dekat sekolah saya and saya ada cakap saya boleh kalahkan Chibi or being better than him, then it's just come true lah what I said.
Honestly, I nampak the new design for the trophy is very nice. For me, trophy baru ni adalah signal.
The festivities return, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, everyone, for being patient with us. We are going to be resuming with Game 2 of the upper bracket finals very, very soon. And I, for one, am very excited to see what will happen. Can Homeboys figure out what needs to be changed?
Yeah, both teams have had some extra time given the circumstances. That means more planning, more time to deliberate on what went wrong, on the what ifs. I want to see Homeboys bounce back, and nothing stays more than the night is still young with all the echoes behind us. I'm not sure if it's captured in this. It's actually not captured in this shot, but on that side, where the SRG camp is, that the Ultras are at, the Homeboys, the Flame Boys are also joining in this big huddle. We did the Viking clap just now live here as well. So if you are not a Stadium Drawer, you are missing out just a little bit, but the games continue to be good.
The atmosphere here really is something different, and it's because of the fans and all of you watching at home that we are able to enjoy the festivities here in such a way. Both nations coexisting in harmony here as both sides of the fan base are coming together to have a great time and just enjoy some really, really good MLBB. We're going to be jumping into Game 2 very, very soon. But on a personal level, Husky, is there anything you want to see?
I want to see Homeboys continue to push SRG OG a bit more, right? They've already done more than what we saw in the regular season, which was close to none. So I want to see them push the envelope, right? Like we went through, polished a bit on some of their movements. They were forcing some moves in Game 1. I think polished on that, know when to reel back. And I think from that, it would give them a clearer idea on how to deal with SRG OG, because they did have a direction, but it's the tunnel visioning that leads them down the wrong path.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Homeboys does have the skills necessary to put up a strong fight against SRG OG. They already did manage to push them somewhat in the earlier stages of Game 1, but they were not able to maintain that composure going through towards the end game. Homeboy still has very little international experience as a lineup, and many of these players have not had many chances to go up on the big stage as well. So I think it can be attributed to that somewhat when you compare it to SRG OG, who has achieved accolades across the international scene.
Yeah, and I think to a certain degree in MPL MY, we still are somewhat stuck in a phase where we are discussing about mental state in long series, right? In series where teams start taking a beat down, some of them cannot move on. I don't think Homeboys is the case. They are one of the rare few cases of teams that can recover from a bad start. But generally, we've seen examples such as Monster Vicious, right? Monster Vicious, we've seen DXS, we've even seen Team Vamos this season go down that road. So in this case, we are seeing the best of the best teams that don't crumble under pressure, and it really comes down to the battle of the wits. Who makes the battle shot calls when the chips are down? And so far, Homeboys are the ones that are lagging behind.
Homeboys gotta be able to lock in those decisions, gotta be able to make them on the fly, and they gotta be really smart with it in the draft as well. So let's have a look at what both coaches are gonna be cooking up. Looks like they've switched sides for Game 2. Homeboys have first pick.
first pick and a first ban on the Lucas, which was completely ignored by both SRG OG the entire day, even against Aero, that this hero was untouched. So this Lucas ban, I'm not sure if how much it indicates, it hints at a potential Suyo being revealed, because that has always been one of the more common matchup that Lucas loves to take on. We've seen, I think, Hazel himself use the Lucas during the play-ins against the Vamos. So there's already some deviation for Homeboy's side of the ban, but for SRG OG, it's still the same Fanny Baxia.
Yeah, it's interesting to see this Lucas being banned out. Skies has played it this season, but I only think he's brought it out like once or twice.
It was against Hazel, right?
Ah, yes. So, and it was also completely ignored in game 1 as far as I recall. So it's a very strange shift, especially since this isn't really a hero that particularly counters anyone, but it is very annoying to play against.
There has been this point of discussion at one point. I think also it also stemmed from the loss in the regular season to SRG OG, where there are some worries that maybe Coach Erpang might think too deep into the draft, right? The overthinking might cause them to deviate from the original plan, especially when they get caught off guard or they suffer a defeat that really felt like it should have been closer, like that game 1. I don't mind the shift in paradigm in what Homeboys is trying to bring. I just hope that whatever they are going to bring to the table can push SRG a bit further than game 1.
I mean, throughout this entire season, we've sent a lot of praises towards the coaching staff of the Homeboys. Coach Erpang and Jesvin have gotten Coaching Staff of the Week multiple weeks in a row, and that was well deserved. They have some of the smartest drafting, they are willing to think ahead, and they are capable of manipulating other teams into drafting the way they want to. But when you're used to being the one in control like that, you may not have a lot of experience dealing with it the other way around. Coach Arcadia has a lot of experience doing this, and you're right, Husky, I do worry if overthinking may end up being an issue for them.
With the Kalea banned out this time, Coach Erpang, let's see what's up on the table. I mean, Dusin has, at least back then, it's a first pick commodity. It's not really the case right now. The Phovis is open, but very less teams go for open Phovis pick 2. Badang is up on the table. They could consider that as a potential flex like they did in game number 1. It was kind of picked up in, I believe, Red 3. Red 3. See if they want to go down that route. The Harif is still up, but Harif hasn't really been first pick commodity. Wow. They go for Fredrin. Last time we saw this, I think the Fredrin ended up being in Vel's hand. So we'll see. Fredrin Matilda is always a possible combination.
Fredrin first pick is pretty unusual. It's not the first time it's happened this season, but it is still a very rare occasion. And I agree with you, if Homeboys are revealing this early, there is a higher chance it might end up going to Vel in the end as a way to maybe trick SRG OG, but I don't really feel like they'll fall for that sort of thing. Once you see this hero, especially coming out of Homeboys, you're already going to be considering both possibilities.
There's 1-1, and 1-1 is open, an open option on that red side. There is also heroes that I think the heroes that, aside from 1-1, heroes that can stop the Fredrin, right? Franco is also one of the more popular picks in the local league, although that is more like a Red 3 and beyond pick. So I do wonder if the SRG is going to reveal that early 1-1 on Red 1 and 2, which is a possibility. We actually have a Type 1 issue once more in the picks and bans phase, I believe, stemming from SRG OG side. Hopefully we get this on the way. I'm sure that the bans aren't going to change.
Seems like we're running into some unfortunate hiccups here. Perhaps Innocent's plays were so good in game 1 that even the MPL arena itself couldn't handle it.
They weren't ready for him. they weren't ready. Innocent shattered the Matrix.
Oh man.
Funny enough, it is on SRG OG's side, so maybe it is Innocent.
Maybe it is. Hopefully Innocent didn't spill another drink. Maybe that is actually the lucky charm now. Doesn't look like it. No, seems pretty dry over there.
Last time we had a player needing to pay for anything technical in MPL MY was season 13, where Uryu did a mic drop.
Yes.
And then he was presented with with an invoice during the award ceremony, and then he casually just flexed a stack of dough to pay for it. That was the last time we ever had something like that.
That definitely exuded aura right there. I feel like we haven't had that in a long time, you know?
No, we haven't. It's hard to top it, right? Like, remember his, what do they call it? The, his declaration on stage?
His speeches, his very passionate statements on stage have never been beaten.
Yes, shout out to the fallen RSG Empire. The Outer Egos, those were also one of the big targets.
Moment of silence to all the fallen out there.
Aku terbang dengan homeboys. They didn't make it quite far, you know, considering the first season. At least his first season.
They definitely did.
Good old times.
So much has happened.
So much has happened.
And yet, it doesn't feel all that long ago either. Hopefully the issues won't continue for too much longer. At the very least, again, it's happening before the game actually starts, so...
Yeah, not like doing a Lord fight or base push. We've had our fair share of that in previous seasons. Wasn't pretty.
You never want to be in that position. I think anyone who... Actually, no, this is not a well-permeated issue because we don't usually get the pause the game.
Yeah, we don't usually get to pause the game.
I was about to say like, oh, anyone who has paused the game before knows, and then I realized,
the luxury.
Oh, we don't do that here.
We just lag out and then we pray.
Or we just AFK.
We just AFK.
Or we just, you know, leave.
I have this story where I was incredibly sleepy, but I decided to jump into a ranked game. And I fell asleep after picking my hero. I actually dozed off. I came back and the AI played my hero for 2 minutes. I won the game though.
I'm gonna tell you right now, the AI that takes over for you when you're AFK in a game is actually good.
Yeah, so calling your teammates bot is an insult to the technology itself.
I still remember, this was a long time ago too. This was not even a recent thing. The AI has been pretty good for a while. There was once when I was streaming and one of my viewers picked Cho. He was actually playing Cho Roam. And then because his internet died out, he basically left the game, right? He was not there anymore. So the AI took over and this AI played Cho actually good. Even more so, he was shot calling.
The Cho was shot calling?
The AI was like sending messages like attack, retreat, and he was emoting. And I was like, oh my god, this AI plays Cho better than me.
That's why sometimes I feel like, you know, if you run into bad teammates and you start calling them, you know, AIs, it doesn't do the AI justice, because I'm pretty sure the AI is more developed. Okay, wake up, Izanami. Come on, you got a game to play.
I mean, if we're still resolving some technical issues, may as well get some rest where you can.
Power nap, Val falling asleep too.
Homeboys did not get a lot of chance to rest after their match.
They didn't get the go back. SRG OG did, or at least that's what they say. This does wear you out though. I think as a player, right, just from a player's perspective, right, these kind of long delays starts to take a toll on you, right? It drains that momentum and it starts wearing on your psyche in a certain degree. This could be the make or break, right? It could be the turning point of SRG losing that drive, that fire, and Homeboys making a comeback.
I was wondering what that said, but he did not manage to get tickets to the finals, and that is very unfortunate.
Commiserations, my friend, but you tried.
They sold out so fast.
Yeah, it's so fast.
I wonder how the Phase 2 Day 1 tickets are going.
And I imagine that we would have a lot more seats for the grand finals, and the fact that it sold out that fast.
Insane.
I can't wait to go defecate.
I mean, we all know. We know how important this grand finals is going to be. While it's no longer a battle for the MSE stage like it used to be when we only had the one slot, it's still a very important occasion to see whether or not SRG OG might become three-peat if they make it, or a new team might rise to take their place. It's going to be a very memorable time.
Yeah, one of the bigger, hold on, you got the ticket? Yes, to the grand finals. You are one of the lucky ones.
Gotta be careful if you're showing your ticket as well.
Yeah.
Gotta make sure to cover that QR code.
You gotta be like the guy earlier on before the break who actually did a great doodling job of covering the important info. So anyone, if you want to get your tickets from that abang, you could screenshot that. Maybe you work something out of it. Please don't do it.
I'm not sure if you're gonna be able to try and get the information from that one. It looks like we might be running into some unfortunate issues here, so
oh boy.
Please be patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. We will definitely make sure to get going as soon as possible.
Yeah, meanwhile we can see the crowd is still very, what do you say, motivated, right? Motivated or
very energetic.
Very energetic, you know. I'm pretty sure some of them were here in the morning for SRG OG against Aero. Probably went out to grab lunch. Or they could have stayed for the whole day, who knows?
You know, there were viewers from the Homeboys DXS match who right after the match ended straight away went to line up outside. And that was like over an hour.
We had like
this match.
We had 1.5 hour worth of break time, if I remember correctly.
They were literally standing out there waiting in line for the next match to start, and it was still like over an hour away. So to all the fans who are so dedicated and who are so good at just viewing, at igniting the atmosphere, at making MPL MY just a great place to be. Once again, thank you very much, everyone. Looks like we are back in the draft.
Ah, there it is, the 1-1 which we talked about, but also the Phobius, which was banned out in game number 1, I believe, by Coach Erpang. And remember, Cram's Phobius has been a force of nature to be reckoned with. Literally, the amount of times that he has saved SRG OG in dire situations, I've lost count.
When Cram is playing this hero, it is not just a difficult body to remove from the map. He is going to find opportunities to flicker in Dark Wave, get a multi-person knockup.
Oh boy.
But there is the Angela. Homeboys had specifically been banning Angela in every draft against DXS, and we didn't know why. Now we do. Apparently, they themselves put a lot of respect on the hero.
I have a feeling this is an Izanami Angela. I hope not, but then it will be Ivan Angela.
I think it's Izanami.
Yeah, most likely Izanami Angela. And a throwback to season 11, season 12, even earlier. But now it begs the question, right? Is this a pivot that Homeboys have prepped? Or is it a pivot because they started thinking in way between the lines?
No, I get the feeling this is something they were intending to play at some point, because that's the only thing that would explain them banning it so consistently when DXS has never played the hero before. They're just respectful of it, because they probably have played it, they've trained with it, they've tried it, and they think that it is strong. I can see that it could be strong, and it works very well with both Redrin and Iritel. Can deny any potential kills chaining off of Crossbow of Tang with all that extra HP bar. SRG OG not really shifting the game plan though, they still go for their Suyo.
Yeah, they saw Lucas get banned out, they realized that the matchup, there's no more joy in the pool. Suyo next on the line. At least compared to a Hayabusa, you have a lot more consistent damage, right? Dealing with Angela +1. So now it's time to hammer down on Amal's hero pool, Bandaling.
So usually the best way to deal with an Angela composition is to pick hard single target lockdown like Cho or the Franco, so that when the Heart Guard comes out, you can just lock down the person and getting Heart Guarded, and you're basically CCing 2 players on the enemy team at once, but you're still going to need enough damage to actually melt through the shield.
Thinking of something like Farsa, right? Burst Mage's Farsa is the first that comes to mind. Cho, Franco, still the great pick of heroes as well. Speaking of the devil, Franco's banned out.
Wouldn't be surprised if they banned out the Cho as well. These are the most obvious heroes for dealing with an Angela. And I don't really know what else SRG OG would bring out if they get rid of the Cho too.
What are the odds we see a Kaja?
It's been a long time, but...
I mean, there's Jawhead too. I know that there's always that fallback option of a Tigreal, but we've seen how Tigreal is just... There's just so little margins of error for error.
It's a bad season for Tigreal.
It's a bad season.
And it's very sad because I love Tigreal, but watching these players try to make the hero work has been a lot of suffering that you do not wish upon anyone. Lo Yi gonna get banned instead.
I don't know, I think there are things worse than not being able to play Tigreal effectively. Like for example, if you play Natalia role with Execute, or Uranus with Revitalize.
I don't think I would like you very much if you did that in my game.
Or like Argus Inspire, you know, Sun with Petrify. There are worse things than getting a bad Tigreal game.
Funny thing is, some of those actually work in pubs, so I don't feel like we should call them out too much. I do kind of wish SRG didn't reveal Suyo so early so that we could think about the possibility of a Yin.
Oh man. So if someone gets hard guarded and you kidnap the hard guarded person, Angela pops out, right?
Yes. They do go for Jawhead. I don't know, I don't feel like Jawhead is good enough. Like you throw them back at your team when they're hard guarded is not really a good idea.
I suppose, yeah, I can see where you're coming from for sure. It's just like I mean, if you want burst damage again, Farsa, Novaria, Vexana. The Juicin is up on the table, right? Izanami, if he's on the Angela, mid laner is going. There's a plethora of choices for Stormy too.
You ideally want a mid lane hero that will naturally build into the Scorching Wand.
The Glowing Wand.
Glowing Wand. Suddenly I couldn't remember the first word. I was like, Scorching's not correct.
Scorching Wand is a cool name though. It does have a burn. So that's the Edith we've been talking about. And wait a minute. It is gonna be Ivan, Angela.
Huh. Didn't see that coming. Izanami Angela has been a thing in MPL MY since way back when, but looks like they are gonna be delegating that role to Ivan instead. They do already have Vel and Amal to do the frontline catching, so I guess why not?
Now the question for SRG OG is, just judging by Homeboy's draft, this is a draft that kind of fits the criteria of what it takes to get a head start over SRG, right? That early presence and prowess. SRG's answer is the Valentina.
Oh, all right. We have a heart guard too.
Yay!
Why not? You have a heart guard. You have a heart guard. Everyone has a heart guard. Homeboys has a complete lineup. Almost every hero on this composition works well with Angela, and it can get them set up for a pretty solid mid-game overall. I think SRG OG has a lineup that's a little bit more conditional though, a little more difficult to execute.
Which ultimate do you steal? Do you always go for the hard guard? I mean, Primal Wrath looks pretty juicy, Crimson Beacon. Plenty of choices on the table for Stormy. It's up to that situational awareness to see what Stormy decides to go for, because SRG OG are up one game. One more game will put them literally a half an hour mark away from potentially going to Ria as we hop into game 2.
Let's see if they can do it. Can they create an even larger lead for themselves as the defending champions of MPL NY? Or will the Homeboys heart guard their way to victory? Let's find out in the land of Dawn.
Not just using the hard guard to protect teammates, but also guard the hearts of the Flame Boys, who have been with Homeboys rebuilding phase for a full season. They were there at their lowest, and they were there, and now they are here when Homeboys are at the peak of that restoration. Of course, Love taps mid lane. Very smart way to keep Stormy away and just freeze the lane. Gonna start missing out some minions too.
Looking at Stormy, went for Impure Rage alongside the Penetration Emblem. So I feel like there is a good possibility that he's actually gonna go for Primal Wrath a lot more often. The first item will tell us whether or not that is the main goal, because we have seen Valentina's build Starlium Scythe and just steal the Edith ult the entire game.
Oh yeah. And it's so easy to proc too, right? Any Shadow Strike, any dashes into a sneaky auto attack in between, the true damage, that extra hybrid magic vamp. Let's keep you topped up. On top of your passive, use the Flicker, Ejector Toss, and Malkill surrendered. First blood for Innocent.
I had a feeling this was going to happen when I saw that Jawhead. It's not very good against the Angela when hard guard's available, so what do? You play faster than that. Amal?
Trying to keep Surkais under control for the Lantern Flash stacks, but not enough, so Surkais gets away. And with Innocent winning out that lane, that is already a great start for SRG.
Really, really good start. Iritel ordinarily should be able to hold the lane just fine against a 1-1, but with Yume's intervention, that dynamic has instantly been flipped. And this is how you would play a jaw hit into an Angela comp. You have more pressure and mobility on the map, so you use that to create pressure.
Up in the string into a lantern lift. Stormy really wants to save the flicker, but does not have a choice. Forced to use it. Cram and the rest of SRG OG power on the aim out as he goes down.
Innocent! Gonna get picked off in a 1v1? That's an unusual mistake.
Yeah, even forced out the Inspire, right? No crossbow tank for Innocent. Now the turtle fight breaks up. Flicker, left, right, and center. Izanami tries to disengage. Ejector from Yu trying to facilitate Cram, but Bell takes out Stormy. The guy ends up getting the turtle for himself. Now they get the Dark Wave pull into Bell. Primal Wrath finally unleash unstoppable force from Muse for the collection as Homeboys wants to keep the fight rolling, and Cram gladly takes on the challenge. He loves those on. Ivan is the next one. Jumps on the aim-out. The guy now follow through with the placers, and aim-out is in no man's land, and he does not want to go down because he just came back.
Well, that was a long exchange right there. It started out pretty good with the initial gank from SRG OG. I thought that it was a mistake for Homeboys to try and contest the turtle when Amal was still there, but I think they were trying to buy time for him to revive and come back. And even though they did lose the turtle for it, they actually got a pretty alright trade, all things considered. So I think the board is actually kind of even.
I agree. And the earlier kills that SRG OG got were under the condition that there were no hard guard. But that changes from this moment onward. Ivan has access to his ultimate, that extra shooting, and Hugh is going to be a big problem for SRG OG until those big burst damage or healing reductions come true.
I'm still worried though. Angela roam means giving up a lot of potential rotation pressure. If Cram is able to keep Vel in the lane, have a lot of good ways of reliably starting a fight, and that's something that SRG OG could abuse. But it all comes down to how much itemization Ivan is able to get in. If the hard guard becomes tankier, it becomes more difficult for SRG.
And I do like the fact that Cram is making sure that the wave is going to be pushed towards him, and that's why Homeboys pull the trigger on him. Puppet on the string into a couple of knockouts. Cram jumps towards Ivan, and now finds a way to disengage. His flicker is back up in 10 seconds, and that's more than enough time for Cram to stall it out.
I think that's totally fine right there. Neither side is gonna be heavily committing there, because it's highly unlikely either side is going to be getting that kill. I think Homeboys were just hoping to be able to zone Cram out before the turtle started, and they weren't able to do that, so he is here to fight.
They are utilizing Ivan to make some macro plays, right? Push the wave in, crash it in the bot lane. So Cram makes the first move, and the ejector into a toss. Aimao gets the help with the hard guards. The guys now will have to wait for its cooldown, but Aimao dangerously low. Doesn't want to be there anymore. Vel wants to get a kill with the help of Aimao, and Melqt will do just that. 2 dead on the side of SRG OG. So guys, next on the list, Izanami flickers, finds the lift, and Ivan follows up. Izanami falls. So guys, survive death.
Even those guys survived though. That's actually quite a big win for the Homeboys. SRG OG tried to jump the gun. They tried to engage on Amal when the rest of them weren't in position to defend him, and it actually was a really good gap in the armor they were able to find, but the hard guard kept him topped up just enough to barely survive. And because of that, SRG OG actually overcommitted a little bit to try and keep the fight going. The board state will reset though, both junglers still alive.
That's the Oasis up for Ivan. Still is waiting for his hard guard to come back up online, but SRG OG will decide to not contest this turtle. Homeboys can have it. Innocent with the Wind Talker. The guy's getting the pot tier 1. End of the day, just like clockwork from game 1, SRG OG, they give something up, but they trade it back.
Even though they ended up throwing a lot more bodies than I think they would have liked initially, they are still holding on to a very slight goal lead. And there's just something about SRG OG, even though the goal lead is not very big, it's very scary.
Jules finds a big toss on the Aima, but the hard guard is going to come through right now from Ivan. A big taunt on the UMT is going to go down. The bodies now have to set up for Sakai's and Innocent to go for success, and they find a target with the crossbow tank. Izanami is no more. Innocent now will just hop left, right, and center. He is just styling on the Homeboys. 2 dead, 3 dead for the Homeboys.
I'm now realizing that this composition was drafted specifically to keep the hard guard target CC'd long enough for the crossbow of Tang to come out, which is even easier since most of the time it's going to be this Fredrin, which not 1-1 will normally dance circles around anyway. Getting that crossbow of Tang out, bouncing to 3 targets is massive for SRG OG, and all of a sudden that gold lead we were talking about has tripled. A lot of it on Skies specifically, since Homeboys is relying on Amal to open up the map.
It's almost the same archetype, the same approach from SRG OG that we saw when they took on Aero Esports, who were big fans of tanky XP laners like a Tigreal or a Hylos, right? You have a setup hero for Yums like a Cho and a Jawhead. You get the target right in front of Innocent, he goes to work, unlocks the weakness points, and then he soars.
This time Innocent doesn't need to save the team. SRG OG have been in the lead the entire time, and if they're able to continue this trend forward, it is trouble for the Homeboy.
Oh no, Amal didn't really want to be there. The hard guard got to come through right now. Ivan's contemplating, but decides that it's not worth it. So Amal ends up being sacrificed. It doesn't even pop the Inspire when the rest of Homeboys disengage.
I call bias. That Cyclone Eye was working for SRG OG. Amal dashed into the Tri-Brush and instantly regretted his decision. SRG OG were waiting for him, and a free kill on the jungle means instant control and probably a free Lord.
Right on time too, the 8-minute mark. Yums is going to spot out the approach of Vel and Izanami, and it's not even a contest. Lord number 1 going down to the red side team.
This is now starting to be a problem. When you draft a composition like this from the Homeboys, you really need early mid control, and they do not have that. None of it, in fact. Their late game scaling is not quite able to match up to SRG OG, and the longer this game goes, the scarier it becomes. The final chance for Homeboys to actually turn this around is probably just in the next 2 or 3 minutes.
I agree. I think the window has definitely shortened, just based off of the amount of events that Homeboys have found success. The solo kill from MelQT on the Innocent and the first turtle fight. That's pretty much it. Afterwards, these hard guards haven't really converted to much. At most, it's an even trade. And SRG OG, they're setting up double waves on all 3 lanes.
Top tower will fall. Homeboys already having to play very defensively. This is the risk of having an Angela. You don't have as many heroes that can stand in front as you think, and even the tankier ones will melt instantly to SRG OG now. The hard guard is literally a non-factor. SRG do not care about it at the stage they're in. And Lord gonna be taking yet another tower from the Homeboys.
Which is why I was wondering if it was the right call to put Ivan on the Angela, right? I think in this case, I much rather Izanami be on the Angela, Starling side for Stormy, a conceal from SRG OG. Just to push Homeboys back, the Lord successfully crashing on the bottom inhibitor. No structures would fall for Homeboys just yet, but SRG OG looking at a 6.6k goal advantage at 10 minutes.
He already managed to bait out some resources from the Homeboys, including that Primal Wrap. The SRG OG are just waiting for a chance to start doing more damage. With Starlium Scythe now as well, Stormy will actually be another source of magic DPS that Homeboys have to be afraid of. Yums just needs to... Oh!
Yeah, it's gonna flicker in for the catch. That's MelQT! That is the guy that should not go down, and yet SRG OG just surgical precision with their execution. 2 down on Homeboys, and now damage is going to be permanent on the base.
Man, when you're trying to approach a stray animal, you know how you have to slowly let it get used to you being there?
Well, I don't think they can ever get used to Innocent being up in the air. It actually destroys the crossbow. Tang and Cram ends up going down. But still, that's the second inhibitor of Homeboys being destroyed.
So resuming that metaphor.
They were trying to wrangle in MelQT.
No, the Yums was basically letting Homeboys get used to him standing in front. And then when they drop their guard, flicker in, throw out literally the most important member. Doesn't even care if he dies for it because he already got what he wanted. It's now an 8k net worth lead for SRG OG. Looking at the itemization, Innocent has 5 items in, not including shoes, by the way. Even has the first component of the Rose Gold Meteor, so it's even more difficult to get rid of him. The small window that I said Homeboys could maybe turn this around, I think it's officially closed. I don't think they're coming back from this one.
Yeah, I think Yums ejected that out of the window for sure. BOD for Sakai, he is so rich Here come Unstoppable Force, and attempted Earth Shatter to cancel the toss, but still it comes through anyways. Aimao goes down. They commit the hard guard on the MLQT because he is the only one that can bring them back, and he's doing so good, so well, so far, but not good enough. Double kill for Sud, guys, as Ivan ends up going down, and now Innocent has liberty to fly up into the air for a double kill. 4 down on Homeboys, and Izanami to stare down the inevitable defeat of Homeboys in game number 2. A couple of slashes to the face, a monster kill streak for Sud, guys, and SRG OG Esports are just 1 game away from the ticket back to Riyadh.
Homeboys is once again dispatched. And for SRG OG, it's as casual as taking an evening stroll down the streets of their neighborhood. No issues at all. The secret strategy, the Angela that brought out so much respect from the Homeboys, denied in an instant through smart drafting and a gameplay approach. Like you said, Husky, 1 more game is all that separates SRG OG from the Grand Finals and MSC.
And our Homeboys really down in a pinch, backs against the wall. Last time it was an 0-2 defeat and they accepted it with grace. They admitted that it was an oversight on their end, but this one, I don't think it's an oversight. I think it could be overthinking to a certain degree, a bit of tunnel visioning from the side of the Homeboys to funnel into a strat that is so reliant on multiple angles of success in the first 8 minutes, and once that didn't happen, everything fell apart.
I feel like it's the same issue I talked about initially. This team is too focused on a particular playstyle, and the Angela is very good for that playstyle, right? You want to play similar to Ube, basically stick together quite a lot. You've drafted an EXP laner that's meant to help catch. You have the Fredrin to form the front line so that your DPS can go to work, but SRG OG sees the recipe, and they've already done it before. They know how to overcome the odds, and once again, Innocent is our MVP.
Fly high, my prince. You're gonna stay up there for a very long time. The hawk always eyes its prey, and so far, this guy has only been the predator. I don't even think there were moments where he felt vulnerable, and this time as the 1-1-5-1-7. Completely uncontested, aside from that solo kill in that gold lane itself, but other than that, flawless game.
906 GPM, only a single death, and that was earlier in the game before Innocent was really even an issue to worry about. 80% kill participation on the 1-1. This is not a hero that's supposed to be able to join fights very early on, but Yumes coming to gank his lane right at the beginning and then using that momentum to continue snowballing their main carry. SRG OG already had this game figured out.
Even from the get-go, right, they were theory crafting a little bit. This first pick Fredrin into an Angela reveal in the next sequence. For SRG OG, we kind of were on the money, right? We say that Homeboys wanted to ban out cash heroes because that's what SRG OG is looking for. Franco, Cho both got caught out, but then that jaw hit came true, and it was just enough for SRG OG to get a snowball rolling.
Manning out the Cho and Franco obviously makes a lot of sense. It's a very smart choice to do that, and I think it was actually perfectly fine for Homeboys to leave Jawhead open, but they have to be aware that picking up this hero means SRG OG has a plan for it, and that plan is to kick things into high gear right from minute 1. And Homeboys were not prepared for that. They were just trying to play it slow for that Angela level 4 to use the contest the turtle. But when they already lost that initial advantage to play for, they became less and less relevant.
We saw so much investment into just keeping Stormy at bay, right? Forcing him to really back off, lose the wave, not reach level 4 on time. But it ended up backfiring because at the end of the day, all that commitment amounted to nothing when SRG OG were getting early kills before Ivan hit level 4. And even when he did hit level 4, he only found minor degrees of success in like what, the 4th minute. And after that, SRG OG didn't even consider this Angela to be a thing.
You can hard guard all you want. We're just going to completely disembowel you regardless. In fact, it's just only going to prolong your suffering. That's the situation we are looking at here. SRG OG were so unfazed by the Angela that the Suyo lock-in was instant. It almost made you wonder, huh? Did they see this hero? Huh? Did they think about it properly? They did. They're used to this. Yeah. This Suyo melted Amal so fast, even with hard guard.
It was a buy one free one for sure. And I think on top of that is also, wow, Amal, you sure have a lot of missing health. This is exactly what my Soul Sever likes. So,
ooh, it is. Actually, thinking about it, it's pretty interesting because tap Soul Sever is basically the opposite of Appraiser's Wrath.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. And he has War Axe, so true damage.
Amal died so fast, he actually could not Appraiser's Wrath.
Yeah.
I don't feel like we saw him ult like once.
I don't remember either. I don't think he even had time to get enough energy points.
Yeah. Man, SRG OG are so oppressive every time. Just looking at the stats here even, Cram did almost as much damage as Izanami, which was the highest DPS output from the side of the homeboys. MelQT couldn't do anything. He already got ganked in lane. Every time he joined the fight, it was already over. I feel like he needed to play a little bit more safely, but unfortunately, Iritel isn't the type of marksman that can really start pushing the map the same way Moskov does, so he has to join, and well, that just doesn't end well.
Yeah, I think homeboys also felt that the window is closing faster than they anticipated, and it's a Hail Mary attempt, right? If we don't try to force something and we just let SRG OG take control, we might never bounce back. And they took their chances, and just like game one, certain gambits just ended up not benefiting them. And like you said, Sadafa, they didn't need Innocent to clutch it out this time. SRG OG were in full control from the get-go.
SRG just needed to play the game exactly the way the draft was designed to do, and there was nothing homeboys could do to counter it because they had committed all their pieces to this strategy. They put all their eggs in one basket, and when someone breaks a hole in that basket, all your eggs fall out, and then you have no eggs and you have no chance of winning.
I do feel like it could also be a couple of, I think, the lack of situational awareness. Maybe, you know, homeboys getting slightly sloppy with those earlier decisions as well. For example, MelQT getting into a trade with Innocent, who had Inspire. He pops a spin, but yet he's hard shoving waves when they had no idea what use was. And this was probably the last semblance of potential we saw from homeboys. And right after this, there was just nothing left.
That was the last play that they could actually do something with. After that, they're positioned aggressively, but they're not respecting the potential crossbow of Tang. This is the fight that got things started and basically set the fate of homeboys in stone only 6 minutes in. You gave Innocent a double kill. 3-1 on this 1-1 before the game even gets going. The timing, the eye for opportunity. You can really see why SRG OG has been so consistent.
It's a massive difference, a massive contrast from game one where homeboys, they put up a very good fight. They pushed SRG to the edge of a cliff, and SRG OG were just able to do a turnaround in the end. But game two was a complete blowout where SRG OG felt like they didn't even need to break a sweat. And it goes back to the same question, how else can homeboys push SRG OG? And if there is a way, where does homeboys start?
When we were watching the homeboys versus DXS matchup, I feel like the team that was able to pick up more independent heroes ended up having more of an advantage because it just gave them more resources, more room to play around. I think they just gotta go to that, right? Just draft heroes that are able to push the map, maybe take fights on their own without needing to rely too heavily on having the numbers advantage, because you're not getting enough out of that.
Yeah, just like there is a bit of a shadow, a husk of game one, but even more reliant on that early game execution, right? Game one, at least we have something like a Benedetta, but game two, Evangela, it's just very tough to pull off.
It is rough. It is a rough one. There is a lot that needs to be worked on, but looks like we have... Oh!
Wow.
Wow, really?
2 seasons in a row, they go 7 games.
Man, MPL PH, they are actually just too scary over there. It is a full 7-game series happening at the Grand Finals. For those of you who don't actually know, the MPL Philippines Grand Finals is happening right now, actually, at the same time as we are.
Yep.
So in between games over here, you can actually go and check out what's happening over there, and I think it is definitely worth it at this point. since they're going to a full series.
Yeah, I caught a glimpse of one of the KTL PH1. It was a Sanji Loi diversion, push down mid lane, backdoor play.
Very, very scary. Well, for now, we have a fun little video for you guys to check out, so have a look at this.
So today, I'm going to put the player on the list. So kita ada ZQ kat sini, Kodak player. I love Kodak player.
B. So saya akan letak saya di F. Rookie kena duduk bawah-bawah aje.
Disebabkan saya baru lawan dia, saya tahu guys, kemampuan dia sebenarnya berada dekat sini guys. Dia antara yang gempak. Tapi dia tak boleh dekat sini. Sebab apa? Sebab ada dia. Ni, nampak tak muka dia ni? Ivan sekarang. Ivan ni, sini S. Memang power. Ni semua yang power
So next, kita ada Van Strong from Indo. So, say less. S. Van Strong, super good.
Saya kalau tak ada di S. Dia seorang roamer yang bagus.
Nova Escobar, okay lah. Sama dengan Zaki.
Nova ni dulu senior saya waktu saya dekat MV Tier 2. So saya akan letak dia di B.
Hazelnut. Aduh, kesian tu. F ke guys? Boleh. Aku kena jaga hati orang guys. So kita letak dia sini lah. Seburuk-buruk mana pun korang guys, korang takkan berada dekat sini. Okay. It's just, orang kata apa? Bad day. Bad day untuk Hazelnut.
From Toda also, Lone. Macam biasa. F.
Ni pun senior saya masa dekat Toda dulu. Okay. Next kita ada Rasi. Pengganti saya. Dia pun...
Rasi, dia Sol. Okay lah, B lah.
Wish. Mai king of taunting kita. Tak nak. Saya tak suka dia. Saya tak si.
A few moments later.
Okay. B. Sebab dia player yang berpengalaman.
Saya tak cakap banyak. Jadi tak sebelah dia. Haha.
Idola saya di MPL MY sejak mula guys. Yums. S. Saya belajar main roam dengan dia. So siapa yang nak pandai main roam, ini orangnya.
Yums ki. Penat. Aku penat jumpa dia. Tak tahu dah nak letak mana. Maybe dekat sini kot Yums. Nampak tak? Kau bukan berada dekat S Yums. Dekat aku, mata aku kan. Ni. Atas sekali, babe. Atas sekali, babe.
Oi. Zod. Tuan-tuan, tanan. Best roamer.
Atas sekali, babe. Atas sekali.
Idola saya juga. Saya main tank pun belajar daripada dia. Tapi saya letak dia dekat A.
Orang lain takkan naikkan kita kan. Kita kena naikkan nama sendiri guys. Orang lain akan letak aku kat
best roamer.
Tapi aku kena letak aku dekat sini. No matter what. 15 season duk main MPL. Weh. 15 season. Belagaan.
So kita ada Virgie kan? Virgie right? Si. Sorry ya Virgie ya.
BJ kita letak sebelah sini. Kacau Mel tu.
Ni siapa ni? Tak kenal ke? Tapi dia daripada tim Ray dekat sini. Okay, last. Kita ada last dua guys. Magma dengan Nova. Kenapa muka korang sama?
Dan yang terakhir, tak ada Magma. Magma saya tak sini. Okay.
Aku letak dia dekat A. Sebab dia tahu baksa dulu daripada aku guys.
Magma. Si. Why Mama si? Why no? I'm the one who rate or you? You're the one.
Dan last kali Nova Escobar. Disebabkan kau kalah lawan aku Nova. Tapi kau power juga. Kau lama main. Aku letak kau B lah. Sorang-sorang boleh. So ni guys. Antara list yang saya punya tier lah tier. Korang jangan kecam pula. Suka hati aku lah. Aku punya tier bukan tier korang kan. Okay? Enjoy.
Ya dah. Bye-bye. Saya nak kena training lagi.
Our roamers certainly are characters, all right.
We have Yums the Troll, Zorn the Recall guy, Recall King. What was the other? Zekif, right?
Yeah, ZQ.
Almost forgot his name. Zeki the rookie, but doesn't play like a rookie.
ZQ deserves so much respect, man. I am so impressed by what he's been able to do. So it's good, you know, and he learns from both Yums and Zorn. They are the goats of Rome here in MPL Malaysia. Fortunately, Zorn no longer continuing his journey here in MPL for this season. Yums, though, still, as ever, one of the biggest threats.
Yeah, which is pretty, in of itself, a big achievement. But we also want to check out the MSC team's average game time. So Onyx PH average game time 60 minutes 40 seconds, TLPH 60 minutes 20 seconds, Aurora Turkey 12 minutes 34 seconds, Seoul 60 minutes 23, and CFU Gaming 14 minutes and 51 seconds. So I guess we're hovering around a good average of 14-15 minutes for most of the teams.
I think that's about the average game time nowadays. 12 minutes 34 seconds is actually really quick, so that's actually pretty scary. You know, that could be a team that threatens us, especially if SRG OG does go through. It might indicate that they lean more towards early game, so gotta watch out for that. And CFU as the old rival, the one that gave the entirety of Malaysia heart attacks during M6 in their match against SRG.
Yeah, they made half the nation cry before the game was even over. So they definitely will be here hungry for more blood at MSC. I do hope we get a rematch against them, maybe in the group stage at some point, because I do think it's a rivalry that's worth revisiting. But for now, we gotta get through this first. I think Homeboys, they have some time to again readjust a little bit, and it seems like the vibes are still pretty positive on the side of Homeboys.
I think Homeboys went into this match knowing that it was going to be an uphill battle, knowing that it was very unlikely that they would be able to easily take out SRG OG. I'm just hoping that they haven't given up before the battle is actually over here. I know it can be very easy to lose your morale after dropping games the same way they have so far. But going into the draft for game number 3, now is the time to really bring out your secret weapons if you've been holding on to any.
Which does beg the question, right? How do you kind of mediate? How did you kind of balance out that mindset of, I don't want to come into a series with a tough opponent already admitting defeat. I want to play the win, but at the same time, how do you bounce back when you are constantly on the losing end?
It's difficult. You have to have a total shift in mindset. There's no real other choice you have in the matter. It's clear that Homeboys trying to play the same style they have for the whole season has not worked against this particular opponent. You gotta be willing to adapt.
Let's see if they adapt in the draft. SRG OG certainly has changed it up a little bit. I mean, we still throw in that Loi ban. I believe that was shown in game 1 or 2. Kalea is still open. Kimi still up on the table for the teams. And so far, we haven't... Oh, we see one game of Harif in game 1 by MelQT. But we haven't seen a single Granger game yet.
That is true. I feel like SRG OG was one of the first teams to really stop contesting Granger very heavily, like roughly halfway through the season. And other teams started following suit. It's still a very solid goal laner, but compared to others in the hero pool nowadays, it's not quite as prioritized. SRG OG still ban out the 1-1, so the ever-present question of Fredrin will exist.
It feels like it's a bait at this point, right? Like the conditioning Homeboys to be like, hey, there's no 1-1, do you want the Fredrin? But back-to-back games, they have proven that with or without the 1-1, the Fredrin was not an issue to them. Now the question beckons again, Homeboy stuck in the same spot like they did in game 1, where this last ban was so crucial that they, I think, ran out the clock just to decide what it's gonna be.
Let's fight to our
so they'll ban the Lucas.
Your team is picking.
SRG OG first picked Kalea in game number 1. They have the option to do so again, and I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to go down that route. Alternatively, they were one of the first teams to really push the Kimi agenda for first pick. So I think those are the two most likely options.
Yeah, but they could take the Kalea, and then we've seen the answer to a Kimi pick from SRG, right? Backline divers like Ling, the Hayabusa, just assassins in general. The Joy is also still open, so Coach Erpang is forcing a trade too. Do you want that Joy, or do you want the Kalea?
As strong as Joy still is, I don't really think it's first pick material, so Kalea is gonna get locked in first here for SRG OG. Homeboys now have to think about this very, very clearly. Hero picks like Kimi may be solid, but are vulnerable to backline dive. I go for the Badang first.
So what I did have the Badang in mind too, so Badang Joy is now the option. The ball back into SRG OG's court. Kimi still up. They could also get a Harith for themselves, which is pretty open right now.
Harith is pretty good. But is it really necessary for them to lock it in this early as well? Phoveus is already taken off the table, so that's one obvious Joy counter. Ooh, that sounds like a Fredrin and a Kimmy from SRG.
So they themselves take it. The last time there was a Fredrin frontline on the enemy team, Homeboys, they gravitate towards a Red Tree Franco too. It was also the way that they dealt with the Kalea as well with the Franco, but then you instantly expose this Badang to be an XP lane. So Homeboys, again, another important decision that they need to make. And I personally feel like Badang XP right now, at least in the situation, it's not good enough. Gotta look for something else. So
you do ideally keep Badang as a flex for as long as possible.
You take Melkuti's pick here.
Another gold medal.
Yeah.
So you take the Moskov away.
Because they do have to choose something in the end. You either reveal your goal lane or your mid lane here, otherwise you're going to be revealing too much with this Badang's positioning too early on. And it's safer to go goal lane because it's going to be less affected overall by whatever counter picks come out.
Who said there are no shortcuts?
Glue does look like a very good option for both teams, but more so for Homeboys, right? The Fredrin to latch on. So the chip gets banned out. I think if you're Homeboys, you are saving this Badang for Badang review for the role review for last. Izanami hero will come in 4th. That's the case, do you ban out mid laners? We've seen SRG OG deal with Tusin, so that's not going to be a big problem for them. You ban the Farsa?
Tricky. Farsa is worth contemplating, but at the thing is, it's difficult for me to think from SRG OG's position because this team is so strong that whatever hero there is, I don't feel like they need to be particularly worried about it. Eve is respectable though. Zone control is important for SRG, especially since they're going to be playing a Fredrin composition.
They do ban out the Eve, so in that case, man, I myself am quite stumped. What is SRG looking for? Probably even for Cram, I feel like there are some pretty decent options, right? Like Glue, Export, Hilda, Hayabusa banned out too by Homeboys. So they are trying to eliminate. They're giving the Fredrin the benefit of doubt.
I don't feel like that is the right choice necessarily. Because Krem rarely plays Fredrin. I imagine he can, but SRG OG usually doesn't do it, and I don't feel like there's any need for them to do it this game. And even if they did, I think there are other threats besides Hayabusa to worry about.
I would assume this is to protect MelQT, which is usually the fail-safe that they go towards, right? So the Tusin does end up getting banned out by SRG OG. Now Homeboys with this 4th pick, will they gravitate towards that Izanami pick, or are they willing to reveal where this Badang goes? So I think right now, wherever this Badang goes, it really doesn't give give Homeboys too much of an advantage, whether it's Roam or XP. SRG OG are controlling the flow of the draft right now. I still see Glue as a decent option for them if they want to go for it.
I think it might be better for Homeboys to pick their Roam or EXP here. Keep Izanami's options flexible until the very end. Since SRG OG are clearly a bit more wary towards the mid lane as of right now. And if you just go for a classic like catcher, teamfight style hero in the Roam or EXP position, it should be fine. Sounds like they go for Izanami's pick though.
So really wants to keep this Badang's role a mystery.
I still feel like it would have been better to go for the secondary frontliner.
I agree.
I feel like revealing all of your DPS options is very risky when SRG OG is able to lock in 2 picks here.
Yeah, it's either that, or if you do it, you do it on, let's say, blue side 2 and 3, and then your last 2 picks is to kind of cement the team comp and protect that front line, protect the back line. In this case, the glue, felt like you were seen coming from a mile away for SRG OG, and now they just gotta wrap it up with a bow tie for Innocent. Granger, Harif, what was their oyster? Probably Granger, I think, in this case.
Still flex Kimmy too.
Chivalry is dead.
The Clint.
Wow.
Only picked one time the entire season, and it was by Innocent as well, so...
Against Arrow too.
Yeah, it is a hero that he's comfortable on, but is a little bit more vulnerable compared to other pickups that Innocent will usually play. The glue pick is something that would have been manageable if Homeboys did actually keep the mid lane option until the end, then they could come out with a Faramis since there'd be no more threat of Valentina. But they don't have that option. They go for the Terizla.
All right, so fighting fire with fire. Doesn't completely solve the issue of glue, but hey, now there are ways to reach the back line. Find Stormy and Innocent. It's not a good target to grab too if you're a Kalea.
Well, all things considered, Homeboys' draft is actually not bad. They have good CC, the front line is solid, and they actually have quite a lot of DPS. Early game is handled by the Farsa, then they have scaling into late game with the Joy and the Moskov. SRG actually needs a little bit more time to come online, because Clint as well as Kimmy both do need some farm before they really become annoying in teamfights, and the rest is just meant to slow down the game for them.
We'll see how this one pans out. Second clean appearance, courtesy of Innocent. SRG OG enters game number 3 to land down on blue side with Homeboys on the red side. And from this point onwards, Homeboys cannot afford to take any losses, or SRG OG will book the tickets to the grand finals of MPL MY Season 15 and a straight trip to Riyadh.
It is the upper bracket finals match point for SRG OG. Can our defending champions lock down a clean sweep? Or will the Homeboys finally find the momentum they've been looking for the entire series? Only time will tell. For now, doesn't look like there's anything too aggressive happening in terms of jungling. Both sides just proceeding at the typical pace.
No mid lane priority given over to SRG OG with his Kimmy around, so it's going to be a big bit of a nuisance. Should see Amao right about now. Coming in for purple buff. Good secure on the Little Wanderer for Sakai's too. So keeping up the pace, right? Frederick doesn't naturally clear as fast as compared to heroes like Joy, Hayabusa, Suyo, but in this case, the facilitation is helping him out.
Looking at the emblems, Cram actually went for the Impure Rage. So that's actually going to be really annoying for Vel to deal with. I do not think he wins this lane, and Cram is already pressuring him very hard. When you combine that with the mobility emblems, once again, SRG OG will typically have the numbers advantage.
Tank emblem as well, right? Usually we see some variations where you go for the common emblem for make up for the mana cost, but in this case, the durability is all Cram needs. Sakai putting the taunt onto Ivan, a follow-up with the Tidal Strike, first blood in hand for the Fredrin.
They are so fast. How do you even react to that? The moment Skies hits level 4, he goes to the mid lane. I think the goal was Izanami, but then he spotted Ivan and realized, well, this works as well.
And they force out the Purify from Izanami too. There's also the chain CC layering from SRG OG, right? There really is very little room to react to it. Not to mention that it's a Kalea who just staggers you for days on end. Vel finally hitting level 4. Izanami though will not have that luxury. The Homeboys will be forced to surrender the first turtle over to SRG OG.
SRG OG really loves mass CC compositions. Here comes Amal.
They force the penalty zone with the flicker. Amal trying to chase down Stormy. And we eventually get on top of him, but a lot of time has been spent. Cram now finds the backline. There's 3 members of Homeboys being controlled. Amal wants to connect his turtle, finds nothing with it. Ivan tried, but it's not good enough. Cram finds the execution onto Izanami as Ivan ends up falling in the front line too. Homeboys just could not get a favorable trade.
Getting a single kill on Stormy there is not worth it for the Homeboys. They lost the turtle for it, and even a kill onto Izanami and Ivan. They need the Badang especially to remain relevant. The further he falls behind, the more difficult it's going to be for him to actually open up the map. And SRG OG basically played that perfectly, right? They just gave up on protecting Stormy because he's not actually worth that much right now.
That's completely fine. SOD connects, Innocent flickers. No follow-up available for Homeboys.
I think that was necessary. Really good decision making happening for Innocent right there. You might normally think maybe I can try to survive this without using my battle spell, but he also got a short peek at Ivan's presence and knew if I don't flicker here, I am dead.
And Cram, once more, he's just moving out the map first. Mid-lane priority continues to be in favor of SRGOG, thanks to that Kimi itself, one full level ahead of Izanami.
This is once again a really bad spot. We talked about this even before the series started. If SRGOG is leading the first few minutes, the game is kind of over.
Against a team that generally is slightly slower and likes to be more conservative with their early movements like Homeboys, this is an even detrimental position to be in. We just saw the endless battle picked up by Innocent. So this lane is effectively over for MelQT. There is no winning angle in a 1v1 scenario. He's not going to get priority anyway unless Innocent lets him be. And SRGOG slowly amassing that goal advantage and now leading by 2.1k.
Homeboys needs to make a choice very quickly. They need to give up on part of the map to get some kind of advantage somewhere. I think the ideal would be in the gold lane, just let Vel fend for himself somewhat, but their initial attempt didn't actually amount to anything, and that gave Innocent enough presence to manipulate the wave the way he wants.
Yeah, it seems like Homeboys, they're stuck on the top side. Not really sure if there's an angle to even go for attempt to steal, but they will try. Planetary Zone into a fish crack will do the job. Stormy ends up going down again. Yums on Izanami just to buy time, but Cram arrives as Yums goes down. So guys will walk away with the objective. SOD now connects from MelQT. Is that going to be a follow-up though? It seems like he's not going to take it. So SRGOG gives up 2 bodies for an objective.
Normally it wouldn't really be worth it, and yet somehow it feels like it is. Again, Stormy is not worth that much at this point, and Yums is going to be a sacrifice a lot of the time. Skies did not bat an eyelid. He was just on that turtle the entire time as his teammates were falling all around him.
Another move onto Innocent, an attempt made. Aim out, finally finds the electrocution. Innocent going down, traction post, could dash from Ivan to get away from that.
Okay, that is actually a positive exchange for the Homeboys. That is not a trade that SRGOG was actually able to salvage. And getting a kill onto Innocent will allow them to reset pressure in the goal lane somewhat. It doesn't really do much to even out the net worth lead, but it's a good start.
Yeah. And they will continue to put on the pressure in the bottom lane. Yums, the next victim, is Anami with the collection.
All right, keep doing this. That's all Homeboys needs to do. SRGOG might be willing to trade some bodies, but this is starting to add up to a number that's not really worth it for them in the long run. MLQT, even though he got disrupted somewhat, has not actually died yet. And this Moskov, as we've seen, is capable of doing some impressive things once you get into the later stages of the game. Slow it down, put pressure on, and keep an eye on Yums' rotations, and Homeboys will actually be fine.
And Homeboys are going to continuously do this. Ideally, you want the bottom tier 1, but not getting it is good enough, right? They regain presence on the map. We see the buddy system between Innocent and Stormy sticking together, making sure that they have that big wave clip, but also at the same time able to protect each other. Third turtle now going to be spawning on the top side. Let's see if Homeboys want to contest the objective or once more try to step down on Innocent.
I think at this stage, it might actually be worth it to surrender initial control on the turtle to try and see if you can get a flank going. Looks like they're still gonna try and approach from the front though.
They'll just have the flicker too. We've seen that. It's gonna use it to the backline. Stormy will flicker to safety as Cram plus Yums goes to the backline to disrupt Homeboy. Sukai still walks away with the rejective. SOD connects, but there's no angle to come in yet. A taunt into traction pulse, pull back, and a tsunami slam guarantees SRGOG 2 kills on top of an objective.
Ooh, the way SRGOG split up that fight was so clean. I want to watch that again just to teach a class exactly all the minute details of their positioning. But Homeboys are actually the ones that are able to trade for a little bit of something themselves. They were able to get the top and bottom tier 1s. MelQT needs to get out though.
That's a Purify. But how much can you save yourself? Gonna use the Purify, a bit of a dash to get away, but just run down by Cram anyways. So all that lead that he tried to garner in that bottom lane fizzled out into nothing.
That's rough. If MelQT was able to get out, it would have been worth it. Uh-oh.
They're going to find under the turret anyway. Brute force through the structures. Ivan tries to keep Innocent away, but now he's going to get grabbed into the air as Cram plus Stormy is a double buddy system. They split the fight out once more and find 2 more kills on top of that.
Oh, it's so clean. It is so clean every time. It's so clean, it's disgusting, Husky. I don't even know how to describe it otherwise. Homeboys are doing everything in their power to try and trade, to try and maximize efficiency the same way that SRG OG is doing. And honestly, they're not locking themselves as much to a singular playstyle. There is growth, there is change that we were hoping for. But SRG OG just has all the bases covered.
They're going to try to get aim out too. 1, 2, 3 dashes. Pull back by Cram into a knock-up taunt, fraction pulse, and a great sword on top of it. Aim out just got cleaved in half.
Ooh, look away, children. You just watched a man turned into a jar of paste. Right there, SRG OG. At the very least, Amal does get a top tier too. And I think that actually is worth trading his life away, but SRG OG are slowly building up more of a net worth lead. And again, this is not a team you want to see with a goal lead.
Stormy just got the Holy Crystal too. 9 minutes in. We're so used to Harif getting Holy Crystal at 9 minutes, but Kimmy with the Holy Crystal at 9 minutes is also pretty scary.
After dying twice too?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Oh, here comes the conceal. No, Cram is already there.
And goodbye, Val. Not really sure if he can do much. Penalty on the portal, but out of the Feather Airstrike range. Still allows Amal to take out Stormy, but that is pretty much the fight. Lord over the SRG OG. SOD misses. Homeboys on the retreat. The guys catches up. Another taunt, another root, and a mega kill for Fredrin.
I feel like Vel got a little taste of what Ivan felt in game 2. Great set, no chance for the team to follow up. I think in this case it was a little bit too far forward as well. He just tried to throw his body in because he knew he was probably going to die, but SRG OG have been doing such a good job of just cutting fights in half.
This time MelQT will be able to get away and... excuse me, Sakais, what are you doing there? They still caught the MelQT. Oh boy.
Oh, Cram is just standing there and eating it.
Yeah, we're not gonna use your Purify. You're not gonna use it? Sure, we'll take your life.
Oh, this is so gross. This is so gross. I feel so bad for the homeboys.
Oh no, Ivan, he misses the engage and Innocent still goes down to the burn of the glowing one. A shutdown and a killing spree for Izanami. But now they bring Ivan back. He escapes the traction post, but gets pulled back by Cramp anyways.
This is such a sticky composition. You cannot get away. You literally cannot escape. SRG loves their crowd control. They love it so much. And Homeboys is hating it right now. They are losing so much lead.
Yeah, Amal, the attempt on the Stormy. He doesn't have the jetpack, so he has to connect. They finally find a kill on the Stormy, and maybe SRG's luck has ran out. Amal with a double kill. It's the guys. Not really the target that they want to go for. Holy defense, top and bottom lane pops for Homeboys. And here comes the grab. Purify used to get MelQT out of that situation. Mid-tier one of SRG goes down. Homeboys finally gets a positive trade.
Okay, finally something good. Homeboys are able to get a reversal here while the net worth lead is still on SRG OG's side. At the very least, there is space to breathe. They were even able to steal the buff away. They were able to take towers, regain map control. This is good, right? SRG OG definitely outstayed their welcome there, and it shows that Homeboys actually does have the damage necessary to take down their frontliners. If Homeboys are able to find the right formation, if they're able to threaten the backline, and especially remove Innocent from the fight first, they actually can win team fights.
They certainly can. And that comes at a very hefty cost in the early game. You know, 6 deaths for Val, Ivan, 3 deaths for Val. It finally comes full circle. The efforts boring fruition. And SRG, OG is starting to give respect to Homeboys, right? The lead that they garnered early on now cut down to just a measly 2,000.
Even though the trades weren't the most efficient from the Homeboys, they've been able to do it effectively enough that they're only 2 towers behind in total. And they do have a little bit more space to play on the map. In that previous fight as well, I think Stormy ended up being stuck inside with the electrifying beats, so that helped to remove a source of damage as well. SRG OG has a lot of crowd control. They have a lot of bulkiness, but all of their damage is concentrated into 2 players. So Homeboys just needs to target them, go for the in and out gameplay, get Amal to set up multiple dashes in a single fight, and maybe hold on to the Feather Airstrike a little bit longer rather than using it to zone.
This lore fight is not going to be as straightforward as was in the previous 2 games. We have MLQT on the Moskov this time, right? Oh, the SOD. He threw the SOD bot, so he's not going to join the fight, I guess. Lord for SRG OG, and Homeboys have to retreat. Was that intentional?
I do not know if that was intentional or not.
It's a minor oopsie.
Probably not, yeah.
Hopefully it doesn't translate it too much. It's just a normal Lord. They should have the damage to clear it out.
Tricky thing is they can't really walk out of the base to start whittling it down in advance, so they are guaranteed to lose at least 1 tower here. I feel like Homeboys needs to be very careful of their positioning. They cannot afford to let their frontliners get caught out too easily.
And Surkais is doing work on Izanami. Oh, Cram almost getting a big fat engage. But Humans are gonna try. Tsunami slam. Izanami couldn't get the better airstrike off. Surkais cancels it. No artillery support as Izanami goes down. Surkais does all the heavy work as Ivan almost gets run down. Top inhibitor falls. Bottom one also goes down. SRG trading upwards once more.
I mean, they get the inhibitor tower and Izanami, but at this point, any sort of positive trade for Homeboys is actually not that bad. Yes, you ideally don't want to lose structures, but that was the first death on Skies the entire game, and it helped narrow the goal difference a little bit if Homeboys are able to continue holding on to a little bit of their base. Their defense is actually not bad. Moskov and Farsa provide them a good amount of artillery, and then Vel is still somewhat tanky as long as he doesn't take too much poke before the fight starts. There is still a chance for Homeboys to bring themselves back into this, but it's going to take a lot of heavy lifting.
Playing from the back foot once again. Gotta take it 1 step at a time. And we just saw Stormy pick up the Bloodwing. Next Lord up in just a minute in the bottom side of the map with both side inhibitors down. Homeboys will have no choice but to always keep an eye on the housekeeping.
Yeah, it's not a position you want to be in, but it is the position Homeboys finds themselves in. We are 15 minutes into the game. The net worth lead for SRG OG is still only a little above 2K. So again, not that big of a difference notably. And the main targets are still going to be that backline. Innocent is the highest damage dealt in the game by a huge margin.
Yeah, you really don't see it because it happens so fast. But Innocent has reached the stage where he could probably just one-shot you.
It's very scary to deal with a Clint this late into the game. Great Dragon Spear. When's the last time I got the chance to say that item on the cat?
Last time an Irritate was picked up, but even then it's not like a primary item. I hardly remember who buys GDS back then.
It is basically just Irritel as far as I'm aware. I'm probably forgetting something, and the comments are probably mad at me for it. But for now, my old man brain can only remember that.
Yes, even for Homeboys, they want to hold the Lord on their side, but if you are SRG OG, you just say, go ahead. We're naturally pushing waves. I'm not really sure how long Homeboys can do this dance, but they are on borrowed time. Bloodwings for Izanami. Oh my god, Vel. That's the Smith, by the way.
Innocent is so scary right now. Ivan trying to go for the conceal, but Cram just stands there and then it's instantly denied.
Yeah, Cram is just dancing around him. Lord now in a dangerous spot. Flicker penalty zone. Yums grabs Amao away. Amao still gets in range. Innocent gets Melkuti on top of him. That SOD pays off. The guys still gets the Lord. Homeboys, can they get out of this predicament? Izanami just control his side to trade for Stormy. Surkai's still alive. Gets the taunt on the Vel, but MelQT is still alive. And MelQT this time is gonna try and save the Homeboys. Pin Cram to the wall. It's Yums and Cram. Cram flickers forward, tries to get a root, but cannot find the mark. And MelQT is just skewering them one by one by one. 4 dead on SRG OG. Homeboys have found a way back.
Oh man, that is what Homeboys have been looking for. MelQT saw Innocent save the game and he said, I can do it as well. Cram now 1v4. I don't think he can defend this.
Innocent, he's gonna come back out. There's one catapult. Can Innocent clear it out in time? A couple of shots should do the job, but MelQT closes out the game. We are not done just yet tonight. Homeboys pushes it to a 4th.
That's all it takes. Just the one play, just the one turnaround. The ordinary marksman has done it for his team. They are not going down without a fight. The path towards the grand finals not gonna be quite as easy as SRG OG has hoped, as Homeboys have finally drawn blood from the Giants.
The first drop as well, Crimson Red, just from the veins of the Red Giants, something that they failed to achieve in the regular season. Almost got it in game number 1 earlier tonight, and finally attained. SRGOG, they play a near flawless game, but one too many trades gave Homeboys enough space to be on equal footing, and Mel QT showed up big time in the end game.
Very, very nice. It was scary. I thought we were about to have a clean sweep upper bracket finals. I was hoping to have a little bit more of a fight, and Homeboys finally finding the chance to do so. Looks like SRG OG actually ended up dropping into a similar trap, got a little bit too comfortable with their positioning, with their game plan, and then that Spear of Destruction comes in, and well, there's a reason the skill is named that.
Yeah, really destroyed SRG OG's hope of a clean sweep, but as fates have it, Homeboys still need to play from behind. They still have no room to lose out because SRG OG are sitting in that match point spot, but at least Homeboys fans and the players will find some solace knowing that they have finally cracked some of the code.
It looks like the goal laners of both teams gonna be snatching all the MVPs away this series. The ordinary marksman Mel QT will emerge as MVP for game number 3.
Yeah, just a fantastic performance through and throughout. For majority of the game, he was terrorized by Innocent. He's constantly calling for help from his teammates. But at the end of the day, for a Moskov, you get that silent pressure, and against all odds, against Sideways, they are constantly pushing into Homeboy's space, and an impending Lord, Mel QT, was able to land the greatest SOD of his series.
Oh, and I'm really glad that what's the word I'm looking for? The pain points that Homeboys needed to target. The ones that I brought up were exactly what they needed to turn the game around. Find Innocent, remove him from the fight. And they were able to do that. All of a sudden, as tanky as the rest of SRG OG are, it just is a matter of time before Homeboys are able to skewer through their front line. And when you are this late into the game, one fight is all it takes. The death timers are so long that SRG isn't able to respond and take care of things, and that allowed Homeboys to break the game wide open.
Even for Izanami, right, he was sure that he was going to go down, but he took Stormy with him, and with that, the last remnants of SRG OG's damage output, Cram really did try to save the game, committing the flicker to trying to get onto the crucial targets, and even at the very end, trying to hold back the impending horde of Homeboy's player, but then his counterpart Val just brought him on a trip deeper into the lane with the penalty zone, and MelQT running down the crystal in the very end.
I think this draft from Homeboys also kind of qualifies a little bit for being that more independent hero composition that we talked about. Not completely, but each one of these picks are capable of taking care of themselves somewhat, of pushing out the map, of doing damage when necessary, and disengaging if they need to. That allows them to kind of play a back and forth. It was still very difficult because SRG OG was ridiculous pretty much for most of the game, but you just need that one opportunity.
Yeah, one opportunity, one shot, and they took it. This is crazier when you look at objectives itself, right? 3 Lords for SRG OG, 3 Turtles for SRG OG, and Homeboys coming out on the end as a winner.
Ooh, it was a hard-fought one though. I imagine that stamina is going to really start playing a role in how well these teams are able to rush to the finish line. Even though SRG OG have dropped the game, they are still on match point, and Homeboys will still need another 2 victories if they want to steal that title away from their opponent. So hopefully they're able to take a moment to chill out, reset, because they're going to need all the energy they can get.
And what are the odds we go to a Game 5? I wouldn't mind going to a Game 5. I would love to see Homeboys continuously push SRG OG. But is up to them, right? Like, they've got the momentum. For the first time ever, they've got the momentum over SRG OG, which resulted in a win. And it was in a comeback fashion, too, after suffering a lot of that beatdown in the early game. So SRG OG, I guess Homeboys have found sort of a formula. I wonder that next game, if this Moskov is going to be that priority again for them.
I think if you can give MelQT a goal laner that is capable of doing things like this, though, he will make things happen. There is a reason that he has caught the eyes of the world at large, even though it's his first season back in MPL. He's gonna end up being the rich guy and the carry for this game. And then we have Cram as the sandbag on top of Yooms as the best wingman. A pretty even split across the board, but MelQT able to successfully recreate the savior role of Innocent from game 1.
Yeah, and he himself, even in the regular season, has plenty of highlight moments, like one surviving a 5-man gank from Vamos and just, you know, some casual 1v1 freestyle. I want to look at the goal graph because I'm very confident that SRG OG had the lead the entire game up until that Lord fight.
Literally up until the very end, SRG OG was in control. But this is another curious little facet of our defending champions. Even though they're usually ahead, even though they're usually controlling most games, they never very often have those massive gold advantages that we see from other teams, right? SRG OG very rarely goes up to like the 10k leads, the 11k leads that we can sometimes see in one-sided beatdowns, and that's kind of unique.
Yeah, it is, for sure. Like, even in games where they were ahead, sometimes you still get very odd even trades that usually wouldn't be the case. SRG OG, I'm not really sure if I'm pretty sure that they are pushing the envelope, but see, the Homeboys are good in finding ways around that, or that SRG OG are just not pushing hard enough.
Perhaps they're giving proper respect to their opponents. They are aware that Homeboys is still one of the strongest teams this season, and if they let down their guard for even a moment, it could come back to bite them. And I think that's exactly what happened here. A bigger lead for SRG might have given them a little more leeway to play around, but they weren't willing to risk it by trying to push up onto the map more, since Homeboys do still have a lot of damage.
I want to look at the highlights too and how this whole game transpired, right? We ended with a 16-14 kill score. So all things considered, it didn't exactly look all that bad for Homeboys in the bigger picture.
Homeboys have also broken the curse, right? Because we were scared in the early minutes. We said, if SRG OG is ahead in the early game, the game is usually pretty over. And Homeboys said, no, there is still an opportunity. If we look at most of the highlights here, it is a highlight reel for SRG OG. They were winning almost every single fight.
Yeah, and then there was this one, the SOD. Courtesy of Val 2 and Amal really throwing their life. It wasn't this one, it was the one afterwards.
Yeah.
Right?
Still.
Right.
SRG was such a threat the entire game. Look at this.
Like, how
Look
do
at
you?
Cram. He just stands there.
Being in Mel's position is so painful. Like, poor dude.
I think SRG OG let down their guard on the Moskov a little bit. I feel like they should be innately aware themselves of how scary this hero can be. And that was actually a really good setup initially by Ivan to keep Innocent locked down. Once they took care of the Clint and then Izanami threw his body to trade for Stormy, the fight was over.
Yeah, it's very well done, right? Mel even went around the corner to make sure that he's untouched. It's a good attempt from Cram to kind of stick himself onto Mel, but the relocation, look at Mel QT, just break dancing on the dead bodies of SRG OG.
That's the risk, isn't it? That is the risk when you let heroes like this through. So, all right, we have a series on our hands here finally, guys. We have to take a seat. Yeah. After all of that, that really knocked the wind out of us.
I can't imagine playing so many games today. This is SRG OG's 8th game, but it's the 9th one for Homeboys. They're about to finish 10 games in a single day.
I don't think I can even play that many games of ranked in a single day.
Well, I've tried, but it's unhealthy because I went on a massive losing spree.
Well,
don't do it. Once you lose, you stop. Or once you win, you stop.
That is probably the healthiest way to go about it, but sometimes you just want that dopamine rush, Husky. You just wanna, just one more.
You know, the dopamine rush usually comes from when you lose a game and then your star protection kicks in. and you're like, yeah, I can go for another one. And then you win. And then you tell yourself, well, I'm winning, let me go for another one. And then you lose, and you're like, well, it's not, I don't lose anything, right?
I feel like I have a different perspective of it. I feel sad anytime I have to use my star protection.
Oh, I feel sad, but also I'm like, well, at least I lose nothing.
I guess so. That is true.
It's
at
like
least
insurance,
you have
right?
that.
Yeah, it's like an insurance policy. I don't want to use it, but hey, sometimes you get into a bad game and you use it. It protects my stars.
True. Well, for now, Homeboys have managed to kick in their star protection here. They are still in it. There's still the possibility to win it, but it's going to be difficult still. I imagine SRG OG is going to adjust after that. That's one of the scariest aspects of this team. When they lose a game, they will do what is necessary to make sure they don't lose the same way a second time.
Yeah, and because up to game 3, they never really had to make huge adjustments, right? Now is the first time that we see SRG OG really make probably some minor alterations. I don't see them making too big of a change, but this is where the marathon really kicks into that final lap, right? Like, can your stamina keep up? Especially that mental stamina. It's good to see that both teams are still, in high spirits, especially for SRG OG, who were here way earlier than the Homeboys.
You gotta praise the energy of these players, man. I definitely could not do what they are doing. SRG are going to stick with first pick, it looks like. And after that game, their win rate has actually dropped down to 87%. So Homeboys can take pride in knowing that they've contributed to the reduction of that.
Yep. Funnily enough, I think, is SRG's red side selection still 100%? Because in my memory, most of the games they lose were on blue side.
I wonder if that might be precisely why they're choosing blue side. Using it for practice.
That would be so funny, right? Like, second pick 100%, but for, like what? Only losing on blue side? I don't know. I gotta check the stats.
I mean, sometimes you gotta just lock down on your flaws. Yeah, they could just alternate to red side and get a higher win rate overall, but if you have a weakness, you may as well work on it before you go to the international stage.
And the most ironic part is that Homeboys didn't even clamp down on the weakness of SRG OG, right? They completely missed that mark. It just came back off of a bit of carelessness from the Red Giants. Heading into game number 4, we've seen the only unique pick that I think we've seen is the Terizla, which has won both games that it was picked in.
That is true. That's an interesting observation. Even though the Terizla didn't really do all that much, I think in both games that it won, it was enough as just a really bulky frontline tank. Either way, it is now game 4. Homeboys have been able to avoid getting clean swept. Let's see how far they can take it.
And the bans coming up: Phovius, the Fanny. We saw the Baxia ban to Baxia Luo Yi by SRG OG. The scariest thing is that I think on the blue side, letting the Luo Yi open usually it's a gambit. They will ban the 1-1 like they did, and that's what resulted in a Fredrin pick in game 3. The Homeboys have found a solution to it.
It's hard to say if it really is a solution though. SRG OG messed up. They messed up once, and it cost them the game. Didn't have a lot of chance to learn from that initial mistake. So I don't actually feel like the Fredrin pick was, a big issue. They could still lock it in for themselves if they wanted to, and I guess that's why they keep the 1-1 ban around, so that it is always going to be an option.
Yeah, I think SRG OG could even consider just not taking the Fredrin at all. It could go for Kalea. One of the few rare losses that SRG OG has suffered on the Kalea. I think, was that their first loss with Kalea? It could be.
I think it's just because they haven't taken many losses in total, but there goes the Moskov.
Yep. We talked about this, Moskov being banned out. And this does take away the utility. I mean, it's a double-edged sword, right? In a sense, there's no access to Moskov, but you kind of take away the X factor that Melkuti provided in game number 3. we might go back to the not Irritel, the Granger Harris matchup.
That is a possibility.
I like how the BM side switched casters.
How did they? Oh, Adin came by.
Adin stepping in.
Who did he replace?
Karakuri.
Ah.
Probably went to the washroom or something. It's a long night.
We should get Adin over here.
Yeah, we should get.
We don't have 3 people over here.
No, we don't.
We need a third person over here.
Oh man, we've been awake since what, 7 a.m. I know me and Adin has been awake since 7 a.m. Oh, what a day.
Yeah, I got to sleep in and even I'm tired, so I can't even imagine how it is for you.
You had a long day yesterday.
True.
But you guys ended on like a 3-0.
Yep.
The rest. Hey, it's nothing compared to the players, for sure. Kalea picked up again for SRG OG.
Sticking to the standard opening, they followed this up with Fredrin Kimi in the previous game.
Does Homeboys take Badang? They have been really gravitating towards the Badang. Red 2. Could be a Badang Harif. Could be an option too.
I think Badang is a safe opening choice.
What about Oh yeah, Badang Joy is still open as well.
It is possible.
One of the things I'm worried about is what if the Joy goes over the SRG OG, right? Might be too much, so yeah, they take the Joy.
Badang is fine here. Yeah, I do think Badang is fine. Yeah, same opening from Homeboys. I think here is where we'll start to see something slightly different. Yes, I think it's a bit risky to go Fredrin Kimi again after what happened previously.
Yeah, I think you could take the Hayabusa, I guess. That's one of the ways to do it, the Hayabusa plus Kimi. Hayabusa plus a mid laner, like a Farsa. Maybe not a Farsa in this case. Okay, jungler plus one of the gold lanes, Hayabusa Harif, I guess. Or Granger.
True, we haven't actually gotten to see Hayabusa yet at this point. They do go for the Farsa, so back to basics, but they still lock in the Fredrin.
Alright. It could go both ways, right? SRG OG understood that, okay, game 3 was a bit of a mistake. So our draft in general still worked out. We're gonna try it again, I guess. Or it could just be them limit testing like how they did against Aero in regular season. Which actually was reflected in the mic check. They requested to, you know, play against Aero's strongest draft.
They wanted to challenge themselves, and I gotta say, this team is kind of insane for doing things like that and still being so dominant. But now they actually do have to respect their opponents somewhat. So the Farsa comes out. This is gonna offer them better early game presence alongside the Fredrin. The Energy Eruption lockdown basically guarantees kills with the Feathered Airstrike, and the Harder still gets locked in for the Homeboys. I feel like it's a bit risky to go for this at this point because these heroes are somewhat vulnerable to the Farsa.
I was thinking of something like Zusin, right, for their second phase. Now that the Harif is out, Izanami Zusin, not too bad. Valentina too, if they really want to go for that. Tsunami Slam and Feather Airstrike, pretty easy to steal as well. And even on top of that, I remember seeing a Fredrin, a Super Prince Valentina stealing a Fredrin Energy Eruption in the Snapdragon Pro series. Oh wait, no, that was M6. Either way, who do you ban now? Probably Innocent Hero right now.
Your team
Ooh, still considering the possibility of Fredrin on Cram. I guess at this stage, it might be worth contemplating a little bit more because SRG OG has not been forced into a position where they had to do something like that. Has the Malay desk actually rotated every caster?
Yeah, everyone is taking turns to go to the washroom. Maybe we need Adin here for a while.
Yeah, where's our Adin time?
Where's our Adin time? Maybe when Sif comes back to the desk, we'll get some Adin time. Everyone gets a toilet break.
All right, where were we? Hayabusa and CC. Oh, they're playing into it.
Are we?
They are playing into it.
Are we seeing? Kind of think of it. We haven't seen a Hylos get taught this entire series. Could this be an indicator or a Hilda for SRG OG? A pick that we haven't seen Cram picked for a long time.
It feels like they're baiting Homeboys a little bit because CC is also a good counter to EXP Fredrin.
What about Lucas?
Lucas. Oh yeah.
Lucas jungle.
Lucas is actually really good here. Really messes with Joy. can mess with Harif too. If SRG is going to flex Fredrin for a different jungler, I think that might be it.
Let's see if it's us thinking too far, or Homeboy is not getting the read. They do ban out the glue, which is very understandable. They don't really have a way to deal with the glue with this current composition. This is too big of a pain. It's causing Vel plenty of problems in that XP lane. Do you still hammer down on Vel? Edith?
Edith makes sense.
Export.
It's one or the... Oh, wow.
Alright.
Terizla ban.
First Terizla ban, I think, in the entire season.
This is starting to look more and more like a Fredrin EXP, but knowing Coach Arcadia, it still feels a little too obvious. Are they actually going to flex it? I feel like you've revealed it.
That would be so... That would be out of the ordinary, but I wouldn't be surprised, right? Like SRG OG is one of the teams who has shown the least unique heroes in the entire season so far. Or at least you include unique hero pool and also flexes. I think Fredrin is one of the options. Only few teams have done it. I think, did JP9ers do a Fredrin XP also? I can't remember. There's definitely one more team that has done it. Oh, that's the Tusin.
I can't remember actually.
This is what we sort of expected. So Tusin, there's a ton of magic damage on Homeboys, by the way.
They are actually almost all magic damage. Radiant Armor would go ham here. What do you think about it, Husky?
I agree with whatever you just said just now. With the Radiant Armor, right? You were talking about?
Yeah.
I was over on the BM desk just now, and I was talking about how MelQ team can use the Irrital. You use it just now. I think it was quite a good effect, but hey, that is just my opinion. I was gonna go for the Moskov. Then I took a look at the ban. Okay, Moskov has been banned out, so no more Moskov for him.
Oh! Esme! Cram Esmeralda! Okay.
Is that anything? Is it because of facing off the Harith?
Yeah.
With the shield and all? Actually, is that the only thing?
Every hero on Homeboys' side other than Zusin generates shield.
Fair enough. Good point right there. With the Bruno, I think just an icing on the cake, I would say so. Very good turret destroyer. If they can't win in team fights, they can win in terms of turret trade. On the top lane, on the mid lane, or even on the bot lane later on. The Esmeralda is just a good setup overall with the Falling Star Moon, and of course, to be able to whittle down the shield capability from the whole side of Homeboys. But right now, what do you think about the Marksman?
Marksman pickup. I mean, Harif is already there. It's not going to be a Marksman. It's, Benedetta. Benedetta EXP in the hands of... Yeah, it is. It's Vel Benedetta.
Super aggressive, won't you say? Like, you have 1, 2, 3, 4. Technically, I consider Zushin as an aggression of a hero. So, kind of like 4 members of Homeboys right now. Hey, I do like this side of Homeboys, but we shall see. Can they spice things up?
Can they spice things up? Indeed. This is going to be game number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, still match point for SRG OG. And they brought out a surprise, the Cram Esmeralda. Will it be the secret sauce they need to finally clinch in their MSC ticket? Or will Vel's Benedetta make this matchup a living difficult situation for the side of SRG?
Let's head into the land of Dawn for game number 4. The Esmeralda has been picked a couple of times by teams like Monster Vicious in the MPL season, but it's a first for Cram. And there was some theory crafting on the side of MPL PH during the playoffs where Esmeralda is not too bad of a counter into Ivan, Izanami, Amao, and even the Harith, just because the amount of shield that she can siphon. Of course, we gotta start off with a little bit of pause. You know, this is MSC tickets on the line. We gotta make sure that there's no spillage on the desk. There's no issues. I think it's SRG OG side again. And yeah, they're pointing at Yums.
Seems that way. It's quite unfortunate. You would not want this many issues to be happening on your side, but you still gotta make sure that they're resolved, right? You don't want to be playing at a disadvantage. You want to make sure that you are able to actually operate at full strength. Because yes, MAC tickets are on the line. Also, Husky, did your voice sound different earlier?
Yeah. It was completely different.
It was definitely you, yeah? It wasn't someone else.
No, I don't think it was. pretty good at the art of, what do you call it? Imitation?
Impressions.
Impressions, yes.
So who are you doing an impression of?
I was doing Barack Obama.
Ah, yes, I can see the resemblance.
Yeah, I can. I'm getting pretty close to it. I have a dream. Wait, no, that's not Barack. That's probably someone else. That's probably Barack's idol.
Maybe.
I think it's JF Kennedy. Wait, no, that's someone else.
I don't know if we're starting to cross a line.
I'm not good with history. You know, we'll come back to that someday, another time.
Well, we're not really taught world history much in schools around here, so I don't blame you.
Yeah, we were not. I remember, what was it? Local history was pretty interesting until you have to start memorizing it for tests. That's where it stops being fun. But the game is fun. We're back into it.
And now it is time to forget about the history of this series and focus on the present as well. SRGOG just need one victory. Homeboys have been able to snatch a game off of them. And if they're able to do so again, it would be a huge upset because it would bring us to a full series.
Yep, Anadeta into Esmeralda. I don't remember the last time we've seen this matchup. But with a Bruno, so you look to hit pretty hard early on, a bit of a domination. Whoa, Ivan. That is way too much health loss.
Well, it's somewhat to be expected. Badang early is definitely going to lose to the Kalea, and because Yums is going to be able to heal himself up most of the time, you end up losing trades even harder than usual. Thus, it's just better not to interact.
So support emblem for the Esmeralda instead of the common emblem. Even the Festival of Blood and the Pure Rage, it's so much damage early on. First blood for SRG.
I think we talked about how much better Kalea is at trading compared to Badang, but that caught me by surprise.
I didn't expect Ivan to just blow up like that.
That is unfortunate. That means that Ivan is probably not going to be able to hit level 4 by the time the first turtle comes around, and considering that, SRGOG should be able to get it for free.
They're trying to put some pressure on the Cram. Bringing in Amao, but sadly the wave is going to push in, and Stormy will end up bailing Cram out of that sticky situation. First turtle now on the table. Ivan is coming in from the mid lane. There's a bit of an angle for a setup here. He's not going to hit 4 in time, and I don't think Homeboys can buy enough time for him to hit 4.
Looks like they are actually delaying it enough, though. Yums will eventually scout him out. Somehow Ivan actually has more EXP comparatively, so he definitely got some minions somewhere.
And here he goes, his level 4, flickers in, finds Sakai, petrified from Bell, Sakai is the target, dashes away but gets pulled back by Izanami, and a good trade as Amao finds a turtle, a grab with the Tsunami Slam, kills off Ivan, but Homeboys gets a better trade at the end of it.
That is definitely worth it. Vel should be able to get out here as well, so that's really, really good. You get the turtle, you kill Skies at the first objective contestation, and that is exactly the start that Homeboys want.
Amao also going to take this champ away to almost 2 full levels ahead of Sakai. Couldn't get any better for this Joy. Even though he didn't get the kill, it was more than enough to set him ahead of this Fredrin.
Yeah, Fredrin is a hero that's very dependent on specific timings. Because he clears slowly, he's very reliant on his durability to survive on the map and just take camps exactly when he is supposed to. But a death in the first turtle is very detrimental because it allowed Amao to start clearing up his jungle, and now that EXP difference may be biting him.
Cram falling Stormon getting out of that situation. Keeps himself alive. Sakai will be forced to make a detour just to make sure that Cram is safe. Ivan continues to put on pressure onto Innocent. MelQT freezing the wave. Homeboys are doing these housekeeping so well.
Yeah, you can tell that this team has learned from their previous exchanges. Ooh, Flicker forced out from Stormy. He'll be able to escape from Izanami and Bell. But Homeboys are accelerating the pressure. This is exactly what they need to do. Keep the EXP deficit notable for as long as possible. And you will put SRGOG in a position where they can't even trade for efficiency.
They got the Electro final blow out from Bell early on. Second turtle. Will be spawning in 10 seconds. Cram really not doing too well in the trade department. The rest of Homeboy shows up. Cram once more absorbs the pressure. But with the level lead that Amao has, it is going to be an uphill retribution battle for Sakai.
This guy's only just hit level 7, so Amao still in a very good spot comparatively. Selangor Red Giants gonna be the first ones on top of the turtle.
Instead of the turtle, they go for the backline. Izanami is one of the targets, but they found a better one, which is Vel. And then Izanami will soon follow. Yums and Cram getting work done at the cost of the guys. But with that, SRG traded upwards.
It's not too bad. 1 for 2, though they do lose their jungler, so that slows down the objective contention. But since there is a numerical advantage, Amal can't just go in and try and take that either. It will end up being quite worth it. But it does mean that Skies takes his second death of the game, and the more this Fredrin goes down, the more difficult it's going to be for him to survive the mid-game engages. I think SRG OG are now trying to aim for space for Innocent.
Even going for the Impure Rage too, so there is that priority on wanting to get a hit. Yums loses half his health bar, lethal ignition triggered from Vel too. They get the Feather Airstrike back up, Vel loses half of his health bar. Cram is just dancing around Ivan, making sure that he is a nuisance. Now Ivan turns on him. Yums comes in to help with the counter engage, grabs his target into a taunt. Amal though still survives, but Yums will not. Cram though runs him down with a flicker on top of Ivan, and Ivan shall go down. Cram continues to chase. Amal looks like a pretty juicy target. Izanami pulls it back. Electro final blow into a petrified. Cram punished for the overextension as the guys will try to finish off the objective. Amal shows up, couldn't get the steal. And SRGOG walks away with something.
That's actually still pretty good for the Homeboys. Even though they lose the turtle, they're able to punish Cram. The Esmeralda goes down, and since he did have 3 kills, that is actually a bounty going over to them. Though the net worth difference is still pretty even. I imagine that Innocent has been farming pretty safely in the gold lane. And ideally, Homeboys needs to shift some of their attention down here. Ooh,
getting a figure out of Stormy too. Just at the timing that he runs out of mana, and you want the Homeboys to shift their attention down bot. They are doing exactly that. Ivan with a catch onto Yums again, pin him to the wall with a fist crack. Yums really wants to get out of there. Innocent also in danger. Zaman forced electrifying beast all out. Innocent dancing around the Heart's Claw, enough to keep it alive, and Homeboys gets nothing.
Really, really well done there from SRG OG, staying under tower just long enough to avoid Amal diving from the back, but just far enough so that Homeboys can't really try and go for the kills from the front either. They need to keep Innocent alive at this point.
The guys also tries to delay it, buy enough time for Yums and Innocent to get back, so that structure will be kept alive. In fact, Yums is looking for a potential target, will not commit to Tsunami Slam, doesn't have it just yet. But the airstrike out, MelQT forced to back off.
Looking at the itemization, as expected, Sky is going to be going for that Radiant Armor as the first item. Most of the damage from Homeboys is magicals, and the Dreadnought Armor will help deal with Vel somewhat, so definitely the right items to go for. I am curious that Yums went for Oracle, though.
Ivan goes for the engage on the instant, and this time with the help of Vel, Petrify is more than enough. He gets grabbed underneath the turret, the eye for an eye from Vel! Outplays Yums, 2 for Homeboys in the bottom lane.
And now that is the positive trade that Homeboys needs. That's the one that really starts breaking the early game wide open. This is very, very good. This is exactly the position Homeboys wants to be in. The trades haven't been the cleanest, but they have been in their favor. They just needed to be able to stop the pressure from Innocent once, and they were able to get that. This means MelQT gets a tower for free down bottom. He is now officially unlocked from the lane. He can start joining fights.
And now they turn on the Cram, who also has to flicker away. Ivan's Badang is starting to be problematic for SRG OG to deal with.
That is why Homeboys very comfortable with locking that hero in quite early in the draft. Now SRG OG going to need to delay the game a little bit longer. They still have the bulkiness needed to contest neutrals, but they don't quite have as much independence comparatively to go for a split push. A lot of it is going to be on Cram.
Purify out from MelQT. He even got the Favor's Blessing for his boots. We saw the Oracle, I think, for Ivan. Better airstrike used by Stormy. Ivan's going to cancel it instantly. Izanami gets jumped on, but able to juke his way out of that. And Stormy now might be a casualty, but flies away in time. As Izanami ends up going down, Vel also falls. Lord secured by Amal. SRG OG will get 2 bodies in return.
Okay, that is actually a trade that SRG OG is okay with, but Homeboys getting the Lord will help them secure a few more structures. And enough of their players were able to come out of that fight to make sure that SRG OG isn't able to get building damage done. But it was still a pretty good fight split. They need to be more respectful of their positioning.
Amal was thinking about an ambush, but decides against it. Didn't get to mention this early on, but the first item for Yums was actually the Oracle, right, for the extra sustain in these fights. SRG OG able to clear out the middle wave, but now has to start considering to handle that Lord. So eventually, this mid-tier 1 of SRG OG will go down.
I'm kind of surprised of what Oracle. Oh, the Fizzcrack comes out. Humes is locked down.
Forced to use a Tsunami Slam just to get out of it. Even the Feather Airstrike is committed, so the base defense slightly weaker than what SRG OG would like. Homeboys finding a very reasonable, very meaningful goal advantage. The first time in this series too. The Lord will still end up getting the charge in. There's still another Empower Catapult at full health. Homeboys really thinking about pushing the envelope a little bit with Bell almost taking out Innocent, but he will do that at the cost of his life. This is great for the Homeboys, and they walk away with an inhibitor.
Better airstrike. Oh, doesn't quite finish off Ivan. The shield from the Fizz Spray gets him out of there. Bell doing what exactly he needs to do, finding Innocent in these exchanges, making sure that Bruno isn't given enough time and space to scale up into the issue that cost Homeboys games 1 and 2. And this is really, really good now. It's a 3k lead for Homeboys. They're even able to get a free tier 2 up top. The items are really starting to roll in.